Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Cell Phone Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. I don't say it like Sean, but I'll say it like myself. It is the Payton Russell Show for the next 27 minutes or so. You might wonder why I'm here. You know, look, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. You guys were amazing on Twitter and social media, hyping this up. I mean, look, on the fan cam, we already have over 100 people in the YouTube and Twitch. That's amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to try my best for the next 25 minutes now to host by myself. I suck at March Madness. I don't know what to say. I thought I had the chalk bracket. It was a chalk tournament the entire time. And I got chalked by the chalk, man. I picked Duke to win it all. Auburn in the national title. Nothing happened there. Man, do I want to say a lot about Duke, but because of FCC violations, I cannot do that. But look, you know, we'll see what happens here. This will probably make or break my radio career for the next 25 minutes. Why am I here? Well, it's obvious. You know, I suck at March Madness. I got last place in the morning show bracket. Bobby, I believe, came in first. RJ, he always loses, but somehow he avoided it. Sean doesn't show up half the time, but he still did not lose. And I got last place, so I have to pay the bet payoff for the morning show, which is hosting here until 6 o'clock, until the guys actually show up. We'll see if Bobby shows up. Sometimes he oversleeps, but you know, I don't want to get on his bad side. You know, he'll drop another diss track. But look, I thought it was a good time to plug my social media. You know, look, I'm here by myself. It's just me, Aiden, Jake Reitma's up here, but I can do what I want up until 6 o'clock. No one's here to tell me to do else. So here we go. My social media, Twitter at Payton_Russell1. And on Instagram, it's Payton_Russ9. Look, I'll go through a little promo here. If you follow me right now during the next commercial break here in a few minutes, I'll follow you back. We'll do that. We'll try and plug the social media, do whatever we can here to get us through this hell time. And I also, look, I have a treat coming up. I do. I have a song that I'm going to preview and play probably in about 5 or 6 minutes, I think. I think right before commercial break, we'll play the song here. It's about the morning show boys, about how much I love Sean, RJ, Bobby, or how much I hate them. You never know. But yeah, we'll do that. And I thought, my thought process going through this bet payoff, hosting here in the morning, 5:30 to 6. I was wondering, well, what could I do here? Do I just be funny the whole time? Because I've gotten segments canceled before, so I don't know if the bosses wanted that. I think Spittle said go sports heavy, give your sports opinions. So maybe I'll mix in some sports, be funny a little bit. I thought about doing life hacks. I thought about just the segment I canceled. I thought about doing life hacks for 30 straight minutes. But then I thought, I got to put a little more effort into it. So we get a song coming up here. I can only play 2 minutes of audio. So that's all I get here. I love all the Tolos on the fan text, Twitch, and YouTube right now. I'll read some of them as I go along, but I can't take any phone calls. I'm just generic Jim Rome here for the next Amy Lawrence. Jared Sandler did this for many years, doing Rangers games here in the fans. So we'll get to that here. But I thought about, what could I do here? I thought about airing out all of Bobby's dirty secrets, reading the group text. There's a lot of stuff out there that could cancel Bobby. I think the Tolos would want that the most. So I thought about doing that, but then I thought, you know what? I've already got diss tracked by him once. The nosebleeds got beat up pretty well. There's a lot of dirty secrets Bobby has on me that I want to just play a truce with. So we'll keep it even there. I won't go after Bobby a whole bunch. But maybe the song coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll get right to it. But look, we got to talk about the elephant in the room, and that's Nico Harrison. We'll talk some sports here before we get to the fun stuff. The guy, what he did yesterday was embarrassing. He has destroyed this franchise and continues to double down on the Luka trade. What he did yesterday with the holding a meeting with no audio, no camera, it's cowardice. It really is, bro. How long are you going to hide in that tunnel forever? How long are you going to be in that tunnel? You'll never see a franchise ran like this again. And text in 877-881-1053. Franklin injury returning fan text. You can tweet me, DM me, whatever. I'll get to as many as I can. But look, I'm a producer here, and if you're cutting out any audio, that's my job. I dream every day to cut up as much audio as possible before the show. So I was thinking, okay, he's gonna hold this meeting, so much audio. I'm gonna be here, get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, cut up all this audio for the show, and now we have no audio to play. But the morning show boys, Sean, RJ, Bobby, will continue to kill it, and we got a bunch of guests coming up that I'll preview later on. In the Payton Russell show, or PP in the morning. I don't know what to call it. You guys come up with a name. We'll get to as many as possible. But yeah, this Nico stuff, man, it's a nightmare that continues to haunt us. It's basically a dictatorship at this point. He does what he wants, and he's going to continue to double down on everything. Look, the quote that got me was when he said there are no regrets. That was one of the quotes, the big quotes from the meeting with all the media members yesterday. It's like, yeah, there were regrets, you dork, you loser. The Luka trade was the regret. And for him to continue to triple down, quadruple down is insane to me. How bad of a GM and ownership does a team have to have where you play you're playing a play-in game tonight, and the biggest story is your GM sucks. Your ownership sucks. You're never going to see anything like this. Is supposed to be a time where we hype up the team. We celebrate. We got the Mavs almost in the playoffs, but we can't do that. And I feel terrible for the players, man. I really do. But it's like you've run this franchise that had 15 years of daylight in front of them, and you've killed it because you just traded away a guy because he was maybe overweight, drinking beer, hookah. God, the guy's 25, man. He's in his 20s. Let him live. He's the best player on the planet. You're afraid of your own fans. That's a sign of you have to step down. You have to be fired. Someone has to step in and make a decision here with Nico. The Mavs had a future, man. The Mavs had a future, and he ruined all of it. Texting what the best word is to describe Nico. You know, there's no FCC violations when texting in or on the YouTube, Twitch, fan cam, all that. Or the best sentence. You know, I want as much as possible to destroy this man. But yeah, the Mavericks, I mean, if you had no idea, you haven't been keeping up with them, they do actually have a play-in game tonight against the Sacramento Kings. They'll be tipping off, I believe, around 9 o'clock. They're, you know, obviously underdogs here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I kind of want them to lose. I think a lot of us want them to lose, but it's like, man, with this team, with AD, if he goes off for 30 points, you never know what's going to happen. So the Mavericks play tonight in their play-in game. If they lose, then it's all over. Then it's focused on the Stars, the Rangers. The Rangers finally won a game last night, thank goodness. But yeah, man, this Mavs situation, it gets worse. It gets worse, and the offseason is going to be awful for them. It really is. Wow, we're already at 5:41. Look at that. Look at that. You just talk a little bit of sports. You go off, you say something with your chest, and you're already, about 8 minutes into it. So I'll get to the song here. You know, I promised you a song. Look, a lot of my songs have flopped many, many times since I've been here. I've been part of the morning show for almost 3 years now. And it's been great. But, my skills of singing, they're not the vocals of Bobby Belt. And I'm not going to play any Bobby songs or any. It's not a diss track here. It's just me being me. Pepe being Pepe. And look, I thought about the crew, Sean, RJ, Bobby. And I was like, man, what could I do to inspire them? So this is a song dedicated to them. They're not in here right now. They're listening. They have no idea what's going to happen. I have not played it for anyone. I didn't think I told them yesterday. I said I had a treat, but I didn't give them any hints that it was a song. RJ wanted me to sing a song on air. I was like, no, there's no way I can do that. So here's about 90 seconds. It's a minute 37, Bobby, of audio. So write that down. I know you're keeping track of any audio. Don't want me to go over the 2-minute mark. I gotcha. But here's the song, The Morning Shows by Pepe.
What would I do without the morning show, boys? They just tear me down, oh, where is the joy? They've got my head spinning, no kidding, I'm just an innocent boy. Sean Sharif doesn't show up no more. He's always gone, he's killing the core. And Bobby, where do I start? Your football takes suck, and you smell like my fart. RJ, please don't forget me when you're gone. I love you even when you're wrong. 'Cause all of me loves all three of you. Love your screaming and your yelling. Your passion is never dwelling. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. I'm sorry I canceled Life Hacks. Maybe you'll have to bring Troy back, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
So there it is, boys. I know we go through some tough times here. We bust each other's balls, but at the end, I think we truly do love each other. Well, I love Sean and RJ. Not so much Bobby, as he sometimes he does smell like my fart when he shows up, at 6:01 or after. But yeah, I was thinking with this song, what could I put into it? I didn't want to make a diss track or anything like that. So just a very thoughtful song here. Maybe it gets me some brownie points. Maybe it does. I think, because I don't like to hype up my work a bunch. I'm not that kind of guy. But I think this might be my best song. You guys vote on the fan text 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. I think this might have been my best work. Because look, does Bobby get on my nerves? Absolutely. Like every day. Every day. Well, not every day. He's better. He's been better lately, especially when he takes his Adderall. But does Bobby get on my nerves? Sure. But I love him. Does Sean tell me to play a highlight when he never already told me in the first place to play a highlight? Yes, but I understand. He's probably yelling at Bobby during the break, so he doesn't realize what he told me or not. Does RJ screw me out of money on how young is Payton Russell for not knowing anything about JFK when he claims he knows everything about JFK? Yes, he does. I don't know if I can pay my first mortgage because I rely on those Bobby payments. But RJ, he's a great guy. He's going to Italy. I hope he got his Euros in, his adapters for his chargers and everything, because he's going to need it. But Italy's going to be great, man. So we'll take a quick break here. We'll come back, wrap things up. Look at that. It's already 5:45. Man, I love hosting. Maybe I should do this more often. We don't need to hear the Sean and RJ snacks. We don't need to hear all that, the previous shows. Some of them are great stuff, but, Pepe in the morning, it's doing well. I mean, look, we're up to 160 on the YouTube, a few more on Twitch. A bunch of interaction on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube, the Frankel injury returning fan text as well. I'm getting a bunch of tweets and everything DM, so we'll get to a bunch of that. But coming up next, look, the nosebleed seats are at it again. Zach Wolchuk, he threw a slight diss at Bobby yesterday on G-Bag Nation. So we'll get to that. I think it might be worthy of another diss track. Slight diss here. We'll play the audio coming next. Pepe Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This early in the morning. No one should. But yeah, it's 5:49, almost 5:50. Look, I told you we had a bunch of stuff coming up on the actual show. Sean, RJ, and Bobby from 6 to 10. Newey Scruggs, NBC5 at 7:20. Meet Church and Matt Pitman Meet Church on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube at 8:20. Tim MacMahon of ESPN at 9:20, talking about all things Mavericks. He was there. Newey Scruggs was there yesterday in the no audio as Bobby records me here. He can't talk to me. Bobby can't, but he's going to do as much to annoy me. He heard the song. He's in bright and early for once. But yeah, a bunch of guests coming up today. A lot of things to hit with the Mavs. The Rangers won a game. They shut the Angels last night 4-0. But look, I told you we had some audio to play here with Zach Walchuk. Shout out Sam Walchuk, his sister. That's what Bobby's saying, nodding his head. And Zach, look, he seemed very upset about the diss track thrown his way. Bobby went, did he go a little too far? Maybe. But look, when you come at Bobby's mom, who's tragically passed away, it's free game at that point. And so this was Zach yesterday on G-Bag Nation around 5 o'clock. Just sneaking in a slight diss here. Bobby listens a bunch to all these other shows, to KNC, to the Fan After Dark, on the weekends as well on G-Bag, and he tries to catch for any strays, any audio, any content for the morning show. And so this is what Zach had to say about Bobby yesterday regarding the draft show stuff.
We got Draft 101 coming up this Thursday night, 6:45. Doors are going to open. We got free Whataburger for you. Myself, Brian Broaddus. We're also going to have Bobby Belt if he shows up. Who knows? He might just stop talking during the entire thing. I'm not sure what will happen with Bobby.
Slight diss there. Not much. Zach, it seemed like he had a lot more to say. It was just him, Eric, and Broaddus yesterday. Gavin was out, and Lucius was there. But, yeah, I don't, man, you keep throwing disses at Bobby, dude. Like, it's not much here, but it is something. And, look, I'm all for the Bobby diss tracks. Anything to keep me out of the ground, I love here. So I'm all for the more diss tracks with Bobby Belt. But yeah, that's Zach Walchuk there. As we're coming up time to end, God, these last 4 minutes or so, Bobby, Jesus, dude. I hope he got them in the fan cams. Bobby just mooned me right there. How many are we at on the YouTube as we wrap this thing up? 180. Look at that. We're getting close to 200. Look, Sean, did he say he was going to pay for my mortgage? I think that's what he said. Yesterday. I'm not sure. But look, he bragged about his taxes and all that. So maybe he can throw me some money for my mortgage payment. Cause I did buy a house. Well, I still have a house. Bobby does not, but, yeah, there's that. So yeah, I'm running out of things to say. I had a whole show planned, and I ran through it really quickly. Let's see, YouTube numbers update. I already did that. Thanks to Tolos. Yep. I thank the Tolos for cheering me on. Look, you guys hyped it. Jane Slater, the MVP of yesterday, quoted my tweet, hyping everything up. And also this one's to Shauna tribute. Shout out Kay Adams. We'll be playing a bunch of audio from her. She is one of a kind. And Sean left the group message yesterday because Bobby was just throwing so much Kay Adams our way. So maybe Sean will have to fight Corey Majors for Kay Adams dibs there. But look, I'll have to preview the payload tomorrow, 6:40. Look, it's my show. I get to do what I want here. So we'll have the payload tomorrow at 6:40. So much coming up this morning. And look, you guys make the vote. I've seen some comments in the Twitch, YouTube fan cam, and the fan text. Was it a good show? I don't know. You be the judge. It's my first time hosting solo. Jake Remo sitting in studio with me, says he did this all the time. He did 4-hour solo shows back in Detroit, where their pizza, well, it's all right, I guess. Their water's bad, but their pizza's good. So I hope it was a good time, because I had a great time. But I'm guaranteed probably the Sean RJ snacks will be back tomorrow morning. The Rangers won yet last night. I'm just going through a whole bunch of stuff. I've run out of things to say. Maybe I should come up with another song, more audio. I've already played my 2 minutes. But look, I made the promise to the Tolos earlier in the show that, look, you follow me on Twitter at Payton_Russell1. Follow me on Instagram, Payton_Russ9. And I'll follow you back. I haven't done it yet. There's so many I'll have to get to when I finally catch my breath here. But, yeah, it's been awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got. That's about it. I've thought about some lifestyle things, but I've run out of things to say. I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff. I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, NBC 5 at 7:20. Meat Church 8:20. Tim MacMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories that Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did. Maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to leak them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there. Nico, man, you suck, dude. But yeah, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby coming up next. We're going to try and drag this out. We're going to try. Bobby, I don't care what you say. I'm dragging this out. The Mavs do play tonight. 9 o'clock tip-off against the Sacramento Kings. Hopefully they lose. Give your score predictions on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney fan text. If they win, they will play. They'll play Memphis in Memphis. They'll play John Morant and all his guns. Maybe we'll replay the song that I played earlier. Maybe so, but yeah, this has been it. This has been it for me. From the 214, I want to hear about the scam. Look, there's so many things I can say, but the for FCC violations, I can't do it. 214 also said wasn't good, but it was an absolute blast. Yeah, I kind of staggered out there in the last couple minutes, but I was through my run sheet. I had a run sheet ready to go, everything prepared. 817, are you Russ? Payton, me too. It's Russ's Rock. Pepe in the morning. Look, it's been awesome. I'm gonna leave here. 325. Why can't we go back to 530? Because I suck at radio. That's why. Because I've screwed this up here at the end. But that's been it. Sean, RJ, Bobby next on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have so many guests for you. So many Nico reactions. I hope I didn't ruin any segments there. Did we reach 200 on the fan cam? 215.
PP in the morning.
215. We did it. Sean is paying for that mortgage payment. It's been a fun ride, guys. It really has. Pepe in the morning. Maybe we'll do this later. Maybe if I continue to suck at March Madness. Or maybe the bosses, want to throw me a bone here. I'll have to do this again later on in the year. But it's been an honor, guys. It really has. Thanks for joining me. Sean, RJ, and Bobby next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're live with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean, RJ, Bobby, and the one who started off the Wednesday edition, Payton Russell, here on 105.3 The Fan. Pepe?
Pee-pee.
Pee-pee in the morning? How you think you did?
First segment flew by.
It should have at 5:33. What happened to that? We're not starting at 5:30?
Well, I explained everything about 2 weeks ago on the group text. I said this is how it'll work. That's how everything's lined up, because I moved commercials around or tried to, because everything's timed out here in the morning. So deleting snacks wasn't that big of a deal. But yeah, if I start moving stuff around and it's not done right at 5:30, because it's how the bosses have it set up is Maggie and Perloff go until 5:30. Then you play 3 minutes commercials, and our snacks play. Everything rounds up to start us right at 6 o'clock.
Bobby texted the group while we were driving in saying he's drowning. I think that is the word you feel when you're by yourself.
Oh, yeah.
When you start to paddle. Doggy paddle. When did you start feeling that?
The second segment for sure, because I had to run down everything, and then somehow I only stopped at like 5:45 on the run sheet, and then that was all I got. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on, I still got 10 more minutes here. But because it was like trying to balance the fan text and look over, because it's just by yourself. Like, I couldn't use any phone calls. All the people overnight. Shots fired at Amy Lawrence, but she'll go to phone calls here and there. Give her a breather. Can play a bunch of audio. I had 2 minutes of audio to play. The song took a majority of that. So I was stammering a little bit. I could feel it. I feel like I've sweated through the shirt. With how much, because it gets struggles here, but we made it through. We made it through.
Choppy review.
Oh, man. I was trying to draw them off sides. I spammed the hell out of the fan text driving in. I must have texted 15 to 20 times. No, probably about 8 times. Review time. Look, it's a brutal position to be put into. There is no. The only thing that could have been worse, that could be worse than that, is the Mavericks front office. That's it. That's literally the only thing that could be worse than being in that position where you have to talk by yourself. You're thinking about what to say next, and then you're saying what you're currently saying, and then you stutter, or then you talk in circles, or you repeat. Like, he repeated the same thing like 3 or 4 times. Like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
We know.
Yes.
It's what happens. It is the problem with doing a solo show. Nobody should ever do those.
Bob, what'd you think?
My favorite part was when he ran out of content, so he just started confessing sins, basically. And he's like,
5:50.
He's like, 3 minutes left. I got blackmailed on Snapchat. A bot got me. We traded photos.
That's supposed to be a story that never came out ever, and that shows you the desperation of when you are drowning by yourself. As you're like, I'll just put anything out
People
there.
texted in. You can hear the panic in his voice. You can. There's no doubt.
It can suck.
Yeah.
He got up over 200, though. He was
did.
at 215.
There we go. PP in the morning.
Jane Slater trying to help out. You lied and told everyone I was going to pay your first mortgage payment.
That's what I heard yesterday.
I thought that's what you said.
In order to try to boost the numbers. I wasn't bragging about a tax return. I was talking about how I got screwed. Okay, so I wasn't bragging about that. But then Jane Slater decided to stick her nose into it and say, let me get all my people. Let's get this up to 200s on the YouTube fan cam and Twitch. And he did, Bobby?
Yeah, he did. He got up to 215. He gave us a nice little lead in, a nice little bump, because we're already at 236 right when we're starting the show.
Some of the comments on the live chat. Yo, what is this? How long has it taken to get to this? This was awesome. Peyton, you better than that part-timer Sean. Ran out of things to say. Life hacks, bro. These last 5 minutes from Tolo Don. When all else fails, talk about LeBron. One more from Carlos. I think he was just saying you got 1 more minute. 1 more minute.
I think he said at the very open of the show, I think he repeated 3 times. So I finished last in the bracket.
Yep.
Yep.
I thought we were going to get a longer Dallas Maverick Nico discussion.
Yep.
But that veered off.
It did. I mean, look, it was the song was tremendous.
The song was tremendous.
Huge fan of the song. It
was good.
I think you could have actually slipped it in where you were talking over the initial musical interlude. To hit the post, that would have bought you like 4 to 6 more seconds of being able to play audio later on in the show.
You're such a hater.
That's not hating.
You think you're like this musical conductor up here, like Barry Gordon or who's someone famous?
I don't know who's Barry Gordon.
Barry something or maybe
Barry
someone.
Gibb
You think of
from
Barry
the Bee
Toppin?
Gees?
No, I'll figure out.
Bernie
but
Toppin, right? Bernie Toppin.
all these picks and all these
If
corrections.
we're not Weird Al with the parodies, Chop hates the song.
I thought
that was a
It wasn't
parody.
a critique.
First thing is something negative. Barry Gordy. Barry Gordy? Was he a famous
No,
guy?
there's nothing negative. I'm the only
Chuck
one
Berry.
here who actually is in full support of Payton Russell.
Oh, well. She's, yeah.
Well, you should have
she's
told
great.
that story.
I texted him about it.
Yeah, you said the song was not a diss track. It actually was.
Definitely was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
It
Voice went
was.
up. Voice went up. He knows he's lied.
Yeah, we'll replay some of that at 9:00 here with an absolutely loaded Wednesday edition. Newey Scruggs was in the Nico meeting. He will relay that at 7:20. Has he ever experienced anything like that in his entire life? Matt Pitman was at the Masters and also cooked for the Cowboys opening day. It's a Meat Church Wednesday, 8:20, and then Tim MacMahon from Sacramento. D Magazine wrote that Tim almost walked out of the Nico meeting, that he almost got up and just stormed out. But Pepe, nice job. I think it delivered what we wanted. Felt like a punishment. Felt like one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it really did. It really did.
So there it is. Payton Russell in the morning. Give us your thoughts on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
I'm glad I didn't have to do it because I would have felt similar to Peyton. I don't want to stand up.
You would have had 14 things planned out, though. Like, you could feel that he went through the first 7 things on his sheet, and there were 8 left.
He learns that's the thing. You learn over time, like how to pace things a little bit. It's the first time, so he didn't know how quick to run through things. I would have just gone up here and it would have been like, I would have taken the Adderall the day before. I would have written out like 2 10-minute monologues and nobody would have enjoyed it because they would have been like, this isn't bits. He's just trying to talk about a sports issue for 10 straight minutes.
It is Barry Gordy. They are saying you are right. Barry Gordy.
Old school, baby.
I knew Bernie Toppin. He's like a writer, I think. I don't know about. I know Barry's a producer.
But it felt like he was just up there on the stage at the Improv with a stool, like, so
he's doing crowd work.
Yeah.
Hey guys, where are you from down here?
Let's talk about March Madness.
When were the Texas Rangers going to score?
2-1. Higashioka swings. That one is ripped down the left field line. Hooking. It's a fair ball. One hopping off the wall. Heim rounds third. He scores. Higashioka trades places with him at second. Back-to-back doubles for the Rangers, and they lead 2-0.
It took 5+ innings, but they finally broke through against Wash and the Angels. It's a 4-0 Rangers shutout. And after a rough start to the season, Tyler Mahle 3-0, 6 innings, 0 earned, 9 strikeouts. He either has, I'll double check. I know he's got the top ERA in the American League.
It's the top of baseball.
In baseball.
Yeah, 0.92. There are 3 other guys, pitchers with sub 1 ERAs. Can you name any of them?
How many pitchers with sub 1 ERAs?
3 pitchers in baseball right now with sub 1 ERAs. I'm just going to say no. You've never heard of any of them?
Patrick Corbin.
Chris Bubik. I love that name.
It's a good name.
What are you? I'm a Bubik.
Yeah.
Hunter Green. And then you've probably heard of Chris Bassett, who's now with the Blue Jays.
Mike's brother.
Not Bassett. Bassett. That's it. And then Kodai Senga with the Mets at 1.06. So, I mean, Mahle he's been a tremendous pickup. I always hear last year for a little bit, obviously, rehabbing. But it has been a tremendous pickup for them. Even though he started brutally. I mean, he was 1.2 innings in his first start.
Yep.
And then he is completely kind of settled in, and he has been a really, really nice pitcher for them.
And that start end of March for the month of April with 3 starts, 18 innings, 1 earned.
Is that good? I think that's pretty good.
18 strikeouts, 5 walks. The ERA for the month is a .50.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about he's given up, 6 hits in 18 innings? And so he's not given up a lot of contact. He's settled down. He looked really wild in that first start, couldn't find the strike zone at all. And then ever since then, just much more under control, much more in command. But he was one of your top panic issues probably after the first week of the season where you were like, gosh, is this just not going to work out the way you were hoping it would?
There is one really good thing about this offense being this bad. These games, the first 6 innings fly by. It was 48 minutes in. They're in the 5th. I was like, what in the world is happening here?
But then they slam on the brakes. We had that happen at the game we went to a couple weeks back. We were like, we were 5 innings in, and it was like, oh my gosh, it feels like it's been 30 minutes, and that ended up being a 3-hour game.
My offensive hero of the game is going to be Leody Taveras. And it was fun to see a bunt executed.
Yeah, we don't see that.
Leody bunts, steals second. Thanks to that Angels defense throughout the entire night, by the way. 3 errors committed. Leody advances. He gets driven in. Simeon almost goes deep, but Leody generating the only run that the Rangers actually needed.
Yeah, that was it. And then, you see, it's good to see Simeon barrel one up. He didn't get it out, but it was good to see him get, 360 feet out of it. We've been begging for that. We've been begging for him to hit a fly ball.
And Corey Seager with 2 hits. Murph was concentrating on that open stance adjustment that it seems Corey has made.
Yeah, and this you'll see hitters tinker with things, and some guys are like, all right, you've made it to the bigs. You've been a 2-time World Series MVP.
Touchdown.
Why would you change your stance, right? Why would you change your stance? And some players as they age, the way they're seeing the ball, they're just like, oh, I just want an open stance. And some guys, as they want their hips open, to get a little older, who knows? But he obviously feels more comfortable that way right now.
You mentioned Simeon and him. It's good to see he made contact with the ball. Over the last several games, he is now 2 for 16, and his batting average has gone up 6 points. That's where Marcus Simeon's been at lately. And Taveras, you mentioned the steal there.
117 on the year for Marcus.
Awful. Absolutely. But, that's not too far below where the Rangers were hitting as of yet. When they went into the 7th inning yesterday, they were hitting 202 on the season. And then they hit 400 the final 3 innings. So that boosted it some.
How long will he have a higher batting average than Tyler Mahle's ERA? How much longer?
Good question. You heard the highlight from Sandman with Higashioka. What are we calling him for short?
Gavin Dawson says we're calling him Gash.
Yeah, Gash.
Because Higashioka, that's the middle of his name.
So he had an RBI and then the double play, the strike him out, throw him out. And the throw was actually not good. It was on the other side of the base, but the runner was so slow or got a bad jump. I don't know which one. They were still able to apply it. So Higgy or Gash showing up offensively and defensively.
He's a really solid rotational player. If you want to play him out, put him out there 160 days a year, he's probably not, he's not in the top 10, but he is easily one of the 5 or 6 best backup catchers in the league.
No, but we've also talked about a lot lately, obviously, especially with Adolis and trying to figure out, all right, the peripherals, do they say he's going to eventually start having some of these balls land in play? And Higashioka, because of that, we've talked a lot about exit velocity. Higashioka now, he's 94th percentile in baseball in exit velocity. That's not just catchers, that's all of baseball. He is crushing it.
So the Rangers get off to a nice start. Game 2 today, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock on the station with Patrick Corbin on the mound. The topic that everybody wants to get to. Paige Becker's second day Nico's secret invite-only meeting and how it got even worse for the Dallas Mavericks on play-in night next.
Oh, but first, you need somewhere to drown your...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Curry off the screen, fakes, fires, stuck it!
Playing games last night on TNT. Orlando takes care of Atlanta in the East. Trae Young getting ejected, trying to cross up a referee with a dribble. And then that was fun last night. I stayed up way too late to watch Jimmy Butler early and Steph Curry late beat the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies will go back home to host whatever happens tonight as the Mavericks. Also, why did the Mavericks do that yesterday when their season is still alive and taking place? I forgot they were in the play-in because that's like a season-ending press conference that you're supposed to hold to the public.
The public.
But it did not take place. Nico Harrison with the secret invite gathering at the AAC. RJ Choppy, go ahead and start off.
Listen, this was a garbage move. They were a coward. They were cowards for 2 months. 2 months. And this is the first time talking. And I have so many problems. So many problems with what went on there. From the complete and utter lack of awareness of the problem, their detachment from reality, Rick Welts and his comments about the trade, but more importantly, the fact that you didn't let any cameras, you didn't let any audio equipment, and you handpicked your media members on which ones you wanted to be in there.
Really quickly, as a clarification, because Mark Stein didn't have this totally correct, I guess, with his initial report. They were allowed to have recording devices in there. Certain reporters were, but they were not allowed to publish any of the audio. So no cameras were allowed at all, but they were allowed to record and transcribe.
As soon as you did that, though, any type of rules, soon as that came out, you lost.
You lost.
Done. Over.
Yep.
If they held a public press conference and they said what they were going to say, yes, everyone would still be pissed off and everyone would still be enraged. But as soon as you snuck in that 6:30 message to reporters the night before, hey, this is happening. As soon as Mark Stein sent that out, it was over for them.
Yep.
And you managed the thing that's scary, right? You want your kid to like learn from something. You want to have a month, a couple of months to learn, to absorb, to reassess. And the frightening thing about yesterday was none of that happened.
No.
With the way that they did this and the things that Nico said that we're going to get to, you enraged everyone all over again. And more importantly, you showed just how off and distant and awful your judgment is.
You very off, very distant.
It's like that's scary. That would scare me with my kid. You do something so stupid in school, and you get suspended for 3 weeks, and after 3 weeks, you go and do the same thing or something even worse, and it's like I might have a dumbass on my hands. I might have a farter in class on my hands, which we'll get to a little bit later on with someone in this room.
He's the GM equivalent of doing finger guns the night after you were told to stop. That's what he does. He doesn't understand.
Yes.
Like how I don't know. It's getting to the point where
I thought there was a slight part of me that thought he was going to resign in that meeting.
I did too.
That's the only way any of it could have been saved. He was going to walk away, but you could curry more public favor if you did it publicly, right? We had a live press conference that was being aired everywhere, and I thought there was a slight chance that he was stepping away and walking away.
Look, dude, I mean, do you know how hard it is? How hard it is for a professional sports organization to have the fans be on the media side. You know how hard that is?
Yeah,
it's
impossible. Universally.
It's impossible. And they have managed to do it, especially in this situation where it's like, you just look weak. You look like you're trying to control the narrative. You look like you're scared of the actual truth.
You look like Vladimir Putin.
You do. You look like it's Pravda. You look like you're trying to control every aspect of it. It's bad.
It also scares me Dumont didn't step in and stop it and say, no, this is a bad idea. Like, I get giving total control to your general manager. Let your football people, your basketball, your baseball people do what they do. But Dumont's the only final hope here. That's it. Nico's gone. He's exited this universe and this reality. And I was hoping that Dumont would be like, whoa. This is going to be private? And no one's going to be able to see it, and the recording stuff or whatever the rules are, and Patrick Dumont not stopping it doesn't give 1 centimeter of hope.
Nope. And the problem is that Nico is gone from reality, but unfortunately he's not gone from the team. And
said he intends to finish out the contract.
Yes.
3 years left.
So what was said? The first thing Tim MacMahon tweeted was defense wins championship. This sentence that he said, what we had before the injuries was a championship caliber team, and you were able to see it for 2.5 quarters.
Man, that was a great 30 minutes, man. Just an epic 30 minutes.
So you want us to line up and kiss your ass because Anthony Davis had an amazing first half and then got hurt like we all knew would happen, and you want us to label it and say, well, obviously you built a championship team. Obviously, you built a championship roster. I'm really surprised, as dumb as this has gone, that he said something like that, Bobby. Yeah. You saw it. He was there. I built it. My fantasy team won week 1. It doesn't matter what happens in the other 16 weeks. What's wrong with you?
I won the draft.
It's not even...
I won the draft.
Like, I don't even know how much it's stupidity anymore. Like, I mean, it's definitely they're stupid. I don't know how much... I don't know how they could have hid complete stupidity, though. I think what's happened is just they were able to hide what are some really just borderline psychopath tendencies with that man. Like some of the stuff that he's doing and some of the justifications he gives, it's mind-blowing to me that it can't be anything other than just, psychological tactics of like repeat a lie enough, people are going to believe it, like just hammer this home and people are going to have to accept it. He is a liar, like flat out. And I don't care, I know that generally we don't like to say that. He's a liar. He is 100%, and we've shown over and over again I have no regrets. The whole, and we'll get into it, I'm sure, but the way he went back and forth with MacMahon on whether he was going to sign the Supermax, that's a lie. That's him just flat out trying to completely lie about what it was.
Let's do that. MacMahon asked him, one of my questions was going to be, are you guys scared of the Supermax? Were you scared of the tax? Were you scared of paying a tax? And MacMahon told Nico, Luka was going to sign the Supermax. Why didn't you sign him? And then if you really wanted to trade him, do it. Nico said, well, there's no guarantee he would sign a Supermax. MacMahon, quote, he has guaranteed it. He was balling on the bench. Nico, well, like I said, with some anger and some testiness, we can agree to disagree. So he's still, after all the emotion, after this man has stayed behind in the Metroplex, he was just going to buy a $15 million house for the hell of it.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
He just wanted to expand his portfolio.
People do that all the time. People usually buy $15 million homes in places that they don't want to live in. I could totally. And by the way, if you're going to play here, you're going to buy the home. If you're going to spend that kind of money on a house, you're going to do it like on a beach. No, you know what I mean? You're going to do it on a beach somewhere. Just to have a second home.
Continuing to smear Luka and argue, making it sound like Luka gave them indications he was going to roll out.
Just all they had to do was admit that they screwed up.
Well, that was never going to happen, and I don't blame them this soon for saying it. He was not going to stand up there and say we made a mistake. That was never going to happen, and I wouldn't have absolutely, would that have made everyone feel better? Maybe a little bit better. But they were never going to sit up there while everyone got hurt, injured, only had your championship team for one half and say that we screwed up and we messed up.
Patrick Dumont will say that the day they fire him.
Yeah.
That's when that will come, is when he's being held accountable and they go, we screwed up and he was responsible for it, and so he's got to go. The whole, we don't know if he would have done it. I mean, honestly, it sounds like when I do a bit, like if I golfed 120, and then I was like, no, and you guys were like, you said you're going to golf under 80. I was like, I did. And you go, no, you didn't. I go, well, agree to disagree, guys. We can't
I was
agree
under
on
80
it.
for part of the round.
You have your view. I have my view. Luka was so out of shape, he may have snapped his ulnar nerve reaching for the pen, and then he wouldn't have been able to sign.
Absolutely.
And so maybe that's it. You don't know, Tim.
Every time this team is on TV is an insult. Just the way, because of the front office, it's an insult. It's an insult to see them, just to see them even playing. We want the worst possible things for the entire organization at this moment.
I want them to win tonight, but that's just me. Luka exposed you when he was devastated to start off his Laker tenure. That told us he wanted to stay here. He said it himself. I wanted to stay here. And then the tribute video exposed you as lying. Where was this initial bad information coming from? Or was it an outright lie? They made it up. They just made it up. And then you have Rick Welts, business guy, managed along with the Warriors for a very long time. And this is the part where I really wish I heard audio, because I said to myself 5 times yesterday, this is out of context.
Yeah.
It's out. There's no way this happened. He did not make this comparison. It's out of context. I got to read the entire transcript, and I got to see the audio. I got to hear from people in the room. But no, I went and found the Reddit back and forth where the CEO, Rick Welts, compared Luka's deal to the Warriors trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut in 2012. Quote, Monte Ellis was beloved, but it got better because they had Steph Curry, and Curry came in and made the entire fan base love him. Okay, here's another sports lesson, because I know we had to give one to Jason Kidd that Luka was actually Babe Ruth. Rick, Luka's Steph here, bro. Luka is Steph. Well, number one, you got to guarantee me you're getting Steph or Luka again. But you messed up the analogy because Luka was Steph.
Yeah, he was already here.
And Luka's for damn sure not Monte Ellis.
No, but look, I mean, this is I gotta hand it to Rick. I was thinking the exact same trade. When they made the Luka trade, I was like, you know what? This reminds me a lot of the Monte Ellis deal with Golden State.
When you wrote all that last night, it took me like 2 or 3 times to reread it and say, oh, he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, that's exactly
I was like, wow, RJ's mind went right to Monte Ellis and Andrew Bogut.
So at least we got Rick in charge of things. Otherwise, this could have really been much worse. I feel much better knowing we have this guy in charge who is historically aware enough to know what a gutsy, gritty trade that Monte Ellis deal for Bogut was, and how he went on such a limb.
A fan favorite versus a generational, international rock star talent. These are the comparisons.
Audacity of this guy.
This is, so I've got, WFAA has the full transcript. and I was trying to find the quote that was in there about, hey, moves I make, they're not going to be popular with people, whether they're this person, or Dirk. And I was trying to see, okay, did he invoke Dirk's name on his own? Or did that come up somehow?
Because this came off as a side swipe at Dirk.
Dude, there's a section in here that's worse than what I had even seen publicly. So Tim MacMahon says, Nico, you mentioned Dirk can have any role he wants with the franchise. Why not seek his input before you make a franchise-altering decision? Nico, first of all, nobody really knew about the trade. It was very hush-hush. But you can't look for advice from people who aren't in the building at a constant basis because they're not going to understand what the team is going through day in and day out. MacMahon, okay, what about Mark Cuban? Nico Harrison, same logic. And that's all he left it at. It's like, okay, so you're just flat out just saying it's all you. And you do not care what the input is from anybody else, what sort of information comes into. You're going to say, I have, all because you carried Kobe's bag after games for 2 years or whatever?
Well, what level of Cuban involved? Like, how often is he in the building now?
Every day. He's there every day.
I get what he's saying, right? We all know that these team advisor things are a joke. It's a way for Dirk and everyone else in sports to get a paycheck. But
not Mark.
Talking to Dirk about a move is just a formality, and you're paying him respect. But, Dirk, if you're not there every single day of practice, I'm not giving you the same amount of weight in terms of personnel moves. But if you're going to say that, first off, don't say it. If you're anytime, here's the number one rule of your Patrick DeMont moving forward. Anytime that Dirk Nowitzki's freaking name comes up, you better put sprinkles on it. Every time moving forward. That's it. That's the number one rule. Stop. Yes, I agree with you. Dirk should not have significant personnel say if he's not there every single day, and I do not believe that he is. But don't come across in any way that makes it seem like you've disrespected not Troy Aikman, not Michael Irvin, not any Cowboy. Dirk Nowitzki is the king of this city. 1 seed. Period. It's not a Cowboy. It's not a college football player. It's not Pudge Rodriguez. It's not Nolan Ryan. It's Dirk Nowitzki. Stop sideswiping. And anything that comes close to it, I'm counting as contact with a car. I'm writing you up for an accident. Anything that even comes close. But Dumont has this thing against him too. I wish that was a question that was asked yesterday. Have you guys alienated Dirk? Could you see to how Nowitzki does feel alienated? So just when you think that maybe 2 months, all the chants, all the hatred, all the billboards, all the protests could have sobered them up a little bit, they break the bottle right back open and start chugging before making these decisions. Phone calls next. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Do you even want them to win tonight? Do you definitely want them to lose? Or are you just not going to watch at all? Next on Sean.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Rolls.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Than anyone else, all prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thought it was 5:30 all over again. Yeah. With Pepe here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On DFW Sports Station. Another Cowboys legend retires. We will pay our respects to number 77 coming up at 7. We got a Renegades ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway, and Newey Scruggs was in the room. He was one of the select media members who got the invite to yesterday's Maverick debacle at the AAC.
I want to throw in a quick note because I know Nico kept referencing, and you mentioned it earlier, the whole defense wins championship. That was the word he kept vomiting, or the sentence he kept vomiting over and over again.
Apparently it was like at least a double-digit amount of times.
It apparently was like that was just his go-to default. Since the trade occurred, the Lakers in defensive rating have allowed 113.3. That basically means per 100 possessions, how many points do you give up? The Mavericks are at 119. So the Lakers are 6 points better per 100 possessions defensively than you are after you got the big defensive stopper in AD and traded away Luka, who's supposed to be the black hole.
Well, he didn't play. AD wasn't healthy.
Well, Luka, and if you look at Luka, he's been one of the best ISO defenders in basketball.
Yes, he has.
And you did more homework before we get to the Tolo calls on the whole defense wins championships?
So like Luka individually rates fairly close to Steph, a little bit better than Steph individually as a defender. And, not shut down. But is he a complete sieve? Yeah, you could point to a couple of plays in the playoffs. By the way, he was hurt all postseason against Boston, especially, where he was just giving up, the Roger Dorn Olay crap. But Denver had the 15th ranked defense when they won the title. Milwaukee was 9th. Like you can't be bad, but you don't need to be an elite defensive unit to win. Elite, great offense. 10 to 18 defense. You just don't want to be bad.
According to the transcript, Nico Harrison said that 7 times yesterday. Defense wins championships.
All right, Newey Scruggs will join us. He was in the room. Your reaction would happen yesterday. And the poll question that I'm putting out right now at 1053SS, at 1053SS on Twitter. Do you actually want them to win tonight? Dwayne in Dallas, start us off. You're live on the morning show. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Hey, my reaction to yesterday is it just confirmed that these new ownership, the new management, they do not care one bit about the fans, about the city of Dallas, none of that.
Yep.
They actually made it better for Jerry and Steven, because at least they draft and they don't sign free agents, but you could tell by some of their comments that, hey, we want to win and we feel the pain and all that. They just incompetent over there. But I wanted to share a story because about 20 years ago, I was at the Mavericks game, and Chris Arnold was, he's always walking around doing those giveaways and stuff, and I met him. And I said, Chris, I was in high school. I said, how do I become one of those kids that wipe the sweat off the floor? He said, you need to email this guy named Casey Smith. And he wrote down his email. So I emailed this guy, and I said, hey, I'm in high school. I would love to be a ball boy or whatever. How do I become that? He replied to me, and he told me, send me your resume and give me your information, and I'll see what I can do. I ended up leaving, going off to college. But about maybe 6 months later, he replied, and he said, I got the position for you.
Wow.
And he called me, but I told him I was out of state. I couldn't do it. He said, whenever you want to come back, this position is always ready for you.
Wow.
Dwayne. And that was just a random kid sending a random email to the trainer of the Mavericks. And he still cared.
Yes.
Because I told him it was like a dream of mine since I was a kid to do that. So that showed me when I heard that they cut that man or fired him, and he had a good relationship with Luka. It just made sense to me. Like, these are some trash individuals that's running this franchise now, and I definitely won't be supporting them, and we shouldn't support them until they gone.
Dwayne,
I want to say that.
amazing story.
Great story.
And that leads to some Casey Smith information that you've been working on and that came out.
So this was
Casey Smith, just for those that don't know, is revered in this sport.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I went to dinner with him one night.
Well,
it wasn't
all right.
because he knew me or anything. I was at the dinner, and Casey just was there, and I had my buddy from out of town who is a high school football coach, and I'm like, you'll appreciate this. This guy is the trainer for the U.S. Olympic team. This guy, when it comes to sports medicine, is regarded as the 1 seed. Everyone has known that. And then Casey Smith mysteriously disappeared from the Mavs.
Yeah, and he was here for like decades. Did Dirk have bionic ankles, or did Casey Smith just get his butt back on the floor in seemingly hours? I mean, probably a little bit of both. But, I mean, he was so good at what he did.
Luka had the quote when they got rid of Casey, saying they keep getting rid of guys that I like.
Right.
They keep getting rid of my guys.
So I saw this on this post here, and it talks about the Knicks. He's out with the Knicks now.
Yes.
And the Knicks have the best health in the NBA. He spent over 20 years with the Mavs, very close with Dirk, very close with Luka. Then all of a sudden, the role is reduced, and he is removed from the bench. And the rumors started that Nico wanted to weaken Luka's circle, push out one of his closest friends. The Knicks hire him.
Stay at home.
Yep.
Train from home. On your couch.
He's the VP of sports medicine. They praise the hire of Casey Smith with the Knicks. Months later, obviously Luka's traded. So the Knicks are the healthiest they've been in years. This is the NBA wins leaderboard for 2024, 2025. These are the war, like the wins you've lost. The Mavericks have lost a league-leading 11.9 wins so far to injury. They have missed 296 games total and over 6,000 minutes of basketball.
Wow.
Who is the healthiest team in the NBA?
The Nets.
The Knicks. The Knicks have missed less than 4 wins. 4 player wins to injury. Only 156 games and a tiny 2,300 minutes. So triple. The Mavs have lost triple the minutes. They have lost triple the wins, and they have lost double the games.
But their boys are skinny, man. It's good.
Zach in Grand Prairie, you're up next here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Zach.
Good morning, fellas. I'm 33 years old, born and raised in the DFW area. Growing up, I'm a sports passionate fan through and through. My rankings have always been Mavs, then Cowboys, Rangers, Stars. Love them all equally, but those were just more passionate fan bases. And I grew up in a Dirk universe. Dirk was my guy. He was our guy, and we went through lows with him. We went through highs with him, and we got blessed with Luka, and right after that. And when I think about Luka, you thought, Cowboys, when they come around, you're ready. It's fun. It's football season's here, that kind of thing. But you knew how that was going to end. We know how that's going to end. We're used to it. But when October came around, there was hope because you had Dirk and then you had Luka, and you had something to look forward to. You had hope.
Yeah.
And whenever they got rid of Luka, it wasn't a reality until you saw him on that bench, and when he had his homecoming, and when that happened, it really hit us. So what they did, it's almost like they thought they came in and took over the Cowboys. It's like they didn't understand what the Mavericks were. The Mavericks are DFW's team. In a sense, it's a home feel. It's loyalty never fades. It's everybody together. We're all in this building for one reason.
Zach, you should host 5:30 to 6, man.
Yeah,
you got it. We got to run and get through a lot more phone calls and text messages because we asked for the total input. Thanks for the call, Ray in Grand Prairie. You're up next, Ray. You're live on Sean and RJ. Ray.
Yes, hello. I'm sorry. But man, the Mavericks, everyone's saying we're a passionate fan base, We have never been are known to be a passionate fan base. And now all of a sudden Luka's traded, we're such a passionate. I'm a Mavericks fan through and through. But I mean, he's traded. We got to get through with it. And you cannot tell me before we got hurt, the team fell apart, got hurt. We're a championship winning team with AD and with everyone that we still had. There's no point. There's no one can tell me that we weren't. We were. We're, it showed against the Rockets, for half a game. But
all right, hey, I respect you taking the opposite view. Nico said I built the championship team. You saw it for one half. And then, of course, the big headline is also no regrets. No regrets.
No regrets.
On the trade. Part of my job is to do the best thing for the Mavericks, not only today, but also in the future. And some of the decisions I'm going to make are going to be unpopular. That's my job, and I have to stand by it.
Well, yeah, stand by it in front of cameras, in front of the fans. In front, the dude is... Nico Harrison is the definition of meow. That's what he is.
You cannot say it is the right move for today and the future.
Yes.
If you want to say it's the right move for today, I'm not going to fight you. I would disagree, but it's not like they got a bum. But you cannot say it is the right move for the future.
Yes, because your 10-year window is now poof and gone. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the phones and the text line, and the way for you to win the Renegades tickets during the commercial-free Expressway. That's coming up with Newey Scruggs at 7:20, but another Cowboys legend retires. Let's pay our respects to the future Hall of Famer Tyron Smith next. And let me go ahead and get you set up, maybe.
Products? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, maybe that's what it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Today at 2 p.m., we say goodbye to another legendary future Hall of Fame Cowboy. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of America's team. And yesterday, Ian Rappaport with the news. Tyron Smith set to sign a one-day contract and retire. 5-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, played 13 years here, but for his final season with the New York Jets.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's a little bit of a, I feel like a historical missed opportunity. He had a great career. He was one of the most dominant, but the injuries stacked up so early relatively in the course of his career to where you really lost more than half of his career to consistent availability because of it. And so when he was at his peak, there was arguably no better tackle in football in the 21st century. He's that good. But
it's interesting that you start with I don't think of the injuries first. I do think of his dominance. It doesn't feel like he missed half of his career, as you just alluded to. There were a lot of injuries. The injuries are the number 2 storyline for me, but it didn't feel like he missed that many to where, I guess my follow-up to you would be, okay, so that robbed him of moving where in the pantheon?
Among tackles, top 3 all time, top 3 to 5. Ooh. And now he's more he's one of the best, but he's not Munoz, he's not Walter Jones, he's not Orlando Pace. Yeah, he's not one of those guys. And he could have been. It's just, so Tyron in 2020, when he got shut down after 2 games, there was a point there where it felt like they were getting close to a divorce because Tyron had specifically told them, I'm not putting any more bad tape out there. I'm having surgery. Like, this is what we're doing. And so Tyron had felt like over the course of 3 to 4 years, he missed maybe 3 or 4 games a year, but he felt like those 13 he was putting in were never the games that they should have been.
He never played a full season after 2015.
So he never played a full season with Dak.
Right. Never played a full season. He went 13, 13, 13, 13, 2, 11, 4, 13, and then 10 last year. But no doubt Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Well, the injuries throw a wrench into it because, I mean, I'll just look at the average tackle. The average tackle in the Hall of Fame has 4 first-team All-Pros. He's got 2. That's, he's right there on the average Pro Bowls. And right there in the average years as a starter.
Do you guys think that Zach is more of a no-doubter? I mean,
Absolutely.
we're gonna talk same class now.
If it's same class, let's say there's 30 voters, all 30 have to vote for Zach.
Zach Martin was he walked into the league as a first-team All-Pro as a rookie. Like, Tyron took a couple years to get into place, but when he did, Tyron at his peak was like right there. They were neck and neck because Tyron at his peak was one of the most dominant tackles you'd ever seen.
Things I think of with Tyron, number 1, and makes us feel old, right? Because we were here.
You guys for sure.
Yeah, you were covering them with your blogs. The youth coming out of USC. Youngest player drafted.
Yeah. When Zach got drafted, Zach was older than Tyron. Like that, and Tyron had been
his
in the
whole
league.
life, actually.
Well, yeah. But Tyron had been in the league for 3-4 years at the time.
Tyron signed his contract extension before Zach Martin ever played a down in football.
Isn't that crazy?
And he was younger than him.
Isn't that insane?
Youth number 1. To me, he's the second greatest physical specimen that I ever saw play offensive line. Number 1 is Ogden. I mean, Ogden looked like a WWE character. But Tyron Smith looked like he was cut out of freaking granite.
Yeah, he did.
And then his hands. I would joke with him back and forth. He did a little hand comparison. Probably my lowest moment in DFW radio history.
Did you get up here? Did you get past his actual palm?
Dude, that shot of him holding the football.
Yeah.
The shot of him holding a real NFL football, but he was a specimen. He looked like, he looked like a Greek god. And he had all the arm braces and he had all the hardware, but they always said, and they'll probably say this when introducing him, Chris Berman, when he got his hands on you, it was over.
It was over.
It was over and done with.
It was over, and it'll be interesting to see how, let's just say, because he's going to go in before Trent Williams, But who would make it between the two? Trent's got more Pro Bowls.
Trent would universally people view Trent as the better tackle.
Sorry,
because the
all pros.
Because of the longevity in large part. Because Trent continued to play deep into his 30s as an All-Pro tackle.
Yeah. Trent was hurt too. I got to go look at his games missed.
But Trent,
he was always hurt in Washington.
Trent would get banged up, but Trent, like for instance in San Francisco, Trent has continued to make All-Pros as like a 36-year-old. Tyron's not even going to play a snap as a 36-year-old.
Here are the guys that are not in, that are kind of in the same All-Pro category as Tyron in terms of the same amount of All-Pros. Jim Tryer's got 6 first-team All-Pros. He's not in. Jason Peters has 2 first-team All-Pros. He has more Pro Bowls than Tyron, but also more years. Joe Jacoby, same amount of he was from the Hogs. Richmond Webb, same amount of All-Pros. Trent Williams has got more. Let's see. Andrew Whitworth has got the same amount of All-Pros.
Not on the level. Peters and Whitworth are not on his level. It's not even hesitation for me.
No, and some of these are right tackles too.
So do you think there will be a question?
I don't think it's initial. I don't think he gets right in first ballot.
Yeah, I think he probably waits, especially if him and Zach are on the same ballot at the same. Them on the same ballot at the same time probably gets Zach votes and not Tyron.
Not a big talker. I'll be interested to hear how long this press conference today actually lasts at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. But one of the greatest accomplishments in morning show history was executed by Troy Hughes.
Oh.
And he had a thing, if you're an old school Tolo, new school Tolo, really, it was called Yo Roger Raps. Somehow Troy got these humongous names to agree to collaborate with the great Roger Emmerich through song, and he even got Tyron Smith to participate.
Hey, Roger Emmerich, can we go thrift shopping?
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is awesome.
Now walking to the club like, what up? I got a big. Nah, I'm just pumped. I bought some from the thrift shop. Ice on the fringe is so damn frosted. The people like, damn, that's a cool ass honky. Rolling in hella deep, headed to the mezzanine, dressed in all pink except my gator shoes. Those are green, draped in a leopard mink. Girl standing next to me. Probably should have washed this. Smells like R. Kelly sheets. Piss. But it was 99 cents. Confident, washing, about to go and get some compliments. Passing up on those moccasins someone else has been walking in. Bummy and grungy. Man, I'm stunting and flossing and saving my money. I'm hella happy. That's a bargain. I'ma take your grandpa style. I'ma take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa. Can I have his hand-me-down velour jumpsuit and some house slippers? Dookie brown leather jacket that I found digging. They had a broken keyboard. I bought a broken keyboard. I bought a skeet blanket. Then I bought a knee board. Hello, my ace man, my mellow. John Wayne ain't got nothing on my fringe game. Hell no. I could take some pro wings, make them cool, and sell those. The sneakerheads would be like, he got the Velcro.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is awesome.
There it is. I forgot about cancel culture. I should have previewed that myself first.
That's great. Macklemore's like a hero. Now, Chop, would you like to dump on that song too?
R. Kelly Sheets. Yeah. That's a parody.
Oh yeah, so he likes that one.
Parody, so it's good.
I don't dump on parody songs.
So congratulations to the great Tyron Smith.
I went and did a little bit more. Tony Baselli took him 16 years to get in.
Wow. Ooh.
But Baselli played, 6 seasons?
Baselli played...
Yeah, how many games?
6. He started 6 years. He was an all-pro first team in 3 of them.
Yeah, but games played. Tyron started 171, but Baselli
91.
Doesn't even sniff
91,
that.
so almost double. But, I mean, in those 6 years, he's the...
He's Terrell Davis.
He's the Terrell Davis. The other one... Orlando Pace.
Ooh.
It took him 3 tries to get in.
Ooh.
And he started 12 years. He had 3 first-team All-Pros.
Pace, same. Feels like he's right in that Tyron ballpark. I mean, Pace was a beast.
Yeah, at his peak, Tyron's better, I think. But Pace was available more frequently, and Pace was able to maintain and be consistent enough.
Does Witten get in before Tyron?
No. I don't think so.
Witten does not get in before.
I think it's going to take Witten a few years.
Witten a while. Willie Rofe took him 19 years, and he had, he had 4 first-team All-Pros.
Stephen Jones yesterday on the home of the Cowboys with Draft 101 Thursday night and the first round next Thursday. Join the KMC Masterpiece. Bobby, Cowboys Insider, what did you take away from Stephen?
The biggest thing to me was just the fact that he gave a lot of typical Stephen answers on things, but the biggest thing to me was just him talking about that we're not really interested in moving up. That's not anything that we do. We'd like to move down, but we've heard a lot of that from a lot of teams.
I think there is some depth in this draft, and I think, if you were going to say maybe it's not real top-heavy in terms of, top of the draft being inordinately strong. I think there's some really good football players, don't get me wrong, but I do think this draft, you can get really good football players, through the first half or, even into the second half of the draft. So, we feel real good about where we're sitting and think we can get a really good football player or given the opportunity. I don't necessarily see us moving up based on the way the board's coming together, but, could see a situation where we'd move down, but we're also, you always look at that pick. We've had some, good things happen to us, just outside of the top 10 with guys like Andre Ware and Micah Parsons and Zach Martin, Hall of Fame type players that are, that fall to you and you just pick them. And that very well could be the case in this draft.
Yeah, he obviously meant to say DeMarcus Ware, not Andre Ware. But, to me, this is, if you're going to go down, that's what you'd like to do. The problem is everybody right now sounds like they want to go down. And that's, there's not going to be a ton of dance partners to be able to go up.
Bobby has a trade down scenario that he will unveil and below the belt at 8:40. We got Newey Scruggs coming up. It's a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman back from the Masters and Frisco, cooking crawfish for the boys at 8:20. Tim MacMahon from Sacramento at 9:20. Steven was also asked, where are things with number 11, and do you have a great feel for what Micah Parsons wants?
Yeah, I think we, you always have a feel for it, and certainly, whether it's a Dak, a CD, or a Micah, there's no question he wants, paid in a way that's, commensurate with what he feels like he brings. And certainly, we're trying to, a little bit works, where the rub comes is we're trying to not only keep guys like Dak and CD and Micah, but we're also trying to put, a team around them that can be and can compete and win championships. And so obviously we're trying to get them to come a little our way and take into an account some of the things that are positive about playing for the Cowboys, playing in Texas and those type of things. And obviously they're trying to maximize their value on their contract. So it's it's all well-meaning. It's just a lot of times a journey to get there.
So that's where we stand with Stephen Jones on the KNC Masterpiece.
It does feel like they at least, the way that they're talking about what the number they think will come in at least seems a little more under control than Dak and CD did. Where it's not as much of like, well, we got to talk about this, we got to do this. They're a little more like, yeah, we all kind of understand where this is going to go.
He was one of the select few that got the Nico Harrison invite. He was also hanging out with Ron Washington last night. Our guy, our buddy, the great Newey Scruggs, NBC5, joins us during the commercial-free expressway with a Renegade ticket giveaway as well. Has Newey ever experienced anything like yesterday in his broadcasting career? Next.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out. It is the expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
After 6 on Wednesday.
Did you wake up extra early today whatsoever to do the 5:30 start?
Like 20 minutes earlier.
So got in here at what time?
4:15.
Okay.
Around 4:15, yeah.
All right.
Sounds like it.
Payton Russell.
All right.
Hosting the show solo. The replay at 9 o'clock this morning, but we had to track down who actually got the special Nico invite, and this man did. The great Newey Scruggs, NBC5, hanging out with Ron Washington yesterday. We got Tyron Smith to talk about, maybe the Cowboys draft pick and draft strategy, and Newey is joining us live on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, boss. How are you?
Hey, I'm all good. Today's my work anniversary. Year 25. Big five.
Look at you.
I was like, how the hell did Bobby get you to commit to 7:20? We can't even get Donnie that early.
Oh, no, man. I got to get to spin class later on today. Okay. I got to get up.
What did you think when you saw the invite on your phone?
Did they have somebody from the FBI who thinks that they can run this thing like the FBI? Hey, yeah, we want to talk to you, but don't bring a camera. You can't record it, but come by the bureau. This is a basketball team. You know that, right? I didn't commit a crime. Nobody's mad at me. There's no fire Newey signs. It's fire Nico signs. So why are you coming at me? I'm trying to help you. It's like that in Jerry Maguire. Like, help me help you.
Have you ever experienced anything like that or gotten those type of mandates in your 25-year career?
No. Nah, man, and I have been places, man. I was in Cleveland when the Browns moved, and we had conversations with the mayor about, what's next? They didn't do that to us, though they said no cameras, but they did say you could come in here and talk to us. But, I mean, it wasn't anything like this where you're just like, what are you trying to hide? Like, you need me. That's the other thing about, like, you need me. That was the wildest thing about it. And so I initially asked Tim MacMahon, hey, did you get an invite? He's like, to what? He didn't know about it at first. And anyway, he pushed back and said, look, we need to be able to record this because, while you're telling us you're going to record it, we need to make sure that it doesn't break or that we're getting exactly what we want. Because at first they would just say, we're just going to give you a transcript. And lo and behold, the transcript didn't show up from the Mavericks until 4:41 in my email inbox.
Yeah.
So luckily we were able to record it, but they told us there was no live tweeting. And they said we cannot air the audio. So, I have it, but I can't put it on air. So these are the restrictions that they gave us. It just wasn't a good look. When it was all done later on, I just talked to somebody I knew over there, like, this wasn't good, right? You know that, right? I can't say the line in Miss Society. You ain't messed up, right?
Newey, real quick.
You messed up, right?
Newey, you mentioned Cleveland. Compare this to that city in Modell. Is it the same? Is it more? Is it less?
Man, God bless Art. I loved Art Modell personally. Art was good to me. He hated Jerry. Boy, the stories he would sit there and tell me about Jerry. He couldn't stand Jerry. And the wildest thing of all was like, Art, everything you hated about Jerry was right. And had you listened to Jerry, you would have got a stadium. You would have kept your team. But he was so just anti-Jerry. So I'm 24, and they'll tell me, hey, man, we need you to get to the set ASAP. All right, what's going on? Browns are moving. Huh? Yeah. What? So I got to go out there, 24-year-old, what team is leaving town. And this is just weeks after the Braves beat the Indians in the World Series. So the difference between this is just like, man, the team is leaving town. The team. Yeah. The Cowboys up and leaving, the Yankees up and leaving.
Yeah.
So the Mavericks are still here. You've just taken away their best player. The thing I can compare it to a little bit is Bernie Kosar. When Belichick cut Bernie beloved in the town. That was their guy. That was the guy who wanted to be a Cleveland Brown. And they went from first place to third place. And when Bernie got cut and signed with the Cowboys, they had people in Cleveland following the Cowboys all the way to the Super Bowl because they were rooting for Bernie to win a Super Bowl. And so that kind of venom that Belichick lived with, even when he ended up going to the playoffs with Saban, it just never went away. They never forgave Belichick for cutting Bernie Kosar. And that's probably where I would say this Nico thing is right here. It's that level where people are mad. You cut my guy. This was the guy I came out for. This was a dude that I loved. And you got rid of him, and you didn't have to. Now, Belichick was right because Bernie was never the same player. But we know Luka Doncic is going to have a lot more years left in his career.
Newey, did they come across in the meeting as more detached from reality of where and how they're viewed, or more carefree, they don't care how they're viewed by the public?
I don't want to say they don't care. I think Rick cares. I think Nico cares. He just believes in his philosophy. And he's not budging off that. He kept saying, we're a defensive team. He kept saying it over and over. And he was like, Anthony Davis was the person we targeted. He's a two-way player. So he is sold on this belief that defense wins championships. And so, look, man, you guys know me. I don't try to go battle these people. I try to be fair with this. Hell, if anything, I was trying to be – I threw the brother a ball. I said, hey, Nico, you talked about defense – wins championships. Can you give me, as a general manager, another example of where you saw a team say, hey, look, we need to give up some offense and move over here to defense that won a championship? Something that you looked at that said, hey, look, this is what I'm trying to do. Nothing. Couldn't give me anything. Okay. Okay. I asked him, I said, man, why do you want to stay in this job? You got the fire Nico chance, you got the hats, you got death threats, you know, I mean, your family, you know. He's like, I'm optimistic. I'm like, damn. I'm optimistic. I mean, this is a town that killed the president. You ain't worried.
this is the come on, man.
Brother.
Wow.
I sat right next to Nico. I sat next to him. I'm like, okay, but man, he's convicted. He believed this is it. Like, okay, all right.
Nui, where's the? You mentioned how much you thought this was a flubbed opportunity yesterday, that it wasn't something good, and the PR's been really bad for 2 months now in terms of the fallout from it. Where do you think that messaging is coming from? Is this a Nico-led, this is our front, this is what we're going to look like, or do you think this is the advice they're getting from their communications department?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know, man. Rick Welts, I thought, they brought Rick Welts out to try and help. There were just times when Rick Welts was talking, I'm like, dude, you're not helping. If anything, you talk about, hey, man, I've been a part of 3 teams where we traded the best player, and then the best players you bring out are Lenny Wilkins, Stephon Marbury, and I came with
Monte.
Monte
Ellis, man.
Like, stop. Stop. None of these 3 guys were at Luka Doncic's level. None of these 3 guys took you to the finals.
Yeah.
Like, none of this was here, Like, guys, they're taking you off TV. Your own fans are here cheering against your own players. This is a revolt. This is bad, where they would rather cheer for this dude who doesn't play for you than go cheer for your own guys. And at some point in time, I'm wondering, after the season, does a Klay Thompson say, hey, man, this is what I signed up for, man. Can you move me?
Kyrie.
Nico's about Kyrie's going to be back. Hey, we confident. I'm like, so this is one that really, so Rick Welts is on us like, we're not talking enough about the stadium. You guys aren't talking enough about the stadium. I said, okay, so you were in San Francisco. You helped build Chase Center. You had Steph Curry, okay? People pay to see Steph. You had Steph. What are you selling here? And he looks at me for a second like I'm the idiot. Kyrie Irving. I'm like, Kyrie Irving? Like, my first brother, he's hurt again. Then I'm like, you do realize when you talk about going to the stadium in 2031, 32, Kyrie will be 40.
Oh, man.
Stop this. Stop this. I just like, what are we doing here, man? Don't tell me that I'm not doing my job. I'm not talking about this stadium. You're going to tell me you're going to sell Kyrie Irving. He's a 40-year-old man. He'll be 40 years old. Meanwhile, Luka will be in his 30s.
Nui Scruggs, Channel 5, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Was there a wow moment in here in this meeting where you're like, they just don't get it?
So Nico was to my left. I sat right next to Nico to my left. To my right was my old boy Tim MacMahon. I had a good seat for this. So Timmy Mack, who's not been able to get a hold of Nico, asked a question about Casey Smith, the former trainer, who is world class at what he does. Been a part of Olympic teams, was integral in getting Tyson Chandler healthy to help the Mavericks win the 2011 championship and, help keep Dirk upright for many, many years. Nico let him go. So Tim starts going into that. And Nico, as he says, he's like, you know what? Nobody said anything about Casey 2 years ago. Nobody said anything when we went to the finals, and now you're bringing this up. He says, I think that's kind of a joke for you to do that. And in this book that I've been reading by Jefferson Fisher called The Next Conversation, How to Argue Less and Talk More, great book. He talks about how you've got to make sure you're in control. And his latest podcast talks about when you're arguing with someone, what not to say. And instead of him, Nico, going into the it's a joke, and then later on he kept getting, disagreeing with Tim, what he should have simply said was, I'm disappointed. to say, Tim, I'm disappointed you're bringing up Casey Smith. We went to the finals last year. Nobody had any issues with our training staff because we were in the finals.
Yeah.
So I'm disappointed you're trying to go there. Casey was a part of this organization for a long time. He's with the New York Knicks. He's really good at what he does. But we feel confident in the people that we have.
Yeah.
And so along the way, as Tim was saying things, the simple words could have been, I'm disappointed. Or, I don't accept that. I don't accept that premise because I know where our contracts are, where we can be in 2 to 3 years. I mean, it was just a classic case of he didn't get the proper training to be able to handle this because you got to know people are going to be ready to fire. And Timmy Mack, we all know Timmy Mack. Timmy Mack ain't scared.
Yeah.
And then once he said the word joke, then I could look at Tim like, uh-oh. All right. Now he about to take the gloves off. And sure enough, man, then he took the mic, because there was a mic that we shared. He went and got another mic, and he was sitting up there with the mic in his hand like he was Dirk at the podium. And he just started firing off. And poor Julie Fine, he used to work with the Channel 5, she's now Bloomberg. Julie Fine just looking over there, all like, oh, my gosh. I'm like laughing like, this is Tim. And it was just like, oh, boy. And Nico was frustrated with Tim. And Tim didn't care at that point in time because he had, questions he wanted answered. And, man, it was just bad to watch. And as I'm at the Ranger game, I can't tell you how many people were asking me about it. Did you get the invite? Did you? I mean, I had fans asking me. I had people who worked for the Rangers. One of the players was talking about in the clubhouse. I mean, dude, this is bad. And people were all talking about it. And it was like, wow, the secret operation, what's going on here? And, then I called somebody who used to work in the PR department, like, what did I just go to? Do you know? And it's bad. I mean, man, it's tough because I've been here 25 years, man. I used to be a season ticket holder for years. I mean, I hate to see what this has become. This is rough, man. And it's like, damn, honey, I done blowed up the franchise, and I'm still blowing it up, and it just didn't inspire confidence in the team. And I have an idea what Nico wants to do from hey, I want to be this defensive team, but man, it's just hard to stomach because you did go to the finals last year. It'd be one thing if you were in last place and it wasn't going anywhere, but you got to the finals, and you didn't lose in the finals because your defense was bad. You lost games because you couldn't score several times down the stretch when you had an opportunity to win.
Newey Scruggs from NBC5 joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Newey, do you believe Nico when he says he intends to see through the end of the deal these next 3 years?
Yes.
Well, that's sad.
What else are you going to do? This is his job.
I would say to him like you did, like, are you going to watch when, it appears like you feel unsafe in the arena. Are you going to watch for the next 3 years in the tunnel? Do you want to walk around DFW fearing an egg bopping you upside the head? Like, I wouldn't want to go through that.
Look, man, I was around Jerry West when they signed Dennis Rodman against his will, and Jerry just stayed away when he was mad. I ain't gonna deal with this. And Jerry would be in the tunnel a lot of games he watched for the tunnel. So that's fine. You get to do what you want to do. He wants to tell you, and he keeps saying, you got to let this thing play out. And if you're the owner, Patrick DeMont, I think you almost have to let this thing play out at this point in time. So this is what you're going to do, fine. I just think there's a better way to message this than what they're doing. And that's the problem is you got to stand there and take it. I mean, doggone it, how many times, I've done that Jerry show. You guys do the Jerry show. Jerry shows up.
Yes.
We may not always like it at times, but Jerry shows up.
Yep.
And the fact that he ducked his job for 2 months and you left it on J. Kidd and the players are going to have to handle, I just disagree with that. You may not like it, but you got to do it. I had lunch with John Daniels last week. John always showed up.
Yes.
John got criticized heavily when he got that job at 29 years old as a general manager, but he showed up. You got to do that. You can't allow everybody else to take the bullets, and you're out here. You're the one that made the trade. And man, poor Jason Kidd. Remember that first press conference? We look like a hostage. We're in alignment. Like, Nico, help him, baby, help him. He's your guy.
No, do you know if J. Kidd was in support of the deal?
No, I don't. I don't. And, I think that here's what I will say, and Nico did bring this up. Give Jason Kidd a lot of credit because there are a lot of guys hurt. It's a whole lot of stuff be thrown at someone. And I thought Jason has handled it well, that he didn't throw his boss under the bus. He didn't throw players under the bus. He's tried to make people say, hey, Anthony Davis is a good player. And I feel bad for Anthony Davis. This guy's got a Hall of Fame resume. He's going into the Basketball Hall of Fame with his resume. These guys didn't ask for this, and the general manager could have helped all of those people out by telling people, come to me. Come bring it to me. How many times have we seen Jerry do it? Man, Jerry's at the courthouse, man, with a case. They're talking about him and being the daddy of some girl. Jerry's out here taking questions. I'm like, guys, Nico, this man is out here taking personal questions, okay, about his life and family, and you can't answer a basketball question? That's not good. You may not be built for this.
Newy
and
Scruggs.
It sucks because I like him. And that's the thing. I like him, but I can't defend this.
25 years. Our guy, NBC5, the legend, Newy Scruggs on 105.3 The Fan. Congrats, brother. Keep killing it. You look good. You look good. You were looking fresh yesterday. You look like you smelled good there next to Wash. I love you. Thanks.
I got that Argos cologne, baby. I am smelling good. I don't look good, but I smell good.
Thank you, brother. Love you. Newy Scruggs, NBC5 during this HOV portion of the Expressway. It's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. It's time to chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Beware of your bell peppers. They might get you high.
I just ate 2 of those jalapenos. Will they count as a bell pepper type?
I don't think that's a bell pepper. It's a jalapeno pepper.
Okay.
But they are very good.
Very good.
The feds have seized $14 million worth of meth hidden in shipments of peppers and cucumbers right here in the great state of Texas. Customs agents, baby. $14.62 million worth of meth. It happened over the weekend.
So it was stuffed into the containers. I was thinking maybe they cut the top. What a pain in the butt process.
Oh, yeah.
You cut the top of the bell pepper, then you got to de-seed it. So they didn't stuff them in the bell peppers, right? Because you can't stuff a cucumber.
No, you cannot stuff a cucumber. You can use a cucumber to stuff things, but you cannot stuff a cucumber. By the way, the bell pepper hack where you push down the stem.
I don't know it.
Grab the bell pepper, the little stem. Take your 2 thumbs, push down,
crack
it breaks, and then it opens. The seeds come out all as whole.
Whoa.
There's no mess. It's fantastic.
I'm going to buy some bell peppers after the show.
Learn that on TikTok.
Man,
buy them.
It has nothing to do with the meth peppers, does it, Sean?
Yes, buy them with the meth. But this guy was carrying 1,635 pounds of meth across the border, and he got stopped by customs agents. And I did not know that meth looked like tiles that you would get when you get when you go buy a house or you go looking at new tiles. So there you go. This is from the Hidalgo Port of Entry.
And meth peppers, that's a little too strong. Call me when they get Adderall peppers chopped. That's when I'll start looking for the peppers.
That's what you're looking for. Do you adhere to the 5-second rule?
This is a great question. It depends. So like the other day, I knocked over a bunch of rice. I'm not collecting all of that rice
to put back in.
Yeah. Although I think I did give a little to my daughter. But I'm not collecting every kernel to gather up everything else. Gather the kernels. No, if it's a bell pepper,
right,
I'm picking it up.
I'll pick it up.
And I'm using it. If it's a piece of pizza and it splatters face down, I'm not eating that.
To me, that's the key. If the skin, for some reason, if the skin touches it, I'm cool with it. But like we say cucumbers. If a whole cucumber drops to the ground, I'm going to pick it up. But if I slice one and it lands flat and that wet is on there, I feel like it's too hard to wipe the wet off.
Well, you can wash the skin of whatever you drop. So a cucumber or an apple or something like that, you can wash that. But no, I will not eat anything if it touches the floor for even half a second.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Pepe?
Yeah, it's got to have a solid surface or something. Can't splatter anything like that, so I'll pick it up. But I've never been like, has it been 5 seconds? Or like, I just pick it up immediately. I've never gone to 5 seconds.
And it depends where you are. If a bag of chips knocks out of my hand in an airport, it's going right in the trash.
Like he just said, hard surface. It matters Does the food change if you drop it on carpet versus tile or something?
Well, the carpet, you get the carpet fibers on there.
The little hairs.
Yeah, the hairs.
No.
So anyway, the scientists have done this study but like a test. They took a Petri dish and put it on the ground and see how many microbes it picks up.
Oh, God.
And even 0 seconds, it got... Is it microbial or microbial? I don't know.
Microbial.
I think it's microbial.
It is.
They got that kind of 0 seconds, even got some bacteria on it. But you really don't see a lot until you hit the 10-second mark. So you're kind of fit. You're kind of safe in the 5-second, 7-second rule. You get to 10, 10's a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's got the skin, you can wash that. To me, it doesn't really matter if it's a like an
apple, a peeled apple. How about that?
No, not if it's peeled. If it's got the skin on it, then I can wash it off. That's not a problem. I would wash it anyway. But even if I drop something like a peanut, like let's say I'm eating almonds or something like that, if I drop it, I'm not eating that.
It's encased.
I'm throwing it away.
I'm eating that.
Yeah, I mean that. So chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Have you taken your kids, Bobby or Sean, to the Minecraft movie?
No, I have not. I've heard about what you're going to talk about.
My kid is all in. We've never let him watch it, but somehow he's found Minecraft stuff on YouTube. I don't know what it is. I don't even really know what Minecraft is, but I know Jack Black is in it.
Jack Black's in it. My kids, they like to play Minecraft. My youngest one.
What is it?
It's it really, I don't understand it because it looks like it's a throwback for like 50 years ago.
It's a video game.
With video games.
But what is the video game?
You're basically running a town. You're building stuff. You're going to farm, stuff like that, and you're in like your own world basically.
But the graphics are so bad compared to what they should be. That's the point. They want to make like it cube. You're like a cubic figure, almost. It's not supposed to be like a real animation.
It's a little nostalgic.
Yeah, I get that. So what's happening is kids are trashing movie theaters during this movie. There's this one scene where Jack Black says chicken jockey, whatever the hell that means.
Dump that, Peyton.
Yeah. And all the kids, they jump up, they take their popcorn, and they throw their popcorn in the air.
5-second rule.
And popcorn is just run amok.
Oh, no.
Spread all over the movie theater.
What the hell? What was the movie in the 70s that was like this?
I don't know. It was
Disco Night at the Ballpark.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. They would a toast, and people would start throwing things or whatever. Like this was something they did back in the 70s during Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I had no idea about that one.
So what is the reason for it?
It's just I don't know. It's something that has kind of gotten viral, and
yeah, it's like
a video of it. Now everyone's doing it.
It's one of these. It's one of those like just social phenomenons, like when the Barbie movie came out and everybody was dressing up as Ken, or one of these Minion things that people like stop dressing up like in your little suits. And
Taylor Swift, I think they brought in like glow sticks to dance. Mm-hmm. You got to get to your detention.
I would have brought in a glow stick to drink it, so I could not have to deal with Taylor Swift anymore.
Yeah. Speaking of popcorn, it's food. Let's get to detention. Julian, my youngest, my 12-year-old, who asked me some incredibly inappropriate things in the car ride home from practice yesterday.
Can't play the audio.
No, and I can't say these either because these are way beyond. He spent yesterday in lunch detention.
Oh.
Got a call from the
what do they have anymore in school these days? So, for us, it was after school. That was scary. You get an after-school detention.
Yeah.
And then in-school suspension.
ISS, baby.
And then suspension, and then expulsion. That's the way it went.
That's the way it was for me, too. I did set the 8th grade record for detentions. 108 days of detention in 8th grade.
What?
Broken the next year by my nemesis, my childhood nemesis, Brad Thompson.
You guys were just McGuire and Sosa.
Well, we were 12 years old. It was a 12-year-old baseball. We were pitching. I was pitching. He was hitting. I walked the first 2 hitters. He hits a liner right back at me. He hits me in the stomach. Okay? I get up, dust myself off, and don't allow another hit the rest of the game. And then that was my only hit. I peed blood for like a week. And then he goes ahead and he breaks my detention mark.
What were the majority of your detentions for?
Not shutting up. Talking back. I wasn't a bad kid. I was just a loud kid.
Okay.
It's typically goes, at least from my experience, which I have experience with almost all of these.
You would know with Jacob.
Yeah, it goes detention, ISS, and then it goes a lot of times DAEP, which is alternative schooling, basically pushing you to another campus for a week. Oh. And then it's suspension, then it's expulsion. When you're younger, like elementary age, they give you lonely lunch. and they tell you got to sit at a table by yourself during lunch.
Oh, that can't be accepted nowadays.
The way they call it lonely lunch, that just sounds sad.
So that's what he got.
Lunch.
That's what
that
he
was
got.
Payton this morning.
He got lonely lunch, and was like, "Why? What happened?" Well, he's
a great student, right?
He's a fantastic student. He gets really, really good grades, but he also doesn't shut up, and he apparently likes to pass gas. The teacher said he was farting loud and laughing about it and carrying on and wouldn't stop laughing. That's a quote. That's a quote. Now, this is the same kid who will pin the dog down and toot right on the dog.
Oh, man.
Which I do laugh at sometimes. I do laugh at it. I find it, but you can't do that in school. Huh?
That's assault.
It would not surprise me if some idiot out there tries to claim that that's assault.
Or they do with silly string. That'll get you. Some kids last year got in trouble. They were charged with assault for spraying silly string.
Sorry, that's not assault.
How about animal cruelty?
That animal cruelty, maybe.
So how many times do you think he did it? What would constitute detention? If you do it a third time, I gotta punish you.
This kid, knowing this kid, he just rips it nonstop. I've never seen more. There's if there's that much gas in the Keystone Pipeline, I'm all in, baby. Let's go. That is the amount of gas this kid has.
So was he worried about getting in trouble?
No, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He used to be scared about getting in trouble, and now he just finds it funny. And now he's trying to, act out and do all those kind of things.
I will say really quickly, you mentioned you got suspension because you wouldn't stop talking, or you got detention because you wouldn't stop talking. That is the one thing I think I can disclose from my conversation with Julian. Julian had said, I was like, what's the biggest difference between your dad at home and on the air? And he said at home, he's like, he talks a lot more on the air. At home, he's pretty quiet. He chills out. He's very mellow. So basically said that you're just kind of you're kind of settled and even at home.
Yeah, I just do my thing, just relax. I leave them alone. Leave the kids alone. Let them play their video games. I'll watch them play every now and then.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, because my family would be like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so quiet?" And I'm like, I just performed.
Yeah.
For 4 hours.
Right.
I just expended all this. You guys don't understand the mental energy, the physical exhaustion it takes to talk. So when I leave here and get home, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm out of breath right now just doing the segment.
So if you're listening, Mackenzie, just understand Payton had to do a half-hour work today.
There will be no talking when I get home.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. It is chopping it up. Do you eat hot dogs at ball games?
Yes,
Yeah.
I just did at the Ranger
You
game
just did?
for company day.
How many did you?
Although I feel like hot dogs have gone downhill at games, man.
To me, it's no matter if they're good or bad or great. To me, it's just kind of like
You have
it's
to.
you have to get the ballpark. You get a hot dog. I didn't eat one when we went the other day on Sunday, but generally, yeah, if I'm there, I got to buy a hot dog.
I had one.
Americans are expected to eat 7 billion hot dogs between Memorial Day and Labor Day. That is peak hot dog season. But they say that stadium hot dogs have a higher risk of certain types of colon cancers because of the way they mass cook them or whatever. And that, obviously that just beware, if you're going to go to Dollar Hot Dog Day, don't try the stadium, the hot dog challenge, which is one hot dog and one beer each inning for the whole 9.
I guess it kind of makes sense that, anything that you're if you're mass producing anything, you're probably going to use
Lose
some
a
cheaper
few.
stuff or
Right.
So I guess that makes some sense. I mean, I definitely feel like it's not necessarily healthy when I'm eating ballpark food, other than, the fine quality homemade ingredients that Brandon Hurtado uses. But other than that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Woman was stranded in Puerto
Is
Rico.
that going to stop you from having a hot dog at a game?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm not a big hot dog at a game guy anyway. I like
handicap dog.
They've got. I'll generally get the chicken strips or something like that, or
Nachos.
pizza, nachos. But look, I get it. I understand why people love hot dogs at games. They're fantastic. A woman was stranded with her parrot in Puerto Rico on her way back to the United States, or to New York City, I should say.
Yeah.
And they would not let her on board of the plane because this was, she said, an emotional support animal. A pet parrot.
Yes.
I'll put it a stop. Look, I put it a stop to this right now.
All right, we're going to switch roles here.
All right. You have get a dog. Get an emotional support dog.
Nope.
It's a parrot.
You can't tell me what animal. It's like the company when they used to reject my coffee for breakfast. I said, I can have if I want to have a freaking T-bone, I can have a T-bone for breakfast. You can't tell me what my taste buds like. And You can't discriminate against parrots.
I'm discriminating.
Why are you telling me that a dog can support emotion, but a parrot can't? Parrot can actually talk to me.
Parrot can talk to you.
So there's my RJ Chop.
But
Better call Chop defense.
A parrot, though, you're talking about parroting. You're repeating back. So if you're emotionally unstable, the parrot's just going to be repeating back emotionally unstable things to you. So it, by nature, cannot be one.
By nature, it cannot be. Yeah, I think we're here because this lady brought a parrot on board because somewhere along the line we stopped calling people out. We just stopped calling people out on their BS.
Not with this administration.
Yeah, that's right. All right, you can just do anything you want. You can just do anything you want. You can feel any emotion you feel, and it has to be right.
Yes.
Whatever you're feeling has to be right. And we stopped calling people out on their BS. And that's how we get emotional support parrots flying around in an airplane.
Under the old days, Julian could have farted as much as he wanted.
Yeah, he could have. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Turn it over a new leaf.
Chopping it up, and this HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Let's hook you up for being a Tolo.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades take on the DC Defenders on Sunday, April 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You weren't allowed to record, or you're not allowed to play the recording. We actually have some of the audio of the VIP secret Nico meeting yesterday. And is there anyone like me who actually wants the Mavs to win tonight? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to QC, kind of.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a...
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Butler thinking 3, shot clock at 6. He'll put this over Payne. 38 points for Jimmy Butler.
The great Kevin Harlan with the call. Nick Harris is happy. His boy Jimmy Butler showing up as playoff Jimmy last night as the Golden State Warriors beat the Grizzlies. The Orlando Magic take care of the Hawks in Florida. This is the 8 o'clock hour starting on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, I think Ja's going to be throwing a whole lot of grenades to his critics because he's going to have a lot more of them after Memphis can't even get the ball inbounded. That's tough.
I just hurt.
When you're standing out of it, I was trying to remember who I heard do it. I think it was the announcers at the end where they were saying that this is like Houston, like with Florida at the end of the game. Like how are you not able to get into your set? How is this happening?
We have some exclusive audio of the secret Nico meeting. Nui Scruggs just joined us from NBC5. He was invited. So now Nui, D Magazine, and I think Tim MacMahon are going to be 3 people who all agree yesterday did more harm than good, that they were making eye contact with each other. Like, what are they doing? Like, so it just continues to get more and more bizarre. Again, all I can think about is the 30 for 30. All I can think about is all the different chapters that Bill Simmons or someone else is going to come up with to explain this absolute disaster. But we do have a game tonight of our own. The Dallas Mavericks take on the Sacramento Kings in California at 9 p.m. And I put out the poll question. Do you actually want the Mavs to win tonight? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And yesterday was even more stupid and nonsensical that you did it before your season ended. I had to remember, I'm like, season-ending press conference. All right, some of the media are invited. No, the play-in's tonight.
Yeah, it is.
And they did this yesterday.
Now, they may have done this, so some of the media was already in Sacramento.
I know a lot of them traveled yesterday, though, too. Although that could have been very intentional, the time that they did it. But, I mean, it's just a bad look. And I think it's actually a great example of how far things have fallen. When you mentioned they're playing the Kings tonight. And obviously things change over time, but think back 22 years ago, which, Chop, you were here at that point. Sean, you followed the NBA around that time, so I'm sure you remember that. Like, Kings Mavericks was the, fun game to watch back, 2002, 2003. They were the two that didn't give a damn about defense. They were going to score 140. And that was always the most exciting game. And I hated those Sacramento teams. I hated everybody from the top on down to the bottom, from Mike Bibby all the way down to Keon Clark or whoever else. And now 20 years later, I'm sitting here going, I hope Sacramento beats them tonight. That's what they've done to this organization.
So Nico, part of his quotes yesterday said, my obligation is to the Mavericks. It's what's in the best interest of the Mavs. And that's the most important thing. A lot of people took that as, I don't care about the fans. I don't care. Screw what the fans think. Meanwhile, Rick Welts is like, hey, most passionate fan base I've ever seen, and that's a good thing. But Nico's like, I got a job to do, and I don't care. I don't need to care about fan base sentiment. That's the way it's being recapped. He continued, some of the decisions are going to be unpopular, maybe to Dirk and maybe to the fans, but my obligation is to the Mavs. Well, Mark Cuban responded, and this kind of leads into the poll question for tonight on whether you actually want them to win. Dirk is the Dallas Mavericks, Cuban wrote. Then, now, and forever. No one should ever forget that. That statue will be here forever. Loyalty never fades away. Tomorrow night, 15 guys will put on a Mavs uniform. They will do everything they can to win for themselves, each other, and the fans. Our squad has busted their ass to fight through incredible adversity. They have my respect and support, should have everyone's who is a Mavs fan. I always love and cheer for everyone who puts on our uniform tonight, and however many games we have left this season and in every future season, whether I'm in the stands in front of the TV or following every play online, my heart and soul is committed to rooting for the Mavs to win. That will never change. I know fans are upset, but don't be upset at the players. Support them, root for them, rally behind them. MFFL stands for Mavs fans for life.
Yeah, look, here's the issue with tonight, because you don't want to ever The players had nothing to do with this. The players.
That's why I'm rooting for them tonight.
Yeah, but here's the problem. This is where the line gets blurred.
And this is where a lot of diehard Mavs fans, diehard, will call up and say, okay, it sucks. I wouldn't have traded Luka. I want more back, but I am a Maverick fan first over a Luka fan.
Well,
I root for the colors. I root for the jersey and the name on the front.
When does that stop, though? When does that stop? When that management keeps attacking the fan base, basically,
it's up to each person.
To me, until if they're representing the fan base, to me, it's like you can't support them if they're going to continuously spit on you and attack you and talk down to you. To me, it's like, well, I represent this. It's like, well, no, at that point, to me, that's just self-loathing if you're representing it.
Because everyone can fan the way they want to fan.
Yeah,
there are people that call me, now people are understanding it. When people didn't believe me when I moved here after a while and said, I'm not a Washington football fan anymore. Dan Snyder sucked it out of me. It's possible. You can get beaten down and beaten and drained, and people are like, "No, you always got to support your team. You're a bandwagoner." Bassick, I hear Bassick's mouth nonstop all the time. Why'd you root for this? Why'd you root for that? Because I continue to want to watch the sport. I just didn't quit watching all the sports like Mike did, except for the one that pays him. So now you're feeling it. You can be affected to the point of quitting your diehard team, but it's up to you to fan the way you want to.
It is.
And you had some Luka detractors, very portion,
small, but
you had some.
The lines have also been blurred in rooting for the jersey or the player too in sports. You know, people are so much more player-driven fans now than they ever were. It doesn't mean that they're not fans of the team, but they're so player-driven now, especially. But the problem is that you don't want to. The players did nothing wrong here, and you want to see them compete. But it's the same situation like when it comes to. Do you want to watch them win this last football game versus get the overall number one pick? You know, you don't want to root against the players.
Yeah.
But you also know what's in the best interest of the team.
Yep.
I do not want this front office to get rewarded with, hey, see?
Yep.
See? Yep. We're on the right track.
Nico did it for 2 quarters yesterday. He said, I built a championship team. Right. You saw the arrogance of that statement. What if they win a play-in game or 2?
So
what will he be thinking?
I'm looking at it like I don't want to root against the players. Again, they did nothing wrong. They're all trying. They're generally good guys. They're good players.
I mean, to make the play-in in their situation. Hell of an accomplishment.
This was a thankless season. I bet you if you were to, nobody would wish this NBA season on those players in that locker room. But, you know, it's like, all right, I can't reward the front office. They almost have to be collateral damage here.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, if you're going to support the players, if you really want to support the players, then you'll support the failure that then will ultimately push out Nico.
And
because they're not going, the players aren't going to achieve the correct ends. Like you said, 2 quarters. It's stunning to me that this dude who aligns himself so much with Kobe Bryant is trying to talk about 2.5 quarters. I built a championship team.
Kobe, the guy who wouldn't celebrate being up 2-0 in a series, job's not done.
You think like if Kobe were here today, you think he'd be like, Nico, you're doing everything exactly right. Like that's the dude who you have modeled everything out off of just because you stood in his like aura for a little bit, and then you go, that makes me qualified to be a GM. He is these tactics that he uses with the front office, the way he attacks the fan base, the way he attacks the city. He's not just it's not just he's a bad GM. To me, he's like a weak ass man. Like that's what he is.
I'm trying to figure out if he's lacking intelligence or he's just guilty of stubbornness. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know, I wanted to try to get that from Newey. Is he so just blind and stubborn? Or like Jerry Jones, I think a lot of it is stubbornness. This appears to be a lot of stubbornness. Now, he would say, look, this is too fast and quick to change my convictions. All right, like
I get it.
I got to see it play out. There is an argument to be made that in the next 2 seasons, the Dallas Mavericks go farther than the LA Lakers. Like, to me, you could have a 50-50 debate about it. If you wanted to argue the Mavericks more, you could. So he's gonna try to stand on that. But right now, it's 74-26.
From the 940.
Let me read the poll question. Do you actually want the Mavericks to win tonight? The options were Mavs win, MFFL, or no, lose, get blown out. I want them to suffer. And out of 550 votes, 73% want the Mavericks to lose this evening.
Ooh. From the 940, yesterday when Nico spoke, it stopped for me. I've been a Mavs fan since birth. I'm 28. Let's go, Houston. Let's go read Shep. And that's tough, man.
I mean, people root for the Lakers.
Yeah,
root for the Lakers is worse than Houston.
I will be.
Do you think
I want to see Luka? I want to see Luka play. I want to see him go. The further he goes, the more we are all proven right.
Yep.
You remember Newey told us that he had asked Rick Welts, he's like, what are you selling? Like, you got rid of Luka, so what are you selling? Would you consider...
And he answered back a 40-year-old Kyrie in the new stadium.
Oh, like he answered more than that. But tell me if you think this registers as a gaffe. Rick Welts then went on a lengthy answer that referenced Kyrie Irving, PJ Washington, Derek Lively, and then finally Max Christie. He didn't say a word about Anthony Davis.
Oh.
Why are you... Out of all the trade return you got, you went Max Christie, he's excited, and you don't say anything about Anthony Davis in what is like a lengthy minute-and-a-half long answer.
Wow. Well, people are not allowed to play the audio that some recorded yesterday. Tim MacMahon will join us at 9:20 this morning from California.
How long before somebody actually does leak that?
Oh, that's a great question.
It will get leaked. We know that. Everything gets leaked now. Someone will leak it, and there were however many people in there. They'll never be able to pinpoint who that was. Someone's going to leak that audio.
Well, we have the full transcript from WFAA, but things can sound... It's probably going to sound a lot worse.
It sound yes.
From people there, they're all saying this in no way was a positive. This worked against them even more. It was like, you're losing even more by doing this. And they lost as soon as Mark Stein sent out the tweet that it was going to be silenced and there were rules and restrictions. As soon as you did that, it was a loss. But a portion already has been leaked of Nico Harrison addressing select DFW media.
I want to thank everyone for coming today. Basically, what I wanted to tell you guys is how sick and tired I am of hearing about that Slavic cow. I'm tired of the Luka magic. Every time he came in, we just had to add an extra inch to his uniform. I was going to have to add another 7 to his goddamn jersey. It was about damn time we got rid of that Lizzo-looking lard ass. I'm tired of standing in that tunnel at the arena. I'm not in that tunnel because I'm scared. I'm in there because I can't stand to see 20,000 people actually being upset over losing some before photo of a lap band procedure. And Jason looks at me and goes, nobody's dying. Well, Luka might be if he keeps eating all those triple cheeseburgers. Old fat, beer swallowing, hookah sucking ass. I'm just tired of it. I swear to God, if I wasn't in that tunnel, I'd be throwing up all over the goddamn court like Tracy motherfucking Morgan. I shouldn't have to explain to any of you why I traded Ursula from the Little Mermaid. And yeah,
Ursula.
We kept that trade a secret. You know why? Come close. You know why? Because we have to put him in a fucking shipping container and hitch a ride with the U.S. Navy to get him to L.A. Because he's too goddamn big for the airplane. And when he got there, they put tariffs on his big ass because they didn't know if they could get him through fucking customs. I'm tired of Luka fucking Doncic and his big, fat, blubbery show.
It's aggressive. It's aggressive
Man,
for Nico.
Tariffs
I understand why they didn't want the audio out.
Yeah, put a tariff on his big ass, apparently. Well, there it is, some of the secret audio of the Nico meeting that went down. Tim MacMahon will confirm whether that was all accurate or not at 9:20 this morning, but he is back from the Masters. He's making pimento cheese sandwiches, and he's cooking for the Cowboys to open up Brian Schottenheimer's first practices. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman after this on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Meat Church Wednesday. It's a hump day.
Hump
with
day.
Matt Pitman here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. He's cooking crawfish for the Cowboys to open up camp. He's going to the NFL draft. But I think we have to recap, since he is wearing the Masters green shirt, his trip to Augusta here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, boss. How was it, and how the heck did you get in there?
Man, it's like the mob to get in that place. It's insane. First off, I'm excited. Now I'm coming through my cameras and mic. Like, we're even stepped up from last time we talked. How
Look
you feel
at that
about this?
studio.
I know.
Look at that. For Bobby to be
Awesome.
impressed from a technical standpoint says a lot. But that studio is looking pretty daggone sick. How many people do you employ? What number of staff do you have?
That's not relevant. I got a couple studs that work on the production side of things that make us look good. So yeah, we're very excited to be in here.
So how did you get into Augusta?
So a friend of mine, Doug Klein, he works for a company named Lawast. Doug was Troy Aikman's middle linebacker at UCLA. So I met him through Troy years ago, and he invited me out last year to cook for some of his clients, and the same thing this year. So he was gracious enough to bring me back, and his company, a bunch of great guys, and they have a couple chefs for the week. So I do barbecue for a night, and they take me out on the course for a couple days. So it's just super cool. I mean, it's way better than the Super Bowl. Not that I would know, but, it's amazing.
So it lives up to the hype in terms of going out there and the security. You had to put away your phone and all that. It feels really strict once you're out there and getting in.
It's super strict. I mean, I tell you, it's like the mob. Like I think a lot of people know. Everybody, I'm enamored with how'd you get your tickets, because they're, you're not supposed to sell your tickets. And I watched some people's badges make a weird beep when they tried to badge in, and I watched security shuffle them away, to a little hut to try to see what they were up to. And I heard from some people that kind of got interrogated for quite a while. Where'd you get your badge? What'd you pay for it? That sort of thing. Because apparently Augusta's really trying to snuff out these entertainment companies and reselling of tickets. But, you've got to check your phone at the door. And then there's only one way to get a picture. You can go in front of the clubhouse where they take a picture for you. I was lucky enough to go on Wednesday on Par 3 Day again, where you're allowed to take a digital camera in. So that's pretty neat. But it definitely lives up to the hype. And, I'm not a guy that's like the biggest golf fan. Like, I enjoy going to the Nelson and the Colonial, but I'm not on my couch every weekend watching golf. And I can tell you that I would pay the money it takes to get in there because it is so beautiful. People are so cool. They're just like, they're the happiest they've ever been. And, getting the like cheap $1.50 pimento cheese or egg salad sandwiches and cold beers, which I did learn the light beer at Augusta is Miller Lite. So I was super happy. But we hit beautiful weather for the days that I was there. And I saw so many Meat Church people, by the way. I used to think the volleyball dad was my demographic. Whoever's at the Masters is apparently my demographic. So that was like super neat, and got to see a lot. You see a lot of celebrities, like if you people watch. I saw Larry Fitzgerald like 3 times, and Rant saw Frank Thomas. So random people walking around, which that's kind of neat as well. So yeah, it definitely lives up to the hype.
So what stood out to me the most was like how hilly it was. I didn't realize how hilly it was going to be until I got there. What stood out? What was the one thing that like stunned you walking in there?
Yeah, I think I had heard this. Well, 2 things. Number one, what you just said. People talk about the hilliness of it. If you walk up the hill, as you know, from Amen Corner, I'm like dead by the time I got to up to like the top of 18. But the greens, even for someone who's not a big golfer, you see these greens, but when you get there in person, they have to put the ball within just like the perfect spot. There might be a massive green, but a lot of times these guys would hit the ball in the, some far end of the green where the ball would just take off.
Yeah.
So it's brutal. The second thing is the merch. I know a lot is made of that, but I think I'm a great example of that. People asked me last year, what do you think your over under on merch is? I was like, I don't know, $300. I'm going to buy my son a shirt, my brother a shirt. And they're like, no, you're going to spend at least $1,000. And you do, because you wait forever to get in. And then like this year, I wanted to get a certain hat for my wife, this azalea hat that was gone quick last year. And so I'm like, well, hey, I need to get 4 of those, and I don't need 4 of those, but you come home with it and you do so much good. Like people are stoked.
But is it
for
because
Masters
you can't
so,
get this merchandise anywhere? It's exclusive to that shop?
Yeah, I mean, you can only get it that week, and even the people that volunteer for the tournament, they're in line with you doing the exact same thing. And there's a lot of things, like they've got some unique things. It's known that people want to go get the gnome, and who needs a garden gnome? But he's like in a different outfit every year. I never saw it. And I went early, but then friends of mine went days after me and got one. There was apparently a teddy bear this year. It was just this little teddy bear that didn't look like much, but they were 1 to 500. And we ran into a girl that got one. She didn't know what she had, and I pulled up eBay and showed her they were going for like $900 on Thursday. So, yeah, there's some kind of silly stuff in there for sure. But yeah, it's pretty nuts.
It's a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman here, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. Now, let's get to what I really want to talk about. I love pimento cheese. People put it on fried chicken sandwiches, stuff with jalapenos, and the pimento cheese sandwich. Chopper, did you have it when you went to Augusta?
I did. I don't even like pimento cheese, but I tried everything.
Okay.
I think I tried just about everything they had. It's good. Like if you like pimento, I would see how you would really like it. For $1.50, you can't beat it.
All right, Matt, you came out with a recipe that you said tops all. I'm a little skeptical about the secret ingredient. I haven't tried it, but I am going to try it. Pimento cheese sandwich. Break it down.
Yeah, when I left the Masters last year, I have a note in my phone when I come up with video ideas, and I thought I should put out a pimento cheese recipe at the Masters. So
do a lot of people eat pimento cheese? Like, is that a big thing here or regionally?
No,
what's the deal?
I mean, you guys know, being from Tennessee, I grew up on it. But so I don't see it as much here, but definitely like in the Southeast, in the Carolinas, it's huge. It goes on pulled pork. People put it on burgers. I definitely don't see it nearly as much. I mean, Chick-fil-A did come out with that hot chicken sandwich, I guess last year before, that had that and honey on it, which I thought was weird, but it actually is really good. So I don't know. I definitely don't think it's as popular, but yeah, there's just something about going in there. It's $1.50. Like I told my wife, I said I'd walk in to get a beer in the afternoon and I wasn't even hungry, and I would just automatically grab something because it's so cheap. But you're asking about the recipe. I've had a recipe on the site for 10 years, and we decided that we'd make that, a recipe from a buddy in North Carolina, and then one I saw in Southern Living that was President Carter's wife's recipe, and it has cream cheese in it and a little bit of grated onion. Now, we blind tasted them all throughout my company, and the Rosalind Carter version actually got every first place vote. So that's what we made, and I love it. So I actually removed my existing recipe off my site, gave Southern Living and Rosalind Carter credit, and went with a new one, and I love it. And
see,
cool
guys, he balances politics. He does. You haters. He balances.
Yeah. all the comments I've heard since it came out last week, I've not heard one person say they didn't like it. So to me, people aren't going to like stuff. So when it's that popular, it's a win. So yeah, it's really good.
So what is different about the recipe?
Yeah. So the fact that it has cream cheese in it, which I had never put cream cheese in my pimento cheese previously. You have to soften it and you have to thoroughly mix it in. Otherwise, you kind of get big bits of it. And then she grated a little bit of white or sweet onion, not a lot. I was skeptical, and the cream cheese is what does it. And a lot of people said you should smoke the cream cheese. I don't disagree with that. If you wanted a little smoked version, that would definitely be really good. But the cream cheese was just a humongous difference. So, big fan.
Okay, if pimento cheese is not your thing, Choppy, today the video is coming out of smoked brisket deviled eggs. Are you a deviled egg? Oh, you're anti-mayo stuff.
I don't love mayo.
Okay.
So deviled eggs are not really.
I love deviled eggs.
Jam.
Deviled eggs are
This is
awesome.
unbelievable.
Right?
How did a guy go to Tennessee and not like pimento cheese or deviled eggs?
Well, that's fair. That's a fair question.
He should have left like Nico.
Should have left like Nico, right?
All the Nicos.
Do you have RJ? Do you have any regrets?
I have no regrets. I have no regrets. Thank you.
Matt, you went into the dictionary yesterday to react to the Nico meeting.
Hey, great interview with Newey earlier, by the way.
you.
Love that guy.
Yes.
Love that guy. Yeah.
What word did you go look? No. What word did you go look up? You posted on my Instagram in reaction to the Nico stuff. You went and looked up a word with the definition. You already don't remember? How much bourbon did you have last night?
Yeah, tone deaf. That's how
Tone deaf. Had to look that one up.
Yes,
yeah, you like that. I posted the AI definition.
Yes.
It was just his picture.
Yeah.
That's what it was. We're talking with Matt Pitman here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get the deviled egg recipe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's really good. I've made deviled eggs, most of my life, and I came into that same video shoot with pimento cheese thinking we were going to do deviled eggs 3 ways for Easter because we did deep fried deviled eggs last year, and it went off. People loved it. And so it's funny, my team got together, and we're like, all right, here's what we're going to do. And then I drove home, and I called them back, and I said, scratch that. We're going to smoke the eggs, and we're going to put brisket in them, and I've never done it, but it can't be wrong.
Yes.
So it's a traditional deviled egg where the mix has mayo, a little Dijon mustard, a little bit of hot sauce, but then we smoke the eggs. We actually hard-boiled them for 12 minutes, which is standard hard-boiled egg, took them out of the shell, and put that egg in a Traeger for 1 hour, 200 degrees, super smoke, or you could just use any smoker at 225. You can also just smoke the eggs and not hard boil, but when you do that, the egg kind of separates from the shell and it has a funny shape. So I preferred to hard boil them first and then smoke them. Made a standard deviled egg from there, but added brisket to it. Topped it with a little bit of our barbecue seasoning. Also put a little of that in the mix, the gospel. And then we put some pickled red onions on it. I thought that would look pretty. It's a real, big Texas barbecue accompaniment. And they were lights out. But we got to talk about the special guest that's in the video for all the sports fans, all the hockey fans out there today. So I know I talked a little bit about this 2 weeks ago, but I had reunited with Bill Guerin, who I had not seen since 2006. So 18 years in the NHL, multiple Olympic teams, the GM of the Four Nations, GM of the upcoming Olympic team, current GM of the Minnesota Wild, called me the Sunday before this video shoot. We reunited, and he came down to my house on shoot day, the day that the Stars were playing the Wild, and it was the coolest thing ever. Walked in my backyard with the owner of the Wild, which kind of blew me away. Guy worth a cool $4 billion just walks in the backyard and says, "What's up?" But they watched the video shoot, and then I asked Billy, he's like, "You want to hop in this?" And he's like, "Yeah, I love deviled eggs." So if you watch today's video that comes out at 10 a.m., Bill Guerin is in at the end to taste test and talk about it. And honestly, I've been telling everybody, it was a top 3 Meat Church moment in my life. Full circle. The dude discovered Meat Church on his own after I worked for the Stars, and it was just super cool. So I'll definitely put some photos and stuff out on Instagram of him, but it was a blast.
Matt, you went undercover this week cooking for the Dallas Cowboys in order to get us more intel on Micah Parsons' contract while he was doing voluntary workouts. How did that go? What did you learn? And I guess how did the food go, I guess, too?
Okay, Bobby, there are so many people from the Cowboys that listen to this interview. And for the record, I was not undercover. I know nothing about them. Unlike the Dak contract,
Why are you winking?
Nothing.
He called after that Dak incident, and he's like, "I didn't mean to. I don't know." And he ended up being right. But
he was very
we
right.
won't get you in any more hot water.
Yeah. Micah did not eat the crawfish. I know he was there that day, so I did not see Micah. I have zero intel as it relates to number 11 and his potential extension, but I'm waiting anxiously for you guys to break the news.
Please sell me, though, on crawfish, because I want to like it, because everybody else talks about how communal it is and like how good a time it is, and I just can't get over the fact of like I feel like I'm eating bug meat, basically.
Oh, God, Bobby.
They're called mud bugs.
I need my man Brian Broaddus to be in a little bit earlier to sit next to you and help me out with this one. Man, okay, full disclosure, crawfish is what got me into outdoor cooking. Right after high school, for me, crawfish boils weren't nearly as big in North Texas, in my opinion, as they are now. Now they've been kind of trendy for a while. But a buddy invited me over in Keller, Texas. His name's David Copeland, longtime friend. He said, "Hey, man, come over. We're having a crawfish boil this weekend." I was like, "What's that?" And so I walked in his backyard, and there were tables connected together and like 10, 12 people standing around eating it. And I was like, I didn't even know what the food was at first. And I was like, this is cool, because everyone is communal, breaking bread together. And then, they taught me to, they had 4 like Cajun guys that were cooking it. And so, how I am, I started asking questions. And then I hired those guys next year to do a boil for me. And I said, but the catch is you got to teach me. I brought them back a second year to oversee me doing it. I ran a crawfish boil for about 15 years. It was a ton of fun. And I tell people I was cooking crawfish before barbecue. That's a true story. So I think we've talked about this before. Very polarizing topic. It's much like Philly cheesesteaks. And, if you're not from there, people don't think you know what you're doing. There's so many different ways to do it. I often get a lot of comments, but, on my social media posts about how I did it or whatever. Funny, somebody that covers the Cowboys put a picture of this boil out on Monday night. I don't know him, didn't see it. And I would like half the comments, I was getting ripped up from people saying there's no seasoning. I'm like, well, yeah, there's no seasoning on the table. It's in the boil, you moron.
But here's what I want to know. How did the idea come about to cook? Because crawfish polarizing, not everyone's going to eat it. How did the idea come about to take that out there, day one of practice? I want to know who tore it up, who stayed away. With guys looking at it like, are these bugs? I want to know the Cowboy player reaction.
See, this is why you just celebrated 14 years. You asked the right question. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And this was not scripted. So, we talked a few weeks ago about the fact that I boiled over at Dak's house, which we've done each of the past couple years. And it was just like a family thing. And he's like, man, I want to do this for when the guys get back around. And that's where it started. But then Scott, who's the director of, I think title is player performance. So I'll say nutrition and other things. Scott said he talked to Shoddy and came back and said, hey, he wants to do a boil on day one. And I actually was supposed to be coming back from the Masters that night. And I wanted to do this so bad. I wanted the challenge of 500 pounds for a football team. Plus, I wanted to be the one to do this for the Cowboys. That I cut my Masters trip short to make this happen. But, it was Shoddy's idea, and it was a team building day. So I understand that they didn't practice. They were doing they were getting to know each other, new players. I saw one-on-one like coaches and players walking around the field, just getting to know one another, and then they all came out the door. That guy was first one out, and he's like hooting and hollering, does Matt need any help? He was literally the last one to leave. I watched him teaching people. At one point, we watched him underneath the table, like trying to get over to a trash can. Like he has the it factor, by the way. Like that, he's a dude. Like everybody loves him. He's teaching everyone. Just a true leader. But he was all in. You'll love this. As soon as the doors open, Charles Haley walks out. And this dude, I'm not kidding. I'm in awe. This dude is sitting there doing swim moves with players, like at the crawfish table. And I'm looking at my brother. I'm like, that's Charles Haley. And he's like teaching these young guys while eating crawfish. We didn't take any pictures or anything because, it's right in front of the office building. I'm sure everyone was watching. So we were trying to be professional. But I was geeking out watching Charles Haley swim a kid while eating crawfish. But Jalen Tolbert is a huge crawfish eater. Jalen Brooks ate a ton. I finally got to meet Solomon Thomas. He ate a lot. Osa came out at the end and ate a lot. So that's another guy that appears to be like a huge leader to me on the defensive side of the ball and, was really digging into things. So I thought it was neat. The weather was amazing. it was cool. Like, guys just first got there, first day back, and it was a big honor for me. I keep saying that. Like, first day back with these guys go do that was super fun, to be honest with you. Like a dream come true.
Back from the Masters with pimento cheese sandwiches, cooking crawfish for the Cowboys day one, and the brisket deviled eggs coming out with Meat Church today from the official pitmaster of America's team. Thank you, brother.
See you, boys.
Everything fantastic from Matt Pitman in the state-of-the-art Meat Church studios. The most accurate mock drafter has come out with his Cowboys picks. Bobby has them below the belt next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is cool.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh my God, the Cowboys took who? What? That's much better than Sean's vanilla tease he just threw at us before we went to break. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from a real master of a tease like myself, Mike Fisher, guys like that.
So every day, and I don't feel bad about saying this, I give Bobby all the extra credit props. New segment ideas, Bobby. Bits, recording, Nico audio, Bobby. But in the past couple days with his below the belt tease, it's all the latest hot buzz around the league. And then he follows it up. It's like, this is a bunch of crappy stuff.
No.
Like, these guys have nothing. I've read it word for word if you want to get into an argument and you'll end up losing. You downplay what they're saying, but I'm like, I'm going to bust his balls over how generic and weak this tease is.
Which is fair. You know why, honestly?
You would appreciate that criticism as a radio guy.
Yes, I would. You know why, honestly, I do it in there is because I'll usually throw something in there as like, if some of the other stuff in my email that you like more on football, I know you're going to want me to do that there.
Yeah.
So I'll change the tease. So it's more just like, all right, I'm putting here, because usually we end up coming in here and you're like, hey, we're going to do this, so send me a tease, and then I just send a different tease. So it's more just like a placeholder in case we don't have something else.
But 98% of the time you send a good one.
Yeah.
This is the one that's been all the latest.
I mean, look, y'all, you two are taking off enough time. I figure I might as well take off a segment or two.
Well,
you know?
have a kid like you want.
Yeah.
That'd be
or
nice.
Get married again.
I'm going to start half to.
Bronis called me yesterday, and he's like, why are you so hard to get a hold of? And I was waiting for him to give me the paternity criticism, but I struck first, and I'm like, this. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to, I wouldn't knock it. I don't knock it. When every other time someone is off for jury duty, he guilts them. So I struck first, so Brian didn't guilt me.
What you should have done is you should have leaned into the stuff we were trying to stir up, and you should have said to him, like, well, look, I was just being loyal to Eric. Eric's a little still upset about the draft stuff, and I was trying to.
Broadus is not going to call and attack me because he wants all the information that I have after our meetings, and he's like, what's going on? What's the good word? So he does his weekly check-in to get station updates.
That and to get Cowboys coaching news. That's why he calls. All right, the latest mock draft is out from Dane Brugler, and this is his full 7-round mock that he puts out every year. And Dane is really good at nailing these things because Dane looks at things like an NFL scout does. Dane talks to so many different people around the league.
And he's going to be on today?
Oh, are we replaying our interview from last week?
No.
We're not?
Hang on a sec. Dane Brugler, 4 o'clock today on G-Bag.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, well then, yeah, you can hear what he said last week later today.
Bobby.
I'm just playing.
There's no new information, no new info from last Thursday.
I support your strike back song, but they got us in the ratings right now.
Okay, he played us. He played
Apples
us.
to oranges.
What'd you say?
Apples to oranges.
Oh, NFC South.
Well, yeah, if you're not in the same day part, it doesn't really matter.
Playing in the South.
He played the clip from Walchuk yesterday. And Zach going like, we're going to have draft 101. I guess, if Bobby's going to talk, he may not, like he did on day 3 of the draft. So if he's going to take a side swipe, that's mine real quick. And now we're done. Let's talk about Dane Brugler's mock draft. And this is different from ones we've seen elsewhere. In fact, there's one big pick here in the course of this mock draft that is completely different from everybody else that's projecting it right now. Top 4 pretty much are all the same as we've seen lately. So number 1, the Titans take Cam Ward. Number 2, the Browns take Travis Hunter from Colorado. Number 3, Abdul Carter from Penn State, the edge rusher, goes to the Giants. Number 4, Will Campbell, tackle, LSU, goes to the Patriots. And number 5, we've almost universally seen Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. No, they don't. Jacksonville Jaguars select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. He said if the Jaguars had a chance at a high-level corner here, that is the direction they should go, but this draft is light at the top, and Genty is the best player available. He would give the Jacksonville offense an immediate upgrade.
Look, I was ahead of the curve in terms of criticizing Trevor Lawrence. I called him out as overrated, not that good. But I will say it feels like he has not been given the greatest weapons.
Sure.
His best receiver has been Ridley. Off of the controversy,
Ridley, they paid Kirk.
They overpaid for Kirk.
Yeah.
He's already gone.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like Evan Ingram banged up. doesn't feel like he's been given the greatest tools.
Yeah, not super studs. He's had some solid guys, like a collection of solid players, but like it feels like he's just got a bunch of number twos all the time.
Yep.
Without ever having like a legit number one.
So get him some running back help.
Get him a weapon, that's fine. You go through, it's a lot of the same that we've seen elsewhere, other than obviously the Raiders aren't there to pick Genty now, so they just flip and say Mason Graham defensive tackle. Armand Membu, the tackle from Missouri to the Jets. Panthers take Jalen Walker, edge linebacker from Georgia, and then number 9, New Orleans Saints. What's the sexy pick?
Shador. Peter Schrager right now saying the draft will have its highest rating in years when Saints go on the clock.
Well,
with that pick, and yesterday he said he must be cool with Dion. Schrager's a big connections guy. He said that Shador was the most intriguing quarterback prospect since Manziel.
Oh,
I was like, what?
Intriguing. Interesting.
Maybe from a flash or persona standpoint. I don't think from the type of player he is.
Because they've had, Caleb, Trevor Lawrence, they've all been in that time since Manziel. Josh Allen.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow.
Trey Lance was a more intriguing prospect because people were like, what is he? Like, we haven't seen anything. Number 9, well, if Peter Schrager's right about that, then the ratings will just continue to shoot up after that because at number 9, Dane Brugler does not have the Saints taking Shador Sanders. In fact, he has Shador Sanders going into a free fall after that. Number 9.
That'd be great entertainment to watch Dion on draft night.
This one would sting a little bit. The New Orleans Saints select Tetairoa McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona. He says, is this a quarterback landing spot? If so, which one? New Orleans hasn't drafted a first-round quarterback in 53 years.
Longest
say that again?
New Orleans has not drafted a first-round quarterback in 53 years. Anything is possible with the recent Derek Carr injury news. However, I'm not sold that the Saints love their options here. So in this scenario, they opt to upgrade the receiver depth chart. And I think Dane does know a little bit of something about how the Saints generally think.
I think if they do take quarterback, I think we are the number 1 longest first round quarterback drought.
Wow.
It would be 1989.
Number 10, the Chicago Bears select Tyler Warren, tight end Penn State. That's another one that's become kind of a common pick. 11, the 49ers select Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M. And then at number 12, the Dallas Cowboys do not take Omari and Hampton. They obviously can't take Tetairoa McMillan. The Dallas Cowboys select Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden, who's become kind of the
popular.
Yeah, he's become. People are kind of just saying, what style of player do you like? Do you want the speedster and kind of the shifty one, or do you want the steady possession receiver? Which one of those guys do you want? And then that'll decide if you pick Golden or McMillan if they're both on the board.
San Fran's still interesting to me because if Shador is on the board, they haven't signed Brock.
Yeah, all signs.
I don't think they're going to
publicly sound like they are.
Sound that they are, but if he hasn't signed and Shador does become available, like that does change the situation a little bit.
Is he a Shanahan fit?
Shanahan I think can kind of construct around a lot of different people, and I'm sure he could figure it out with him. But no, I think Purdy's still a better fit for what he likes to do. After Golden goes to the Cowboys, and again, this is a 7-round mock draft, so after we get through the first round, we'll kind of run through the rest of it. Shador Sanders goes all the way down to pick number 21. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Shador Sanders. He says if Sanders indeed falls out of the top 3, not just top 10, he says if he falls out of the top 3, we go on Shador watch, where he could really start a free fall. It's been compared similarly to Aaron Rodgers, where when Aaron Rodgers, it was the thought of like, if you don't go 1, nobody knew where he was going to go after that. Like, if Aaron Rodgers got taken number 1, Alex Smith probably falls similarly in that draft, where he's going probably 18, 20 picks more before he gets selected. Going back down through the list, Will Johnson, who's been like a top 10 pick for everybody else, Dane's got him going 23 to the Packers, so he's got him sliding a little bit. He did not run the 40-yard dash at his pro day the other day, so no team's going to have a 40-yard time on that corner. Some of the other picks for the draft here, the Washington Commanders take Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. That's a good pick. The Eagles get edge rusher from Boston College, Donovan E. That's what I'm calling him because I'm not going to try and figure out his last name until I have to on the draft show for the actual draft.
More front 7.
Yep. And then for the Cowboys, they end up after that for their next several rounds. The Cowboys end up getting Matthew Golden in the first round, Quinshon Judkins, Kay Adams' guest, running back from Ohio State. Shamar Turner, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, shore up the defensive line a little bit more, get Eberflus some more stuff. Then after that, it's a slew of day 3 picks after the 4th round. So 5th round, they get cornerback Corey Black from Oklahoma State. Pick 174 in the 5th round, it's edge rusher Fadil Diggs from Syracuse. couple of Ohio State players, linebacker Cody Simon and defensive back Jordan Hancock. And then they close out with safety Kitten Crawford from Nevada, guard Hayden Connor from Texas, and offensive tackle Jack Nelson from Wisconsin. I would expect we're going to see them throw resources at offensive line. Whether it's early, late, whatever else, I think they're going to try and throw some picks at it just like Dane has here, because they want to just make sure they've got as much of that shored up as possible, especially with the new run blocking schemes that Clayton Adams is going to bring in.
And how would you feel about that draft overall if it went that way?
Solid. I don't love Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, but you get Golden, you get Judkins, you get playmakers.
All right. Today started actually at 5:30 with the segment, including Jane Slater and everyone else hyping it up. The Payton Russell highlights, lowlights, the Payton Russell show. In case you missed it, then Tim MacMahon from California on the Nico meeting next. But put property tax money back in your pocket in just
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it innings?
Paper Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Not MacMahon? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you're having a fantastic hump day morning.
Hump day.
We're going to try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Loaded shows this week. And today we had Newey Scruggs. He was invited to the Nico meeting. Matt Pitman, back from Augusta, was fantastic, cooking crawfish for the Cowboys. And Tim MacMahon, who got into it with Nico yesterday, will join us from Sacramento at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station.
My favorite exchange with Tim in that transcript that we got from WFAA, he's going back and forth with him about, hey, what's the logic of trading all these first rounders and then sacrificing the youth? And at one point, Nico goes, I know you don't agree with it. And he comes back and he goes, no, I didn't. It's nothing that I think. I'm asking about your logic. And then he goes, agree to disagree. He just shuts him down again. You could tell just by reading it, Tim was getting under his skin.
D Magazine said at one point they thought MacMahon was going to get up and walk out. So Tim will join us at 9:20 to preview the play-in as well and recap the craziness of what happened yesterday inside the AAC. But everything started at 5:30 a.m. as Payton Russell paid off the NCAA tournament bet, having to host solo for 30 minutes. Got Jane Slater behind him.
Well,
got a lot of Tolos behind him. The goal was to reach 200 on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube, which apparently was hit. But it felt like the Metroplex was supporting. What did he call his show in the morning, RJ?
PP in the morning.
PP in the morning.
I'm a big fan of that name.
It is a good name. It's a strong name. Payton, I think it was pretty clear early on. We were texting on the group message. Are you okay with me disclosing this, chap? We were on the group message, and as
long as it doesn't incriminate any of us, primarily me.
Chops already tried to get him. Like, it's 31. Why aren't you on the air? Even though it does start at 33. Because it's 31. Why aren't you on the air? And then I'm texting. I was like, he's drowning here. Like, you can hear it. He's already repeating himself early. So this is how Payton decided to open the show, by telling all the listeners why he was here, and in the process also taking some side swipes at a couple of us.
Good morning, Metroplex. I don't say it like Sean, but I'll say it like myself. It is the Payton Russell Show for the next 27 minutes or so.
Stop.
We might wonder why. You guys act like I'm the only one that stutters on this fan show. You guys, there it is. Anytime I express, it's always a perk in the head, and I got it. I get it.
You're right. You're right. When you stumble or stammer. What I was going to say is, because I think I'm probably how many times did you host solo at ESPN 103.3? Did you ever do a show by yourself for a while?
A lot of post-game shows. I mean, they were mostly post-game shows.
What happens is you're thinking about being by yourself, and the first time you stutter, if it happens in the first minute on your own, my mind crumbled. Yeah. It was a house of cards falling, because I'm like, all right, my perfect show's out the window.
Yeah.
It's gone.
It's gone.
And when is the next one going to happen? So that's what I thought of this morning as Payton, as we all do, stammered a little bit.
Good morning, Metroplex. I don't say it like Sean, but I'll say it like myself. It is the Payton Russell Show for the next 27 minutes or so. You might wonder why I'm here. Look, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. You guys were amazing on Twitter and social media, hyping this up. I mean, look, on the fan cam, we already have over 100 people in the YouTube and Twitch. That's amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to try my best for the next 25 minutes now. Why am I here?
That's 2 minutes.
Wait, hold on.
That was the fastest 2 minutes ever.
That tells you how slow this was going for him. He goes, over the next 27 minutes, talks for 20 seconds and believes 2 minutes has passed by.
Well, I was looking at the time, and the 27 was until I got to 6 o'clock, but the 25 was like when I can break. Because I had the heart out at 57, so I was like, all right, let me just try and dim this down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, then you're trying to do math on the air?
Oh,
that's the worst.
That's tough. I'm going to try my best for the next 25 minutes now. Why am I here? Well, it's obvious. I suck at March Madness. I got last place in the morning show bracket. Bobby, I believe, came in first. RJ, he always loses, but somehow he avoided it. Sean doesn't show up half the time, but he still did not lose.
Stop. I'm by far the nicest one in here to you. I pay you part of my bonuses when I get them. But you kissing RJ's ass this morning. I'm gonna change things up a little bit. You want to sit there and I know one thing's for sure. When you pop out that child, which I know you're planning already, or your fiance and wife does, how many weeks do you think Peyton's gonna take? What percentage of his time off? Does he even get it, though?
How many? Yeah, he does. How many is it?
It's 6 weeks.
He'll take 6 consecutive.
Yeah. 6 consecutive. So I'm going to remember that little
During
side
football
swipe.
season. During football season.
You already take 6 weeks off during football season.
Yeah. I'm going to remember that little side swipe right there. And, Bobby, I did notice you're so loud about you possibly winning the bracket on social media, but I didn't notice any update or follow-up over the actual winner. I found that really peculiar in my time off. That's interesting.
Did you win? You won one?
Yeah, I think Sean won.
I think.
Yeah.
I think. The guy's calculating it like John Nash every day, but now he doesn't know exactly who won. So he couldn't give me my props and my cookies for actually winning it.
That's 3.
You had to mislead the public into believing that you actually won or were the co-winner.
That is 3 side swipes at you in 40 seconds, though. I don't say it like Sean does. I say it like myself.
Yeah.
Doesn't acknowledge you as the winner and then says you're gone half the time.
You better hope we don't hit that quarterly number. Aiden's getting it.
He avoided it. Sean doesn't show up half the time, but he still did not lose. And I got last place, so I have to pay the bet payoff for the morning show, which is hosting here until 6 o'clock, until the guys actually show up. We'll see if Bobby shows up. Sometimes he oversleeps, but I don't want to get on his bad side. He'll drop another diss track.
So you and I both get side swipes.
He loves RJ.
And
RJ gave him 3 jalapeno poppers, and now he's king of the world.
That's right. Now, did you hear the best man speech or the wedding reception speech Peyton gave at the end of last week?
No.
We each gave delivered speeches to RJ since he wasn't going to have a traditional ceremony. We were like, all right, well, here's what we would have said.
Oh, that's great.
Peyton did take some shots there, I guess. So I guess maybe he felt like he got his fill.
He made a dementia crack.
He did.
Dang.
I've already forgot what he said.
Exactly.
Point taken.
Exactly. God. Dude.
So it was. I think you.
Hey, you can say those jokes to me. You and I.
Okay.
You and I, baby.
Yo,
I think you.
What if he puts RJ up there with the groomsmen and leaves me and you out?
That's what would happen. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be choppy in the Los Hombres.
And his adopted brother.
So that's how Peyton started out. After that, he launched into the most boring Mavericks analysis you've ever heard. So we didn't even bother pulling that.
That was pretty good.
Hey, look, the Twitch and the YouTube was behind you, but there were several commenting at the time going, Peyton, stop talking sports. We came here to listen about life stuff. And so Peyton played a song, which we'll get to here in a sec. But in the second half, he at the 2-minute mark of the second segment, needing to fill 7 minutes and I think 50 seconds. At the 2-minute mark, this is how Peyton started closing the show.
As we're coming up time to end, God, these last 4 minutes or so, Bobby, Jesus, dude. I hope he got them the fan cams. Bobby just mooned me right there.
Hang on. Did you actually moon him?
Yeah.
You knew the cameras weren't around to pick it up?
Yeah, I knew it was just focused on him.
He doesn't realize the picture I got.
Was
so.
it
hairy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had not been shaven in about 18 years.
Yeah.
Pimples?
Ew, come on.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell.
The hair covers it up. That's why I don't shave it. Yeah.
That's true.
I hope he got them the fan cams. Bobby just mooned me right there. Finally catch my breath here, but
oh Lord.
Yeah, it's been awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got. That's about it.
Yes!
I've waved about some lifestyle things, but I've run out of things to say. I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff. I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, and NBC 5 at 7:20. Meet Church 8:20. Tim MacMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories that Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did.
All right, stop. Did you write this down at the bottom of your sheet, like under desperation? Because these things, I would not think you would ever want to talk about on air. We've talked about these things in the commercial breaks, but this shows how desperate you were. Is this just what popped into your head? Or
just what popped in my head. I got through the rundown sheet way too quickly. And I was like, do I grab a story on, New York Post or whatever, Barstool? But I was like, you know what? I might as well just keep it going. I was enjoying the moment.
I like that that's exactly right. He got to the point where with 5 minutes left and he's run through all his content, he just starts going, what's left in my brain that I could just even open my mouth and put onto the airwaves so that we don't have dead air.
It's so tough.
I really did. I maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to delete them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there.
Is there.
And then that was it.
Wait a second. So hang on. You were exchanging photos with a Snapchat bot, and the bot decided to possibly blackmail you and release the photos?
Yeah, she wanted money. Said she had group messages ready to go to share stuff, and I blocked everything.
That was the Payton off-air story that he felt compelled to share because of hosting for 30 minutes this morning.
I feel bad for you.
Does Mac Attack know that story?
Yeah, she does.
Okay, good.
So,
Thank goodness.
yeah, that was a great moment, but it wasn't the best moment. The best moment came in the first segment, so we saved it for last. And Payton, why don't you set up this beautiful song you made for us?
Yeah, so I knew I had to put something together. You know, we were allowed to use 2 minutes of audio. So I was like, well, how can I knock out about a minute 30, minute 45 of this? And that was by making a song dedicated to you guys, the morning show boys, and this is what I came up with.
John Legend.
What would I do without the morning show boys? They just tear me down, oh, where is the joy? They've got my head spinning, no kidding, I'm just an innocent boy. Sean Sharif doesn't show up no more, he's always gone, he's killing the core. And Bobby, where do I start? Your football takes suck, and you smell like my fart. RJ, please don't forget me when you're gone. I love you even when you're wrong. 'Cause all of me loves all three of you. Love your screaming and your yelling. Your passion is never dwelling. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. I'm sorry I canceled Life Hacks. Maybe you'll have to bring Troy back. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all. This is so good. Of you. Oh. I thought I hit that note perfectly, but on air it didn't turn out.
Excellent.
So good.
The man who fought the most with Nico during the private gathering yesterday, Tim MacMahon from Sacramento. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Kids donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They managed to enrage Mavs fans all over again when, right after our show yesterday, the word spread that select media members were going to be limited in how they could report the private meeting between Nico Harrison and some DFW media. And this guy is the one that everyone is bringing up as having some possible incidents back and forth with Nico. Newey Scruggs was on with us, and he brought up Tim MacMahon's name over and over again.
Tim has never been one to shy away.
Yeah.
If he has to get his hands dirty, he will get his hands dirty.
And the great Tim MacMahon is joining us, ESPN television star, of course.
Author.
The Nico book is out, and he's in Sacramento for the play-in game tonight. Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Howdy, partners. How you doing? It's the Luca book, to be clear. The Nico book, maybe that's down the road. I don't know.
That's a 30 for 30, and I would start writing it now because it's fascinating and maddening to Mavs fans. What did you go in expecting, Tim, when you got that message to attend, and what did you get?
Well, honestly, the first thing we had to do was basically say, hey, we need to record our own audio. And so the Mavericks PR listened to us, understood that, and relented on what originally was going to be, you can't record your own audio. So we got that taken care of. And then, I knew I was going to ask very direct questions. The guy, Nico has addressed this publicly. I talked to him briefly the night of the trade. And then the next day he did the media in Cleveland, which was just the first part of J-Kid's regular pregame session. And then he has not been available to the media since. Obviously, there has been a lot that's happened since. So I knew how I was going to ask very direct questions. What anybody else was going to do, I don't care, to be real honest with you. But, other people asked, I thought, similar direct questions. I might have been a little bit more aggressive with follow-ups. And then, you have to get to you have to make him explain the logic of the trade, where there's a lot of places where even if you wanted to trade Luka Doncic, the trade that they made, there's a lot of places where the logic just completely does not make sense. You had to get him to try to explain that. Defense wins championships is not an explanation for creating, by your own words, a 3 to 4 year time frame, going right into when you owe all the picks from building the finals team that you built around Luka Doncic. That doesn't make sense. Telling me like not capitalizing on the ability to give him a supermax instead of having to do everything secretly. If you want to trade him, supermax him. You can't trade him now. You can't trade him this summer. You got to wait a year and a half to trade him from last deadline. But then you can maximize his value because you can put him up on the block to the highest bidder and not have to do it all hush hush, as Nico said. And then you can't try to tell me the guy you don't know if the guy was going to sign a supermax, dude. Like, we do know that. We've heard him say that, and we have seen him. We've seen tears flow down his face. Yeah. And he was closed on a house. Like, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so don't tell me that. So I had to press on that, and then, I was asking a lot of questions about decisions that he's made to run off extremely accomplished and respected people in the Mavericks health and performance group. I think that you will soon see exactly why I was so aggressive in asking those questions.
Tim, it's obvious they're dug in, but are they dug in because they really truly believe the Casey Smith move, the Luka trade, they all were the right moves, or are they dug in like a guy is when he knows he's wrong and the girl's got him cornered and they just won't admit that they're wrong?
I don't know if Nico thinks he was wrong. I really don't. And listen, that's tough. That's tough. I thought the most revealing thing that happened, though, in that whole press conference yesterday was when Christian Clark of The Athletic kind of followed me up on the whole, hey, time frame into the picks owed thing and said, I'm paraphrasing, but do you envision being the general manager when those picks are due? And Nico said that he had 3 years left on his contract, and he planned to finish out that contract. If you have a guy who's running your franchise, who's worried about the next 3 years, and then, good luck with that, brother.
Did you think there was a chance he was going to resign yesterday, or that was going to come this offseason? No?
No, first of all, Nico's not resigning. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I'm due 7 figures for the next 3 years, I ain't giving it up. And listen, man, Nico is a very proud man. You can say egotistic, whatever you want to call it. He's not stepping down. No, if Nico Harrison's no longer running the Mavericks front office, that will be Patrick Dumont's decision.
Tim MacMahon from ESPN joining us here on 105.3 The Fan, the author of the new book, The Wonder Boy. Tim, you mentioned Dumont there, and we talked about we don't know if Nico really regrets it. Do you think Dumont at this point potentially has any regret? And what is the likelihood that you think Dumont could say, all right, Nico, I'm fed up, though, and so I'm making this call and saying you're done?
I can't speculate on the likelihood because I would be surprised if that happens this summer, but I'm speculating there, so not a whole lot of value in me guessing live on the air. Does he realize that there might have been a potentially disastrous mistake made? I don't know that, Rick Welch tried to tell us that Patrick Dumont played basketball growing up, kind of made a little joke, doesn't look like it, whatever. I'm not sure that Patrick Dumont knows very much about basketball. I'll put it politely. He does know a lot about business. He does know when a franchise is bleeding out money. He does know when revenue has plummeted since this trade, which, by the way, I reported that they've lost dozens of millions of dollars in revenue since the trade. Rick Welch was asked about that and pretended to misunderstand the question. No, that was under Mark Cuban. No, that's now. Trust me, that's now. When you're bleeding out financially like that, I think that's a situation that Patrick Dumont certainly understands. And hey, man, you can't just ignore the optics.
Yeah.
Or the atmosphere, the vibe. Patrick Dumont wasn't in the American Airlines Center when Luka returned, but I'm sure he watched on TV. Did you guys watch on TV? Good. Did you kind of get a feel for what that was like?
Yeah.
When Luka was scoring 45 and when the game began and ended with standing ovations for him, followed immediately after by Fire Nico chants. Like, dude, it's a tough scene.
Yeah. Tim, what did you think when Rick Welts, the CEO, compared this trade to Monte Ellis and Andrew Bogut in Golden State?
Dude, okay, first of all, Rick Welts was a nice guy. He is a Hall of Famer, okay? He's here to get the arena done primarily, first and foremost. He got the Chase Center done. You know, he's an ideas guy, like All-Star Weekend's his baby. He doesn't need to be discussing trades. I mean, and he was trying to, like, throw Nico a little, you know, life raft or shield him a little bit. He didn't only compare zero-time All-Star Monte Ellis, who at the time was fresh off 4 trips to the lottery, to the Luka Doncic deal. He compared Stephon Marbury with the Phoenix Suns. You know, Stephon Marbury is a nice player.
Yeah.
Who was a third-team All-NBA selection twice. This ain't a freaking 5-time first-team All-NBA selection, fresh off a finals appearance. And then he compared, because he was going from all his stops, then he compared 34-year-old Lenny Wilkins with the Seattle Supersonics back in the day. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. And none of those teams were coming off finals appearances. That's what the thing that is just so, like, I cannot wrap my head around it. Is you, and this is what the whole book that I wrote is about, the pressure to build around a prodigy, kind of build it, or they might have to leave, kind of thing. And by the way, Luka clearly did not want to leave. I did think there was going to be a time where he might be forced almost to make that decision, because I thought they were going to flop in trying to build a finals contender around them. I was wrong. They succeeded, and in doing so, gave up all those picks. That's fine if Luka's still here. You decide to dump the guy months removed from a finals appearance? It's insane. And hey, all of the flaws that we've seen with Luka are like those legitimate.
Yeah.
The weight fluctuations, the condition concerns, all that stuff's true. It didn't stop him from averaging 34, 10, and 9 and taking you to the finals last year. He's been a 5-time first-team All-NBA selection. And, you know, is conditioning concerned? Yes. Is his petulance sometimes, you know, concerning? Sure. Look at a list of NBA superstars, though, and I'm just going to tell you, Luka's not on the high end of the spectrum in terms of high maintenance. You know, I'm here in Sac now. Whether the Mavs win or lose, I got to get on a flight and go to Memphis. You know what I'm saying? You can tell high. And by the way, Luka plays more than all these guys. Zion Williamson, I mean, even like a Kevin Durant, in both durability and just drama, Luka's not on the high end of high maintenance for NBA superstars. But Nico didn't want to deal with him anymore. He decided to dump him, and the only explanation you can get out of him is just like it's like one of those dolls with a frickin', you know, where you pull the string. Defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. Dude, there was one series in there where I ended with the whole thing where I'm pushing him on the picks, and I end it with, you know, something along the lines of saying, so you didn't believe that the core of the team that went to the finals last year with Luka as a centerpiece could continue to contend for titles. And he said, I'll say it again, defense wins championships. Dude, you won a Western Conference Finals championship last year.
Yeah.
You got smoked in the finals, but by the way, defense wasn't your problem in that series. And if it was, why'd you go get Klay Thompson this summer? Shooting was your problem in that series. That's why you did it. So it's just, that's the thing. If you're going to make a move this controversial, you got to be able to explain it.
Yep.
And Nico Harrison has completely failed in that regard. And for 57 minutes yesterday, in a you know, room I've never sat in the American Airlines Center before, it was an epic failure.
Tim, why are they seemingly going out of their way to embarrass, discredit, distance themselves from Dirk?
Boy, that's a hell of a question. That is one hell of a question. And they are fortunate that Dirk wants to bite his tongue. I'll put it to you like that. They are fortunate that Dirk is still biting his tongue. I don't know. Again, I'm not going to try to explain logic that I don't understand. So I'm serious. Like, I don't know.
So
I don't know.
How did
firing Casey Smith, one of Dirk's best friends in the world, who is maybe the most respected person in his field, was an insane decision. Now, I'm pressing Nico on it yesterday, and he says it's a joke to bring it up. I promise you this. It ain't a joke to Dirk. It wasn't a joke to Luke either. So, by doing something, and did they go to the finals last year? Yeah. They didn't go to the finals because they fired Casey Smith. They went to the finals somehow despite it.
Tim MacMahon from ESPN joining us here. Tim, we've heard a lot about the tone being important with this discussion with Nico yesterday, as opposed to just the straight read of the quotes. He still believes he did the right thing. Do you get the sense that Nico has disdain for the critics that are out there?
Oh, he didn't like being criticized. He didn't like being criticized, no. And I assume that's why he hasn't been returning my text messages for a while now. Were I a PR professional and I was dealing with somebody like me, I'd say, hey, you're better off dealing with them one-on-one, because if the only way they can get to you is in a group, they're going to come right at you.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of advice to folks out there.
So I know you probably don't really care, but I want to just give you the floor because, it's you and I have we don't have any problem or beef, but we never cross enough paths to become truly tight. But I respected your work so much. I wanted to get you hired at times here at the station, and that's why I'm confused when you get caught in the crosshairs of being out there or some of the reports. Where does that come from? And I hear you joke about it with Windhorse and Bontemps all the time. Just explain why Tim MacMahon is in some Mavs fans' crosshairs.
Listen, man, because why is QAnon a thing, right? People get online and they go down rabbit holes and they follow crowds. It is what it is. My work speaks for itself. I've been doing this for a long time. And, I'm on a pretty damn good roll here, fellas. So, it is what it is.
Were you surprised they did that yesterday before the play-in tonight?
No, because they were supposed to do it 2 weeks ago. Patrick Dumont wanted that to happen 2 weeks ago. He wanted that to happen before Luka's return. Not the day before, the week before. So I don't know why it finally happened yesterday, but that was something that had been pushed back.
Leave us with this. Let's say they have every other media member yesterday leave and say, Tim, come back here, man. You've been doing this a long time. You're on a roll. You're on TV. You got the book out. You understand PR. Give us some advice. What would you say at this point in time? Real, true advice that you think could start trying to help.
Who's asking me for it?
Dumont and Nico.
Man. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know how to advise explaining the inexplicable. I don't. I really don't.
But handling it publicly, right? Isn't that the only way to start?
But again, the thing that I do have difficult, like, I'm not very good at being full of crap. And I think to be like in that seat, like in that GM seat, like Donnie was great at it. Donnie would get up there all shucks, and he had all like, we love our boys in blue and, all that kind of crap. Nico has he's got no charisma up there. He's bad in press conference settings or whatever that was yesterday.
Yeah.
But again, what you want is you don't want a guy to have to be full of it. You want a guy to be able to say, hey, we made this move and here's why. And the one thing that Nico had in his favor was bringing up, hey, my previous trades weren't popular. The Kyrie deal was heavily criticized at the time. People were down on the P.J. Washington. Danny. Those were mixed, but I'll admit, I didn't like either of those deals. I thought they gave up too much, but they worked out. Those guys were huge pieces. And the reason I didn't like them too much is I didn't think they're going to move the needle enough. I still thought, if this thing flops, they might lose Luka. And then if you lose Luka, let me tell you, A 27 top 2 protected pick to Charlotte and a 28 unprotected swap to OKC are steep prices. Now, if Luke is on the roster, you're all good. So those trades worked out. And then they didn't because you lost Luke on your own accord. So, again, you got to have logic, and you got to be able to explain it. And he didn't. So my thing is like, I can't advise you how to better message your logic when I don't think you have any.
Tim MacMahon, the Wonder Boy, ESPN Television tonight in Sacramento. Thank you, man. Keep killing it. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate you, fellas.
Tim MacMahon, ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We send RJ off to Italy. Next with KNC.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on your home for the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, 6:30 pregame this evening, 7 o'clock first pitch after finally scoring some runs. 4-zip over Washington the Angels yesterday. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Guys, Tyler Mahle is fantastic, and we love him. We do that right out of the gate. Mavs and Stars super segment at 10:20. Will Tyler Seguin fix the Stars? Probably not. Also, we have Bruce Bochy joining us at 12:30 today, and maybe some more surprise guests. And why somebody wanted Barry Bonds to die. That's during the C-Block.
Oh, with Bassett coming on?
Oh.
Poll question.
Yes.
You have to guess the total response and give your own vote.
Okay.
Do you actually want the Dallas Mavericks to win tonight?
Yes.
Are the only two options on there yes and no?
Yes. What else would there be?
I don't know. It feels like usually in these poll questions, you guys have a more smart-assy response.
Used to be only two options for plenty of things, and then we started expanding that.
I guess I don't care.
Not up to today.
I say 80% say no, and I agree.
You do not want them to win tonight. Corey, you do.
I do, and I think there's going to be a majority that says, like a big majority that says they don't want them to win.
You're both correct. We're at 74% lose. Right now, I'm voting for a win. Choppy wants a loss. And Bob?
Loss. Embarrassing loss by like 60.
Because then you're still eligible for the lottery.
I think I'm
lose one of these
I'm
two
most interested in. Yes, that is true.
That's why I want them to lose.
That is true.
But it doesn't. You don't lose the pick.
No, but
right.
you're not.
It's not like
you don't lose the pick, but instead you'll be slotted at.
You have zero chance of moving up.
13.
Yeah.
Whereas if you lose one of these next two games, you still have a shot. It's a low shot.
1%.
But you still have a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, I might change my vote.
I'm interested to see how the players act tonight. Like, do they want to win? Like, are they going full out on this? Or are they like, we're done, man. Like, we're toast with this. We don't care about the city anymore. They've been so mean to us too. Like, we're just completely done with it.
What do you think is going to be then?
I think they're going to go work their asses off.
Okay.
I think kids got their ears, and I don't necessarily know that everybody on that team loved Luka. So maybe they do want to go out and win.
What surprised you the most about the Nico meeting yesterday?
Did it happen the way it did?
Yeah.
That was a surprise.
Not really. I don't know. I don't understand the point of yesterday's meeting at all if he was not going to give anybody what they wanted. Then don't even get together. Like, you're not going to change the fans' minds at this point. Like, if you had broken off like a 25-4 record, then I'd be like, see?
Yeah.
But it's been a catastrophe because of injuries and losing. I don't know why he did this to begin with. If he wasn't going to be like, hey, I just want to say to the Mavericks fans, I'm sorry that I made the deal that has hurt so many people. And instead he was like, no, it's the right thing to do. Then just don't have the press conference.
But this is a guy that really believes it's the right thing to do.
I know.
Like that when Newey was like, give me an example of a team that's done something that's added a defensive player. He was like, look, I just think that this is the best thing. Defense wins championship. He believes that. And he's like, why doesn't anybody else see that? Why doesn't anybody else understand what I believe?
And there's a chance over the next 3 years he can be right.
That is true.
If you score things by championships, or the Mavs could get farther than the Lakers in the finals in the next 3 years. What I think might be happening is, owners all say and have to pretend to a degree that they care about governors, that they care about fans. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You know how many governors sit back smoking cigars and drinking their cognac behind the scenes and these dumbasses keep,
and that's not even talking about basketball.
Nico
twice a week, right?
Nico and DeMont are not even pretending like they care about the fan connection. You know, it's dead to them. It doesn't exist. And that's the way they're coming across. They don't have to placate whatsoever. Stephen Jones placates. Jerry Jones placates. Every other person, for the most part in sports, Dan Snyder had no idea how to do it.
I don't know if I actually agree with that. I don't know, Bobby, where you were going to go with this.
Probably a smart-ass comment, like the whole crosstalk.
I could see that. The reason is it feels like if you watch a superhero movie where the villain doesn't think they're doing something wrong, they're like, you don't understand why this is the right thing to do. So I don't think he is ignoring the fans as much as he's like, no. Just listen to me talk some more.
Yeah.
And you'll understand why I'm right.
But the thing he needs to stop. Go ahead, Bobby.
I was just kidding. I don't even think it's that, though. I don't think it's like, guys, here, let me hold your hand and walk you through this. I think it's, you're so stupid and you don't know what I know.
He's trying to tell us, really, you haven't been around the best athletes of all time side by side. And I'm telling you, and it's going to play out and you'll see, Luka Doncic doesn't have it. The little it factors and the special championship traits and all this. I don't care that he got to the finals. We weren't close to winning. And he doesn't have it. And you're going to see that throughout the remainder of his career. That's really what he wants to say.
That's what he wants to say.
And that's what he's basically saying.
Okay, but yeah, there's ways. First of all, there's ways to do it.
Yeah.
You don't alienate the franchise's greatest player in the process of doing so.
Yes.
You don't basically act like we're the rubes in all this. Like, cool, man. Like,
it's really like Jerry. It's really like Jerry Landry coming in, not kissing Tom's ring, and it's like, meet me on the golf course so I can dispose of your body.
Yeah,
and that's what they're doing with Dirk.
They are.
Tim McMahon just told us they're lucky. He knows. He just told us that Dirk is pretty ticked off, and they're lucky that Dirk is biting his lip.
Yeah.
The number one sports crime you could commit in this city has nothing to do with the Cowboys. It has nothing to do with the none of them. It is saying something negative about Dirk.
Yeah.
And over, these side swipes, intentional or not, keep happening.
The only player in town, the only two players that you could even put, to me, that on the untouchable scale with Dirk is Roger and Nolan.
And Luka, too, apparently.
Well, Luka, at a time. And Madonna. Right, but even still, like, it's really Roger and Nolan.
Yeah,
and those are the two, and they've pooped right on them, right under the statue.
Set us up for your trip. When are you flying out to Italy?
Tomorrow.
Ooh.
Tomorrow. Well, we're going to Zurich.
Okay.
So Switzerland. The Von Trapp family. I don't know if they're going to be around.
Oh, nice.
That's a Sound of Music, I think.
They're dead. Been dead for quite a while.
I don't know about that.
I want to hear Peyton's Italian music choice here.
So we're going to go to Zurich for a couple days, and then take a train down to the Alps, the northern Alps, Milan, and then there's a lake.
You have like
up
a
there.
private cabin in the train, or are you just sitting in a seat? How does that work? You get one of those little.
I don't know. My sister, who is the travel agent, Wilson Voyages, she set everything up. So she has gotten the train. She got the train seats for us and everything.
But you got a sweet plane set up.
Yeah, we do. We did. We went up to business class.
Ooh,
look at that.
And that entails what?
Honestly, I'm not really sure.
More
I've
leg
never done it
room.
before. But I know, like,
You're
really
gonna love this trip. You're gonna be so surprised.
Wow,
look at all this
meatballs. Great. She wanted a full lay flat seat. She's like, I need to be able to sleep because everybody has said that if you don't have that, your first day is basically ruined because we get there at 8 a.m. in Zurich. So like we're gonna be able to sleep hopefully. So we splurged on that. That was the big splurge.
What are you looking forward to the most?
The big splurge.
That's why they got the lay flat seats.
The second day.
When you land and get started, have you done
Splurged everywhere for
food, wine, history?
So we got
how you ranking them?
We've got history for me.
He's a history buff.
I'm a history buff.
You are? How old is Peyton or whatever?
Yeah, he's blown the last 3 answers from the 60s for Peyton.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's why I didn't have belief in you.
No,
well, wasn't that the actor? Did he kill somebody?
I killed Robert McNamara.
Yeah, Robert McNamara, the defense secretary.
Listen, Bob,
he was one of the Bonds.
I didn't know Bob.
Well, look, he may not know it. He likes it. Okay? Let me adjust. He likes
like
it.
history. I don't know history. I don't know history.
Good at it, but I'm
but no, we're gonna go to Lucerne, which is supposed to be like a really nice spot. They have this these kind of like it looks like a bobsled track.
Oh,
it's not a roller coaster.
Yes, I've seen this.
It's not a roller coaster, but it's like a mountain sort of bobsled thing that just kind of goes down the mountain at a 20, 30 miles. Not super fast.
Looks awesome.
We're gonna try that.
Okay.
And then the train's supposed to have like a window up top so you can see the mountains and everything.
Nice.
Driving through, we're gonna go to like Lake Como and Lake Garda up in the Alps, and then we're gonna do like Florence. A lot of sights. Italy's gonna be mostly sightseeing. The food, we don't have the food set up yet. We got a cooking class we're doing. We're gonna do wine tasting.
Nice.
There's a chocolate tour, like in Switzerland, like a chocolate factory tour.
Ask them about chocolate donuts. What qualifies?
Yeah, check in and see if they have any cronuts there, because we might still take that business overseas.
Well, look, happy honeymoon. Have a safe trip and have fun.
Thank you. Can't wait.
The KNC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Bell.
So it's okay to say 105.3 The Corey.
I was about to say the
okay.
Corey, but I was about to skip ahead to my next sentence. If you ever hear me trip up, that's usually what happens, except for that one time that I had a total breakdown after Cooper Flagg got hurt. And turns out none of it would have mattered anyway.
Yeah.
Bobby said make this the best show of the week, and I think that we should go ahead and abide by that.
Let's go.
We're going to talk about Tyler Mahle. We're going to talk about the Rangers catching split, not shift. That would have been an unfortunate jump ahead. But I got a question first, and Alec, I want you to weigh in on this as well. Why is it that people don't seem to understand how to get out of the way of the ambulance? Now, I'm coming down 30, although this could happen anywhere. It feels like, because a lot of times, especially on the highway, the ambulance will like try to hit up the left lane. I realize in another street, it might be a different deal, but you're trying to get in the left lane. It feels like every car in the left lane just sits there and they're like, well, I don't know how you're ever going to get through all of these cars. You don't worry about that. You move your car. People in the lane next to you, be aware that that car is trying to move for the ambulance. But it feels like we still haven't figured this out.
It's weird because even in video games, they figured it out. So I think about like GTA 5, if you steal one of those ambulances or fire trucks and you turn the sirens off, every car will literally crash into a building to get out of your way. Like, it feels like everyone should have that instinct once they see the flashing lights and they hear the sirens. Hey, how about I just move over a lane just to, even if you do create 3 lanes of space, I'd rather them have 3 lanes of space than none. You know, they got places to be, very important places to be more than likely. And it feels like I'm always the one, I'm not trying to like put a feather in my own cap, but it feels like you're always the only person that's acknowledging that. And it just makes it even more frustrating because it's like, not only am I having to stop on my way to work or whatever, but nobody else is stopping. It's like, why am I the only person that has any kind of common sense?
You're right. And the other thing is, you know why I think part of that is, and this might just be what I've noticed today, but I feel like I've seen it a lot of times, is because everybody is more concerned with Corey's computer.
I'm trying to show you a video of in Korea how they get out of the way. Everybody pulls over.
Oh,
so
that's
the thing
genius.
Run right down the middle of the street there.
That is very efficient. But everybody knew what to do. But it feels like on our highways, people are more concerned with how quickly can I get back into the left lane to try to trail the ambulance, which I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that anyway, especially the way people are like, yeah, I guess if I have to, I'll move. But let me get right behind this ambulance so I can somehow break through the traffic cycle that everybody else in the world is having to deal with. Why is it so complicated is my question this morning.
Because, Kevin, you've asked this question. I think you asked this question to Stephen Jones once, who was on our air yesterday, by the way, right here on this show. Today we'll have Bruce Bochy. Look at us. You asked me one time, is driving a competition or a
cooperation?
A cooperation. And most people look at it as a competition. And they want to get in front of you. They want to, whatever it can. Dude, how many times do you see in traffic people moving over, moving back over, moving back over, and you're like, you're still behind me.
Yeah.
All this moving you're trying to do, you're still behind me. Because people look at it as a competition, not a cooperation. So I think that's the big reason. They even want to compete with the firemen. They want to compete with the ambulance. They're like, I can get over in front of you. So that's I think that's why. Or people just don't pay attention. They're in their own worlds in their car. They're tweeting, they're watching videos. I heard a commercial the other day of a guy who was like, hey, I used to watch Netflix on my phone while I drove. Now I can connect it to my, what are you talking about? I know I watch
See, and
TV.
I feel like my head automatically pops up or pops to the side when you hear that like distinctive siren. I know there's been commercials in the past that people have complained about. They're like, bro, I thought there was an ambulance or I was getting pulled over or whatever. But yeah, it's just, it's really annoying because like Alex said, I get it. People have important things to do. You have an appointment, you have a job, you have whatever. The person in the ambulance probably has a significantly more important thing going on. Then you might be late to your appointment.
J-Met says that it's because we're Tolo going, Corey. And that makes a lot of sense. If you're Tolo going in the car, you saw White Men Can't Jump. Rosie Perez got over there, and Woody Harrelson was like, this is probably very dangerous.
And see, for the 469, what if traffic is completely stopped and can't move? I get it. If that is the case, it is significantly more difficult to figure out. But I think most of the time that's not the case. Most of the time it's you feel like you're stopped, but not really. You're moving. And this morning on 30, it was slow just because it's the morning traffic, but there was plenty of room to move out of the way and maneuver. And you saw a handful of people doing it. And then you saw people were like, I don't know what to do. And you're like, you just move to the right, just your car. Don't worry about the car in front of them or you or that next person. You just move to the right.
Yeah, we're just trying to save a life.
Yeah.
We're just trying to save lives out here, everybody. Trying to take care of our community, our local habitation. Be a better neighbor is all I'm saying to everybody out. And I'm not saying you're a bad neighbor, all right? I'm just saying we can all be better neighbors. We're all on this thing together. It's just a rock swinging around the sun, you know? That's all we're trying to do is trying to survive, not crash into the sun somewhere.
From the 972, are y'all going to sing happy birthday to Bochy?
You can't sing it, right?
Yes, that is a public domain song now.
We can sing it.
Yes, you can.
Okay, but I do want to know, because he did tell us a while back that Tony Beasley sings to everybody, but he said, I don't let him sing to me. So I'm going to confirm whether or not he sings to him. So I'm going to check in on that today.
From the 432, Dominic here. I appreciate y'all keeping the vent segment alive. Absolutely. And I see people send in, we have a lot of truck drivers that listen to the show. I want to say, God bless you. I don't know how you do it dealing with other people. Like the job itself, maybe you like being alone. Maybe you love to drive, or just maybe it's the most financially logical job for you to have, whatever the reason is. God bless you all for making it through these streets as part of your job.
It's tough in these streets.
Yeah, can you imagine if your job was not to just drive here, but then drive back and drive back and drive back?
I've done that before.
Just keep driving?
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling how people can stand other people.
I used to drive to pick up cars for my uncle's car dealership. And so I would drive down to Victoria, Texas and pick stuff up and then drive it back. And that was fun. I'll let you know, if you bought that Hyundai Sonata, I wore that thing out on the way back from Victoria, Texas.
Good
the
for you,
whole
Sonata.
ride.
I don't
The
know.
whole ride.
Well, I guess.
I'm sorry, Tyler Mahle. I promise we're going to talk about you.
Tyler Mahle was great yesterday.
He was. From the 2-1. Yeah, he really was. The last two games have been phenomenal. The 2-1-4 sucks when you're trying to get out of the way and the people in the middle or left middle lane won't make room for you. Here's another thing that bothers me about that. Try to understand what the person is doing because we're on the same team. So, for example, when we're leaving the building, and if you're familiar with this specific area, although you can find any area in the Metroplex, I have no doubt there are similar conundrums. I'm trying to get on the kind of end of 75, 345 connector to get to 30. I'm trying to get out of the way of the people who want to break down into downtown and go on 35. But they're guarding their position in those lanes like I did something terrible to their mom. And I'm like, no. You should let me in because I'm trying to get all of the way out of your way. And they're like, nope, I'm going to block you. Nope, I'm going to block you. Nope. And I'm like, I can still turn from this lane, Nimrod. If that's all I was trying to do, why would I be getting over there? I'm trying to move out of the way. Let's work in cooperation, all right? I can move out of your way. You can have one less person trying to get to the downtown, and I can be on my merry way down 30.
We could all be working together. Zipper method, like you said, zipper method's the best way. Nobody wants to follow it.
Someday, people will figure out the zipper method and we'll be like, holy crap, we should have been doing this for like a century.
It's almost like there was never a uniform version of driving school that everybody learned.
I could see that.
Or there's different rules out there.
Or like many things. I think there is. We just paid attention to the parts that we thought were important. You're like, that part's important.
I'll never need this in real life.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Tyler Mahle. I promised that we would get to it. And first of all, you needed a win. You desperately needed a win. And for, about 6 innings, it looked like maybe you'd win, maybe you wouldn't, but it was going to be another really downer 1-0 game. Because even if they would have won this game 1-0, I still think you could have classified that easily as a disappointment just because the offense continues to struggle. But by hook or crook, I know all the reasons were kind of different, but you got to run in the 6th, 7th, 2 in the 8th. Tyler Mahle pitched phenomenal. And now you can say, all right, 4-0, it's a definitive victory. I feel a lot better. The bullpen looked solid. Tyler Mahle was outstanding. This felt like a win that this team needed to get.
Absolutely, they needed
Even
to get
early.
it in the fashion that they got it. I'm happy with too.
Yes,
you know it was a 4-0 win is perfectly fine by me. Like that, I'm perfectly happy with a 4-0 win.
You get my point about if it was 1-0 though, right?
Yeah, no, I absolutely do. The fact that you got some timely hits from Corey Seager, you got timely hits from Pilar, and great defense from Pilar last night as well. You got, I don't know, man, Jonah Heim just keeps being on base, and at times that you're like, well, that's nice that he was on base this time. You're getting contributions from everybody, and what I saw last night was what Mike has told us so many times, and you hear a lot of guys who are pitchers and analysts say the same thing. The hitter will tell you what your stuff's, what pitches are working. And last night, the hitters were telling him, we know your fastball's 93, 94 miles an hour. We're not seeing it, dude. Like, whatever you're throwing out here, we're swinging and we're missing because we are off. And we have no clue what you're doing right now. And Mahle looked like, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen that confidence off of the mound, dude. He really, as he was walking off the mound before pitches were even hitting the plate.
These are the best back-to-back starts he's probably had in, 4 years?
Yes, and this is another thing I want to talk to Boach about today was last night David Murphy said he's still just trying to get comfortable being on the mound again after the injury because he didn't have that many innings that he had compiled before the season even started. So he's still trying to do that. There are other guys on this team that are still trying to get into form. DeGrom is still trying to get into form. They're even Corey Seager's probably still, from injury purposes, still trying to be in form. Josh Young still trying to be. Some of these guys are all still trying to get there. Yet here we are with 10 wins, and Mahle actually kind of looks like he's there, like he's found his comfort zone. And if we can get a dude that cares the way he does right now all season long, we're going to be in a really good place because he's throwing ace type stuff.
Now I get in trouble when I say things like this, so I won't say it's unreasonable to expect him to stay at this exact form. If he stays at this exact form, the Rangers will have their first ever Cy Young. But I'm just saying from a largely consistent point of view, look at the 3 starts that you've gotten for the month. 18 innings pitched, 5 walks, 6 hits. So it's 11 base runners allowed in 18 innings, also versus 18 strikeouts.
I'll take that.
By the way, oh my God, that's amazing. And he's consistently gotten you 6 innings per start. I know it's actually bounced 5.76, but you get the idea. After what was a very bad first start for him and had me really worried, this is the Tyler Mahle of 2021 that I know a lot of people were like, this could be the best case scenario if it works out. And I realize it's only 3 starts, but you have won all 3 of those starts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
he's pitched phenomenal.
I think, Kevin, I'm not sure if maybe I got a bad note from somebody else out there or what, but there was a little concern. I think you and I were both concerned about him the most in the rotation, and I just hadn't given him the right chance. And now he's just giving me the, hey, don't worry about anything until he does something else. I'm perfectly comfortable with him walking up to the bump, and he looks that same way. So whatever that note that I felt like I got before, I was just a little apprehensive about him. Right now, that thing's completely gone, and he's got a new slate for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got a Mavs and Stars super segment, but I understand how upset people are about the Mavs, so maybe it'll mostly turn into a Stars segment.
Why?
Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stars trying to crack one here. Shot, score! They do! Thomas Harley. The shot from the blue line. It pinballed around, and Wyatt Johnston with his latest power play goal opens the scoring in the game.
You were going to need that. Not tonight. I don't really care what happens in the Stars game tonight.
What?
I'm sorry.
You've been furious the last 5 games about all they're losing, and now you're like, who cares?
Okay. Well, look, this
I
is
don't
your
care.
fault.
I really don't care.
This is your fault.
When to get in.
Because, no, you're fine. You've been in for a while. Does it matter if you go into the playoffs on a 7-game losing streak? Like, for example, do you think there's anybody out there that's like, oh, you got to win against Nashville tonight or you can't win against Colorado? I continually go back to 2020 in the bubble, in that weird round robin thing that they did. I thought the Stars looked like the worst hockey team in the bubble. Like the worst.
You said you'd never seen a hockey team as miserable. You thought they were actually playing on water, not ice.
I thought they were going to be out. That would be something. I thought they would be out in the first round for sure.
Yeah.
And guess what? Presto changeo. About a month and a half later,
They ended up losing the Stanley Cup.
Okay, but they were in the Stanley Cup final. So I understand everyone who is concerned and thinking this looks like a one and done team. And look, we even talked about it in the betting odds. The Stars have been installed as a slight underdog against the Colorado Avalanche. So with all of that in mind, does tonight matter to you guys? Like, are you going to see anything tonight aside from Tyler Seguin getting back out there? We'll talk about that in a second. That you're like, okay, great. Or are you just like, who cares? Get ready for Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how they want to treat the game. If they want to treat it like it's a ramp up for the weekend and it's time to get rolling, then I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. If they want to treat it as if it's a, hey, we're just resting and
I
making
don't think
sure
they
our
are.
legs
I
there.
think they're going.
Do you feel like over the last 5 games they've been going full bore?
No.
Or
And one of the reasons I brought that up, I know there are other spots. I think you've seen a scale down of a couple minutes per key player, but also it's been the fact that you've rotated every single game between Ottinger and DeSmith. And usually it's like 3-1, 2-1, whatever. So I think the goal switching has led me to believe like maybe you weren't all the way in on the Winnipeg chase.
Okay, and so
Which is okay.
If that's the case, and if that's the way that they're wanting, so you think tonight will be a different treatment though? In that
I think tonight they're putting
ramping up
all their guys.
Okay,
out there.
and if that's the case, then I want to see them go out there, have crisp passing, take care of the puck, hit with purpose. I want to see them win puck battles, and I want to see, and that's especially in their zone. They got to get that puck out and start moving it into the opponent's zone. And then on top of that, I want to see their defense say, hey, we're prepping for Miro to be back. But that doesn't mean that we need him back. We're just making sure that we're ready for in case he doesn't come back.
Yeah.
I need to see those things happen tonight, and then I'll feel more confident going up against Colorado because I know they can turn it on.
Yeah.
And leave it on.
And they're okay.
And get it on.
I like that. So the Stars right now, I'm pretty sure, have the second longest losing streak in the NHL behind only San Jose, who is the worst hockey team by probably a pretty sizable margin in the NHL this season.
From the 2-1-4, I want to see them win because I hate seeing them lose this much.
Yeah.
And I get that.
I wonder how many of our fans listening right now, maybe this is a topic for another day. I wonder how many of our fans listening right now, like what would be your split of I like seeing my team win versus I hate seeing my team lose? Because ideally you'd be like, oh, it's like 90-10 or something like, if my team loses, it sucks. I think I'm like way closer to 50-50, and that's probably not the best spot to be in as a fan.
I remember audibly saying, I think it was after the last Stars game, I think after 2 goals were scored against, I literally had my little TV remote in my hand. I just kind of tossed it on the bed and I said, I hate it here. And I just walked out of the room.
Yes.
Like it's a lot closer to 50-50 for me. I hate watching them lose. And the thing for me about this game mattering, my perception of momentum was completely ruined by the 2023 Texas Rangers.
Fair.
So I don't know if it
Although
matters
I think
to
that
me.
Stars team should be in that mix too from 2020.
Exactly. So my perception of momentum and at least just feeling confident going into a playoff series was completely ruined by those 2 seasons. So I really don't know how to feel. It's like if they win, I'm going to be happy, of course. But if they lose, am I going to be on that fence of I'm going to throw the remote at the couch again and say, this sucks, I hate it here? Or am I going to be like, all right, let's just go ahead and tighten up for the playoff race? It would be nice to see a win, get edged out because they are going to play all of their guys. If you're going to go out there and start all of your guys, even if you do limit some of their time in total time on ice, I do want to see them win if you're going to say everybody's available.
In my own personal ventures, Kevin, I hate losing. because losing will stick with me longer than my wins. My wins, I'm like, okay, what's the next way to win?
Yeah.
But losses, I will be furious. I'll dig even deeper on those things. For my teams, I have no control over how they do. So I don't care if they lose. It hurts. It sucks. It stinks. I do get depressed sometimes. But I don't care as much as I love winning. Like, I love them. I love to see my team win more. In my own personal venture, I don't want to lose. But for them, I just like seeing them win because it feels good. Feels good knowing my guys went out there and kicked somebody else's butt, and they were able to do it. Now we get more hockey or more whatever it is. So I like to see them win because it's a good feeling. The other part of it, I'm like Alec, I hate it here, but I can just turn that off in my brain and all together and be like, okay, I guess it's time for me to go watch The Studio now.
And maybe...
because that's an Apple TV show.
Yes.
And if you know me...
he loves Apple TV shows. You know what, now? It's been really helpful to, like, because there's so many streaming services, just jump to the chase. Hey, have you seen this one show? My first question every time, if I'm not familiar with it, is it on Apple TV? Not that that's a bad thing. There are lots of Apple TV shows that I love. That just helps me cut to the chase quicker.
And remember, there was a time when Apple TV had no content.
Nothing.
And they didn't know what they were doing. And then they had Ted Lasso, and that was about it. And they were like, we don't know what else to do.
Yes.
Here they are, just one after another. I'm liking them.
Something I'll be curious about this evening when we talked about how all the way out the Stars are going to go. And I know it looks like they're going to start their guys, but I think you're going to play on Saturday. I know they haven't released the official schedule. I think you're going to start against Colorado on Saturday. Today's Wednesday, so that's not necessarily a quick turnaround. On the flip side, do you know Colorado played their last game on Sunday? And that was their last regular season game.
That's a lot of rest.
Yeah, it is a lot of rest. And so then this goes into the rest versus rust discussion.
It really depends on your team.
Yes, especially when it comes to hockey. So I wonder, will we be going into game one going, I don't know, Colorado's had a lot of time to rest? Or are you like, hey, Dallas just fought tooth and nail and won in the last 2 minutes of the third period. That felt like a playoff game. They're going to be ready for Saturday.
I do wonder if DeBoer looked ahead and saw that Colorado was going to have that week and was like, I got to figure out how to give my guys, look, we can wear ourselves out trying to get first, or I can get my guys the rest that they need and have a better chance against Colorado whenever we get rocking.
Do you know that this is going to be the 7th postseason meeting between the Stars and the Avalanche?
That makes sense. I do remember last year saying that it was the 6th. So
yes,
the next obvious thing would be 7.
And every time the Stars have made it to the Stanley Cup final, they have played the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs.
Did they beat them in those times?
Yeah. Yes, Corey, they did. All three of those particular times. Yes.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. So we need to win, is what you're saying, if we want to go win the Stanley Cup.
Yes, Corey, if your question is, if they lose, do I think they can make the Stanley Cup final? My definitive answer is no.
Okay.
No, I do not.
Maybe you want to make a play on that.
Yes, I do. Trust me. If there was an underdog play that said, will the Stars lose to the Avalanche and still make the Stanley Cup final, I would leverage all of my funds into that answer.
Seems like a smart one.
No, they cannot. All right, let's go with the Mavericks as well. Go ahead and give me cut number 6, because we did promise it to be the Mavs and Stars super segment, and the Mavs are playing tonight.
And it goes into Davis. And it's Anthony Davis driving. It's in there! 3.4 to go. It's not a walk-off yet, but it's a 2-point lead, courtesy of AD.
Let's say that the Luka deal hadn't happened, but the Mavericks had still had all kinds of injury problems, and we're still in this game tonight for some reason. Do you think people would be amped up because they're like, hey, you still got Luka, you could still go on a run? Or do you think there would be that same apathy? Because this is technically like a pseudo playoff game. I don't exactly know what to call it, but it feels like nobody cares.
I like what Brada said yesterday. It's the play-in of the playoffs.
Yes.
And that's what I signed up for. And that's where I am. I signed up for this, man. I want to watch this team. I want to watch my laundry go somewhere. And that's what I'm in for tonight. I like PJ Washington a lot. I like Daniel Gafford a lot. The guys on that court, I want success in their life. And for whatever next year's team is going to be, I'm hopeful that those guys are big parts of it and they can take whatever they learn from this playoff. Maybe they do get into the playoff. Like maybe they do go further with this, and then that's fun. I like that fun. I enjoy it. I understand. I totally get anybody who's so furious with the organization that they don't want any success for them. I get it.
Yeah.
I've been there before. I've had that feeling for a local team before. I've had that feeling. But I do like those players so much, and I was invested in seeing them grow in the playoffs this year that I kind of want to see it through. It's unfortunate that Rick Welts and Nico, when they're talking about everything, they're selling us Kyrie.
Yeah.
But he's not there, so how does that help? And they're like, no, but defense wins championships. I get it. But where are you getting your offense from?
Yeah, use that message next year. Don't hit me with... It just feels like they're hitting me with the theoretically, we have the best team. And I'm like, that's great.
And in theory doesn't work in practice. And so that's why I want to see what they are up against a potential playoff team and see how that goes. So I'm rooting hard for the team tonight. Again, I'm still frustrated with the front office. I don't like losing a player like Luka, a guy that we were emotionally attached to as much as we were just watching the guy. Like, oh yeah, he's ours. No, he was ours. Like, so that's part of it. I'm really looking forward to it tonight.
Okay, but I guess the question is, Corey, for the 469, and I actually think this question is more relevant than the first time you asked it. Are they in it to win it? Because if you don't know this story,
you're going to see it on their face tonight.
Mike Bassick has told this story before. It was when the Rangers beat the Tigers in the 2011 ALCS to advance to the World Series. He asked, or was it you asked him or in the tease?
It was going to tease. Coming up next, we find out if the Rangers are in it to win it. And Mike followed up with, I think they are. And I went, you could have just not said anything, Mike. But Mike being Mike.
Because they were going to the World Series.
Knowing that we were going to work together in the future. It was like, I'm setting the standard right now for helping. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he is comprending, though. He is learning Spanish at a quick pace.
Mucho comprende.
From the 817, I like the players so much, I hope they get traded to contenders. From the 972, I hope the Mavericks lose by 100. There are multiple people from the 817. I hope the Mavericks get blown out. And it seems
I get it. I totally get it.
It at least seems like people are aware of the game, but it feels like the bigger category is apathetic or I hope they lose, as opposed to I hope they win and play again on Friday against the Grizzlies. Because remember, if you win this game tonight, then you'll have to go on the road against the Grizzlies on Friday, and then you'll have to win that game in order to move into the actual playoff series against OKC. And you'll be an underdog against the Grizzlies, just like you are tonight. You will be a massive underdog against OKC if that series does come to pass. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some baseball nuggets right here on The Fan?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live.
Has low review products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And here's a chopper up the middle. Anderson to his left. It's off of his glove and out into center. Seager around third. He's in to score. Rangers lead 3-0.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. God bless throwing errors and the bats for the Texas Rangers last night. A lot of the throwing errors, though. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Go
ahead.
I don't know why I thought that I needed to talk. I have nothing to say.
Oh.
So but I felt like there was a space that I needed to fill.
Go on.
And that was kind of my apologies.
Okay.
I'm here for
fine.
you, Tolos.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
We love
All right.
baseball.
Let's talk about Mike Trout. Mike Trout was like, you know what? I'm convinced. I like Aaron Judge. I forget how the last World Baseball Classic ended. I would like to be back for the World Baseball Classic in 2026. Do you think he can make the cut?
I don't know, man.
What?
There are a lot of good players out there, and Mike Trout might get injured in the game based on how things go. So
Man.
a little concerned about that.
That is not as positive as I thought you might be there.
Listen, I have been I think it's because he wears a Yankees uniform that I don't like Aaron Judge.
Okay.
And I use the word discount too much, I think. What's another word? I've probably downplayed how good he is. But then whenever I saw Juan Soto say, people are pitching to me differently because I don't have the greatest hitter in baseball behind me, and I consider Juan Soto the greatest hitter in baseball, and he's saying that about Aaron Judge, I was like, you know what? may need to reconsider how I feel about it. If he's asking Mike Trout to be on the team, then I need to be right there with it. This is not about Yankees anymore. This is about America.
Yeah. All right.
What kind of prices other countries are going to pay when we defeat them.
Okay. I like it.
In baseball.
Man. I should just
You
keep
shouldn't
this.
do it.
I know.
Don't do
I
it.
should. But do you think viewership for the World Baseball Classic would be even crazier if like some of the tariffs were decided by how you finished in the World Baseball Classic?
Yes.
That'd be amazing.
Yes, the crowds would be insane.
Mike Trout gets his rematch against Shohei Ohtani. This will also determine if there is a 15% or a 30% tariff on imported goods. That would be amazing.
The announcer's like, dadgummit, my favorite wine, no more because of Italy.
Then whatever your 24/7 news station of choices is like, breaking news, Mike Trout singles, tariffs go up for Japan. And that would just be...
I'm totally
Anyways.
telling you, man.
Okay, so we probably won't do that. But he wants to play in the World Baseball Classic. Let's talk about other baseball things. Dodger Stadium will host the Olympic Baseball Tournament in LA in 2028, which that makes a lot of sense. But they just announced it yesterday, and... This is the stadium that hosted in 1984 for baseball as a demonstration sport. Because, sometimes they would do, that's probably what they should have done with breakdancing a little bit more. They should have done they do a demonstration. They're like, here's how it could work. Here's the interest from other countries, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually it got picked up as a medal sport in 1992. But this is the same place where they did it as a demonstration sport. Now, 44 years later, it's going to be back in that stadium.
Two things. One, I want to talk about this real quick. That's awesome. It is also probably the easiest to predict weather-wise.
I could see that.
On an outdoor stadium. So you get the allure of the outdoor baseball, which everybody loves. And, again, the weather is probably going to be the exact same.
Fair.
The other thing from the 972, Kevin, who provides the umpires, and how do you get neutrality from the officials? I don't know.
I assume they're all from Switzerland.
Makes sense.
I don't know. I believe that is in fact
Because
probably
the Swiss
wrong.
are neutral.
Yes, they used to. I don't know.
Everything, or just politics.
They get pretty fired up about making multi-tools and chocolate and fine watches
and golf, LPGA golf.
Is that right?
Oh, she was Swedish.
Okay, you tried.
Sorry.
All right. let's go from that to the San Diego Padres. Now, we've talked about how the Padres got out to an incredible start. Now, a big part of that has been their incredible start at home. The team started 11-0 with a total margin of victory of 47 runs. So not only did they win all their games, they were winning by an average of more than 4 runs per game, and they held a lead after 75% of the home innings that they had played.
Wow, that's impressive.
However, came to an end last night. They got destroyed by the Cubs 2-1 in 10 innings. And that's probably not really destroyed. I just thought that would be fun.
It's a soccer score.
Yeah.
Speaking of, FC Dallas joins us today.
Oh, that's right. We're going to have one of their center backs on. So they lost 2-1. They're still 11-1 at home. But I guess my side question for this is, I really want to see, or do you want to see the Padres more on the road? Because they've only played 6 road games. On the road, 3-3. At home, 11-1. Now, I'm not discounting that they can't still be really good.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, do they then go like 8-4 on the road, or are they sit back at 6-6?
I'm always so fascinated. Like the Rangers yesterday looked like a different team to me than they did while, we had a couple of interference moments that I was kind of still like, what is happening here?
Sure.
But I'm always fascinated about how teams are different at home and what home is different for them. Do they see the ball better? Is it really just sleeping in your own bed, part of the routine? I don't know what it is, because they split the season. They play half of them on the road, half of them at home. I guess it's because it's the same place when you're at home, and it's different venues whenever you're on the road. But I'm always fascinated by those records.
For the Baltimore Orioles general manager, he said what you need to say. The Orioles are 6-10. They're in last place of the AL East. And he said he hasn't seen any signs of panic. And that's great. And that's what he should say. And that is the logical thing to do. How much would you read the heck out of that article if it was Baltimore Orioles GM says he sees signs of panic everywhere, thinks team is on the verge of collapse? Like, I know why you don't say that, but what
I need to read the rest of this quote.
Yeah, what an interesting article that would be if he's like, yeah, that's a great question. I really think we are done. Or we might be done if we can't start breaking off some wins.
Yeah, he's right, though. I mean, they're only 3.5 games back now.
And it's only been 16 games. I get it.
Extrapolate that out over the entire season, Kevin.
You know what? That means they're on pace to finish 35 games out of first place.
See? Not that bad. Could be worse.
That's true. You could be the White Sox.
Yes, exactly. They're already 5.5 games out. Oh, man, the Braves are 6 out.
Yeah.
Oh, the Rockies are 10.5 out.
Because the Braves started horrible. But I want to throw this out there. This has got to hurt your feelings. I'm going to try to incorporate a wild Chicago White Sox stat of the day. The Chicago White Sox are already more games out of first place than games they've won. Just consider that. They are 5.5 games out of first place. They haven't even won 5 games yet. They're 4-12.
Jeez. Then they need to be better than that. They have to be better than that, Kevin. You can't be bad like that.
Do you think that they need, well, I go back to my favorite bet of all time, that the prediction is that Jesus, maybe even Teen-Jesus, is 3 times more likely to come back than the White Sox are to win the World Series.
They don't have the lowest run differential, though.
Oh, they don't?
Oh, no. Kevin, their run differential right now is -12, which is better than the Rangers.
The Rangers is pretty bad.
Rangers is -15, okay? But the worst, you would probably think -24, the Pittsburgh Pirates. And you would be, my friend, incorrect. Because it's -50 for the Rockies. So,
oh, man, they suck.
So yeah, like
they're worse than the White Sox, I guess.
Yeah, being -12 is like you're losing games still, but like you're narrowly losing them. You're not -50.
Okay, hold on. But don't you give the Rockies a little bit of a break because their division is awesome, as opposed to the White Sox, who, their division is fine.
Have they played within their division a lot already on their schedule?
So they're playing the Dodgers right now. They just played the Padres. I don't know about before that.
So before that, Kevin, they lost 2 to the Rays.
Okay.
Are the Rays great? They lost 2 to the Phillies, or 3 to the Phillies, 2 to the A's.
Oh, that's because the A's home field advantage.
2 to the Brewers, and then the rest of them to the Padres and Dodgers. So
okay,
yeah, that's there. Somebody said don't bash them. I will bash them. That division can be stacked, and they still stink. Like they can still be a bad team.
From the 214, I'm going to go ahead and answer this now. I know the questions will not stop. Hey, Kevin, is this FC Dallas center back that y'all are having on the same one that you asked about Christmas? No.
Different.
It's not. But it doesn't matter. I will not ask any holiday-based questions. Look, I'm smart enough. I know not to ask about Easter coming up, all right? We're not talking about it.
I remember Alec one Thanksgiving. He asked Brad Sham about Thanksgiving, and Brad Sham told the saddest story I've ever heard in my life. I feel like somebody had just passed away in his family, and then there was some other things that were going on at the time. He had given Kevin the speech about the glass being half full, and Kevin was always half empty, and then he threw that one out there, and we were like...
And that was part 2 of that question. I asked him if you think Thanksgiving is underrated, and he goes, what do you mean? And I was like, well, it feels like Christmas gets all this blah, 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 and then I talked about Thanksgiving, and then he launched into that, and I was like, all right, you thought I would have learned then.
But you didn't.
No, I've learned.
Holidays are
Don't ask holiday-based questions.
That's right.
Coming up next, nothing about holidays. Rangers panic meter on these early ice-cold players. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors, the famous Alec Medford, as we move into the second hour of the program. I want to remind you of this. Well, first of all, I want to go ahead and get your thoughts. Start pouring them in. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053. What is your Rangers panic meter on these early ice-cold players? You can give it for the team. We'll break down specific players as we go along. But also, tomorrow night, Draft 101, 4131 North Central Expressway. 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up. We're going to have giveaways. There's going to be Whataburger there. And if you just want to get down to the crux of it all, Bobby, Zach, Broadus, and folks from DallasCowboys.com will be there to answer all of your questions about the NFL draft. Will just be the next week.
Yeah, man.
So tomorrow night, and it's free.
Here's what I suggest you do, and I wouldn't make the Whataburger free, honestly. Here's what I would tell. I would say you need to bring in your mock draft in order to get Whataburger. But the boss is a lot nicer than me, obviously. But I still think bring in your printed out mock draft or drafts and get Broadus and them to sign it. Like that's an approach that I would do. Is I'd print out all my mock drafts and say, what do you think? They can grade it right there on site, and they can sign it and give their grades right next to their signatures.
All right. I like that. I was about to say, I bet they like to sign it more than grade it.
I don't know.
Maybe
Broadus might be like, oh, that's terrible. What are you even doing?
See, that is the thing.
Scattaboo in round one. What are we doing?
I'll just tell you this.
We don't need a running back that bad.
Brian Broadus has an immense amount of knowledge, but he's also going to shoot you straight.
He is never going to tell you something that, like, just because you want to have sugar-coated feelings.
Exactly. All right. Hey, speaking of not sugar-coating feelings, let's talk about this Rangers offense so far. Because fair to say it has been subpar? That feels fair.
Yes. 1-0 wins are not optimal. And losses where you feel like you're not even getting on base, let alone string hits together, are the worst. That's the worst feeling for me, Kevin. I've said this all along. I love when you have a guy on first base, now you're pressuring the pitcher. Because the more runners you have on base, the more you're pressuring the pitcher. And most of the time, those guys fold under that pressure. Most of the time. And if you're not doing that, you're not that team. They also haven't done what they didn't promise us, but they had that feeling of we feel like we can slug this year. And Kevin, they won yesterday without hitting a home run.
Yeah.
And
this first 5 innings, they didn't do much of anything.
And this team just they need to hit home runs. This is a team that has to hit home runs because watch them go up to the plate in the way they swing. They're all swinging for home runs. They're not swinging for line drive base hits right now. You can see it in their swing. So they have to do that. And if they're not doing it, then yes, subpar is what they are at the moment.
Do you know right now
They're still with 10 wins?
They are. Yeah, and that's
weird.
Honestly, that is the positive thing about all of it. Do you know right now the Rangers are on pace to hit 171 home runs? Do you know how many they hit last year? 176.
Okay,
So,
what about the year before?
The year before is like 230 or
All right.
something like that. Yeah, and so that's the pace you're hoping to keep. And you're only a tenth of the way through the season, a little bit more. But that's how disappointing it's been thus far. And I feel like all of our conversations have to start, at least for me, with Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson has been awful. I believe right now he's in the midst of an 0 for 26 slump. 0 for 26. The longest run of his career is 0 for 29. And that was 6 years ago. And I'm just going to throw this out there. Just a question for everybody. We talked about this when we were at spring training. Is anybody concerned? He's a veteran. He knows what he's doing. But is anyone concerned that he was kind of D'ing around at spring training?
I'd never seen him at another spring training.
Fair.
So I don't. That's
fair.
That's the one reason. Maybe he did this his whole career.
Could be.
But I do agree. I mean, how often was Mike furious at Luka for not
or people
warming
used to
up
be mad at
appropriately?
Derek Holland all the time, and I realize it. Like we like Derek Holland, but it felt like people would get onto him for stuff like this when he wasn't playing well.
I think the biggest concern. This is Alec. I don't know if you ever were you a class clown kid.
In high school, yes.
Okay, so I probably was always a class clown kid, and I had a teacher pull me out one day, and this was like almost into college, pulled me aside and said, "Hey, look, I know you're smart and you can get this stuff without having to pay attention in class, but the rest of the ones are the ones I'm worried about. They're seeing you act this way, and so they want to join in it. You're distracting them from it." And so that's where, Kevin, would be my concern is, if I'm concerned about it, not necessarily him, but everybody else seeing it and not putting in the effort and work they need to. That being said, his numbers aren't where they need to be for him to even have that kind of personality for it.
And so here's one of the reasons I bring it up.
But I bet he's kicking himself.
Okay.
I bet he is.
No, I don't dispute that. I don't think there's anybody on this team that's like, haha, it's awesome that I'm not playing well. Like, I don't think that. Here's my concern about Jock Peterson. I hope it is that he was kind of screwing around at spring training, and it's going to take a little bit longer because the alternative is way scarier for this team, right? Look at the alternative. Go back to 2020. I know it was a shortened season. Jock Peterson was not good. Go back to 2021. Jock Peterson was not good. Go back to 2022. He was fine. 2023, I guess he was fine, probably below fine. And then last year, he was good. That's great that he got a contract off of last year, and I appreciate that. But when you look at all the seasons before that, are you like, hey, did we pay for 2019 and 2024 Jock Peterson? Because that's kind of confusing.
I'm still curious about when the signing happened, how much they envisioned Evan Carter playing versus how much Jock Peterson might be a bit role in this, rather than, hey, we're going to rely on him more.
Yeah.
Like, would him playing allow Kevin Pillar, like if Evan Carter's hitting left-handers better, can Pillar be a DH instead? Or, what the options would be there. And that kind of screwed that up. Maybe they envisioned the whole time. They were like, no, we know that Evan Carter's not going to be ready for the season, so we need to find a piece to go ahead and do that. But I think they envisioned a lot more from him. And that combination of those two on either side of the plate, him and Berger, just has not welcomed itself the way we wanted to.
Now, who do you think is the player that people most want to discuss in this segment?
Probably in bad. Evan Carter,
Marcus Simeon.
Oh yeah,
you could see that, right?
No, yeah.
Oh, look, we're just being honest.
Yeah.
Okay, so Marcus Simeon
still be hurt
this month. Ooh, I want to get back to that in just a second. Marcus Simeon this month, and this is one of the craziest stats you'll hear about the Rangers all week. He is 5 for 41 this month.
It's a long month, dude.
That raised his batting average.
Oh, really? From the first month?
Yes, from the first month when he hit a robust 105. This month he's hitting 122.
Yeah, I think he's what? Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
And people are concerned because they're like, has he been productive since going all the way back to the postseason run of 2023? And even then, that had a couple of ebbs and flows in it, obviously, as well. Last year was a down year. You look at the Marcus Semien back and forth season, we were really hoping that this would be a tremendous season, and it still could be. But my goodness, especially for your leadoff man, he has started this season horrifically poor on offense.
Yeah, you go back, I mean, his home run numbers are kind of in the area the last 3 years, 26, 29, 23. He did have more runners on in the World Series year so that he was able to produce the 100 RBI from the number one slot. But the fact that his batting average has dipped from 276 to 237 to, it looks like 117 at the moment on Baseball Reference. That's probably a day behind. That's a huge number. That's 100 points right there.
Yeah.
Just gone. And even last year, you saw that number fell down. And if it's your leadoff hitter, that affects the entire first inning. It affects the entire game. And then when you come back around, you're like, okay, he's seen him once. Now that he's seen him once, we should be able to get a runner on. Seager should be able to drive him in. That's the expectation. And with his speed, we've seen him score from second. We've seen him score from first. We know him being on base is important, but it's not happening enough for us.
And then, so this question comes up. I think this is a fair question from the 214. Why did y'all think Berger and Jock would be awesome? The Rangers got them because no one wanted them. I don't necessarily agree with that nobody wanted them, but they did get them because the market was not as robust for them. The reason why I thought those two in particular were going to be good, and there's still plenty of time for them to be good. But the reason why I thought they were going to be good is because one of the things that they excelled at was something that this team did not have in bunches last year, and that was the ability to hit the fastball. And that is something that, like, you wouldn't think most teams would struggle with. You'd be more likely to struggle with off-season at this point in baseball history, but off-speed. But they really do well against the fastball. And so the fact that their offense has been non-existent to start the year, I think that's really disappointing because I thought they were going to help kind of like fortify a weakness in the Rangers offense.
When with Semien, and I don't know if it is the same with Jock, but Bobby was pointing out the other day that the bat speed number is dropping. And, you know, that was kind of the conversation when Michael Young was still here. And right around the time he retired was you could see the hands weren't there. And Michael Young even, like, he knew, like, my hands aren't exactly what they are. And once you lose your hands, they've always said that. Once you lose your hands, your career's kind of going.
Sure.
Because being able to catch up to pitches, the anticipation, you have to anticipate more, being able to catch up to things. That's where it is. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case with Jock or if he's just not seeing it. But, man, he's swinging through stuff and he doesn't look like, in a lot of instances, there are counts that I'm like, okay, I expect this out of it. And he doesn't look like he's seeing it the same way. And somebody asked yesterday, they were like, hey, man, is this spillover from what about the batting coach? It's a different guy. This is a different batting coach now. So, like, I don't know exactly what to say there other than maybe the approach needs to be altered a little bit.
Yeah, look, there have been...
They're swinging away, though.
There's been some problems, and maybe if there's other players that y'all want to get into the specifics of, because pretty much everybody has had a slower start than you would hope.
Except for Heim.
Yeah, except for Jonah Heim and Kevin Pillar, maybe. And Josh Young, but again, I guess not. You know what? Never mind.
Wyatt looked pretty good.
Not except Josh Young. Also Josh Young and also Wyatt Langford, just because they're not out there. Or I know Young is back, but they've missed time. So that still kind of factors into the equation. You could make an argument that Heim and Pillar are the two that have, like, played as well or overachieved thus far. I go back to this time and again, and we did talk about, somebody brought up, hey, Marcus Semien got off to a rough start in 2022. Then he had a 5.7 WAR, I think. We did bring that up yesterday as hope for it can easily still turn around because it's only been 17 games. You still have time to turn it around. You're still in first place in your division, but I am curious if real discussions will happen about Marcus Semien moving off of the leadoff.
I don't know.
It's not going to happen for at least another couple weeks, we think, right? Probably like not until the end of the month.
And
even then, that's like at minimum.
Yeah, and I don't know too, Kevin. Like, you're winning. You've won. You're right there at the top of your division.
No, you're right.
What do I need to change? Other than you just need to be critical of yourself in order to make sure that you're not blind to what's actually going on.
Yeah.
That's the whole key there.
Look, if they're not blind to what's going on, they realize the potential is there for need to change. Not the need to change yet. And we go back to Chris Young with the G-Bag Nation on Monday. You can hear him every Monday on the G-Bag Nation. They were asked about lineup changes, and he said there are no lineup changes imminent. And that's why I go back to it'll be at least, I would assume, until the beginning of May. And I know that Marcus Semien is the flashpoint that people want to move. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I'm just saying it's not going to happen, I think, for at least another couple weeks. And Boch is in a tough position internally, I'm sure. Because that's the guy who is your leadoff for the World Series champions.
If you make a move like that, it's drastic.
Yes.
And the whole roster sees it. Everybody sees, they walk in, they look up, and Simeon's not one. Hold on, he must have a day off, and that's not normal.
Yeah.
And they look down, they don't see him until, 7. They're like, whoa, Boch, is he panicking? Bochy doesn't want to give off any impression that he's panicked at all. I'm going to give you every opportunity I can to ensure that I tapped you out, that there's nothing left. But because there could be a moment where you do come back, and I want that. They just need to have the Steve Sachs model, though, Kevin. Swing hard in case you hit it. And that's the way that it looks right now.
Got him on The Simpsons, didn't it?
Exactly.
Or the Bart Simpson show, as Mike would say. One thing we do need to correct. Somebody goes, hey, what about Josh Smith? Fair. Josh Smith has also done well offensively. Did not want to leave him off the list.
You just keep doing Josh Smith thing.
Especially because the list is not that long. If we would have listed like 10 players, we'd be like, I can't get them all. We listed 2. So, we really should get Josh Smith on the list. And, hey, that can be 3.
I'll take it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
I'm going to give you a sports golden ticket. Let's figure out what to do with it next on The Fan.
In this
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just got an email. Alec, I thought you'd want to know this. From Broadway.com to let me know that John Proctor is the villain is a New York Times critics pick to go see on Broadway. That is one of the shows that we saw. And that in that show, which has Sadie Sink from Stranger Things, there was an audible gasp I was a part of that happened in the show. And then I looked over at Jess and said, OS. Because there's a pretty shocking turn of events in the play, in case you're looking for something like that and want to go to New York. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Payton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. As always, we're going to have the question of the day, 877-881-1053. It's going to be inspired by a fun story about a former Texas Ranger that we're going to get to here in just a little bit. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line to answer that question of the day, Twitch and YouTube as well. before any of that, this is rare. I want to give some flowers to Payton Russell.
Oh,
the hell is happening right now?
For this morning?
This morning. That was the most entertaining 30 minutes of radio I've heard in a long time.
Wow.
So
you work on this show.
Yes.
That's kind of hurtful.
And at least from that day part. How about that? Because
no, but that's not what you
Wow,
said.
that's shots at
That's
Sean
not
what you
RJ.
said to start with. That's a backpedal.
It's more shots at Bobby and RJ.
You better watch
because,
out. You're going to get a diss track on you soon.
No, it's more at Bobby and RJ because they're here a lot. But I thought that song that Payton made, that actually had me tearing up laughing. That was amazing. That was great work. But it's going to be re-aired for G-Bag of the Day, I do believe. That's what sources have told me. But if you did miss it, it is up on the 105.3 The Fan podcast page. That was incredibly off-key and out of tune, and it was just wonderful. It was a mess, and I loved it. And I'm here for the chaos. That's what this segment is all about at the end of the day. So, the question of the day today, something really fun. I always love seeing this. I know Mike has talked about it in the past, and it's one of those things that you forget it actually exists until you read a story about it. And I did see that Jason Grilli, the former major leaguer, used his lifetime pass golden ticket from Major League Baseball.
Awesome.
Which, again, you always forget that's a real thing. You hear about it, and then you see somebody actually post a picture of it online, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a real thing. It's not a bit or a joke that like, hey, you were around for a long time. You can just get into any game that you want. Well, after a certain amount of time, I think it's 8 years of service, you get that actual little card from Major League Baseball, and you can go to any ballpark for any game. And you get one person to go with you, a guest, and you get the best available seats for that game at that given moment.
Alec, believe it or not, I got something like this once. It was, so when we were at the newspaper, used to cover the Allen Americans. And so one of the years I got a CHL press pass that would let me into any CHL game
The
in
Canadian
the entire
Hockey League?
No, no.
Were you traveling to Canada?
No, it's not. Dang it! Now the Continental Hockey League. I really should know this. It's been a long time since we covered the team. Anyway, Central Hockey League. I hope. Anyway, so I got the pass to go see
Concealed handgun license.
that's not it. To go to any of the teams, which just unfortunately, since we were on the beat and Brandon was really little, we stayed like in Dallas. But it was really cool. I got a pass that would have let me into any of the boxes, but not the best seat. Like, that's a different level of what I would really love, Alec. If it wasn't the best seat available, it was the best seat. And so there's a couple people sitting there like, hey, you got to go. Grilly's here. You're going to need you to move.
That would be amazing. CHL, isn't that the thing you need to drive like a commercial vehicle or something?
No, it's for hockey.
Okay. I got it now.
Maybe it was the
Allegedly.
ECHL. Damn it. I'll get back to you.
The easy concealed handgun license.
Huh. Okay. I'm not going to make the joke I was about to make. So Jason Grilli used this to take his son to a Pirates game to watch a Paul Skeens start.
Smart.
And he said that it was just super memorable. And he said moments like this hit different. He posted this on, I believe, Instagram. And he got seats right behind home plate because it's a Pirates game. Not a lot of people show up for those.
And that one guy didn't take up the MLB debut.
Because they're minus 24 on their run differential right now.
Exactly. So they're not very good. And even for a Paul Skeens start, you can see in his picture, not every seat is filled. It's pretty light. But he got to take his son. It really is sad. I hate that the fan base isn't feeling very loved out there in Pittsburgh because they have one of the best players in baseball. And he got to take his son, and he said, moments like this I'll never forget. So it got me thinking, if you got a sports golden ticket, you got to take one person with you to go to one specific event in sports, and you get the best seats in the house. What are you burning that golden ticket on? 877-881-1053.
Man, I wish I'd have been thinking about this the whole time.
I think you're going to be stunned by my answer. Wimbledon. Now.
Wimbledon.
No. Wimbledon. Stop it. It would be that because I want to go to England. but also that's the most prestigious tennis tournament in the world. But also, where are the best seats? The best seats are in the Royal Box. That means if the Royals want to come see the tennis match, they're going to sit with me, Johnny America, or whatever. And I don't know if they'll like it. I don't know if we'll watch tennis.
Are those seats available? Those are the best seats available.
You said the best seats. These seats are in the arena.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So I say that they're the best seats. So I want my golden ticket to Wimbledon, and I want to hang out with the princes and princess.
Huh.
Talk about, I don't know, British government stuff.
So you'd be like, hey, can we get some ideas from you
Yeah.
that we can employ over here?
Yeah.
I could totally see Kevin like parlaying that into a presidential campaign. Like,
1,000,000%. I could make it to Parliament in England at least.
Just a few hours of conversation in that Royal Box. And he's like, you know what? I've got a plan. I've got boosters. I've got a campaign. We're going for it. I could totally see that.
There's really only one answer for me. And Alec, I'm taking you.
Ooh.
We're going to WrestleFest, and we're sitting right next to we're sitting on either. Don't you get a chair on either side of the
in the
announcer's
ringside
table?
arena a lot. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like they're like some roll around chairs or something.
Oh, so you want to be like in the timekeeper?
Yeah, we're gonna sit. We're gonna sit in those.
That would be amazing.
And because I know Alec is gonna love this more than Kevin would, so that's why. And Kevin, you didn't even say you'd take me to Wimbledon, so that I'm furious
Because
right
you
now.
keep saying it wrong.
Why do I keep saying
He would
it wrong?
take Isaac
Just because of
Piandros
Mike and to
instead.
piss me off.
But yeah, no, I really would. It seems like WrestleFest is an amazing event where everybody like looks forward to it and gets excited about it. I've seen one before. I've seen multiples before, but to see Alec go nuts that close to everything would be an absolute joy for me. Otherwise, it would probably be the Masters with my dad. Like that would be a really cool thing.
That would be.
I don't know
cool.
what the best seat is. I really have no clue what the best seat at the Masters is, but that would be really dope.
By the way, thank you very much for the people that helped out. It was the Central Hockey League. It got absorbed into the ECHL. And I think that happened towards the end of my tenure at the paper. But so we had some elements of it right. I said it right, but then y'all confused me and I wasn't confident enough.
I was thinking about truck drivers, man. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, the truck drivers of America. That's what Alec is always thinking about.
For the 817, didn't we fight a war so we wouldn't have to have English ideas adopted here? But that's how you get things done. You listen to other people's ideas.
Find out where they fail.
Find a way to spin it to your idea and pretend like it was their idea all along. That's how I got so much stuff done at the paper.
Phil, you take somebody's idea that they have.
Yeah.
And you figure out how it's going to be terrible, and then you adjust it to the way you want it.
That definitely happened in the newspaper once. I needed one specific thing done, but the one person who was in charge would only do their own ideas. And I was like, man, it would be cool if what if we could do something? And I've tried to pretend like I was making it up. And I was like, can you guys even do anything like that? And she goes, yeah, you know what? I can get that done for you. And I was like, oh, that'd be great. And that's what I wanted to happen all along.
What a wild concept. And Corey, you mentioned going to wrestling events. Two things about that. One, Friday Night SmackDown next week, Dickies Arena, Fort Worth.
You're going to be there?
I will be there, Section 108.
Nice.
If you're going to be in the vicinity, come find me.
When you see John Cena, is he going to be the champion?
Oh, he will be. 1,000%. And I'm going to be chasing that patch card that's going to be in the next top set of his, because that's going to be a record-breaking card right there. If he breaks the world title record, and then there's a relic auto to go with it, oh boy, I am excited about that. And two, I did sit 10th row at WrestleMania 32 behind the announce desk.
Ooh,
and
what a dud WrestleMania that was.
Yeah, looking back at it, it was cool as a kid because I don't even remember how old I was at that point, maybe 14, 15.
Yeah.
So it was amazing. It was the coolest thing ever. You know who I was sitting by? I was sitting by Drew Brees and his kids.
Oh, dude.
I was sitting by O'Shea
Cool.
Jackson Jr.
That is awesome.
I was sitting next to Mick Foley's daughter. Like I was in the star-studded area, and little did I know, in the section next to me, Seth Rollins was incognito in a hoodie. And they were documenting him coming back from his
he was
knee injury.
miserable there.
This is why I'm taking Alec, because he's noticing everybody around him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's pointing it out to me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Somebody did text in F England. And are we still Like, are we still holding that grudge? Hasn't it been?
We won
over 200 years.
Yes. Did you look at your watch to see if it had been more than 200
Just
years?
making sure the minutes were timed out correctly.
Okay. Yes, it has been more than 200 years. By the way, side note, one day my question of the day is going to be for you, Alec. Why do people like Ric Flair so much and don't like Hulk Hogan when Ric Flair is also a scumbag?
That's a great question because I don't like either of them. So it was funny. I saw... have you seen that guy on TikTok that tries to stay in sports venues as long as he can before he gets kicked out by security? There's a guy that he will stay in arenas past the game or event end, and he'll just walk around and roam around the concourse, find his way into suites. It's harmless, but technically you're not supposed to do that. So until security kicks him out, he stays and just adventures around the buildings. And he was at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago for a Knicks game. And he went to the WrestleMania like memorial that they had there. And it was all Hulk Hogan stuff. And he's a wrestling fan. He's like, man, this setup would be so much cooler if Hulk Hogan was not involved in that WrestleMania. And I was like, amen, that would be so cool. I did see the 817 asked if the golden ticket would qualify for Olympic events, because if so, I'd choose the Summer Olympics. And I'd say yes, because honestly,
that's a good answer.
If it's not a wrestling event, I would choose the Summer Olympics for the sprinting events. Like, I need to be in the venue while some of these men's and women's sprinting finals goes on, because the pure adrenaline and the shock that goes through the crowd for whether it's the 100 for about 10 seconds, the 200 for about, 21 seconds, so on and so forth. That has to be the most electrifying half a minute in sports when you see some of the best athletes on the planet sprinting for their lives and sprinting for a legacy. That's what I would want. That's the right answer, in my opinion. I always wanted to see Usain Bolt run in person. Unfortunately, I'll never get that chance now that he's kind of done with that stuff. But if I could see, like the Justin Gatlins of the world and whatnot go out there and do their thing.
That would be cool.
That would be the coolest thing on the planet for me. Keep those coming in. I'm going to reply to some of those during the break.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this what the Cowboys should do with their number 12 pick? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For the first time I can recall, I'm sure it's happened before, the question of the day has spawned off of your question of the day.
Oh.
If you could take that golden ticket to go back in time and witness any specific sporting event, what would it be? Okay, we'll deal with that at another point, because right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
So, I got a couple of dueling articles for this. NFL.com and Sports Illustrated. Essentially, it's what should the Cowboys do and what would be their dream scenario. Do you want the should or the dream scenario?
Let's start with the dream, and then we'll go with should.
I do not care for their dream scenario.
Okay.
So I will tell you, I think it is mislabeled to begin with. From Sports Illustrated.
Oh.
Dallas Cowboys, stop making a magazine, I don't care. Trade up for Ashton Genty. More specifically, they said trade up to pick number 6 for Ashton Genty and don't look back. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure that move would cost you your second round pick.
So first pick swaps in a second?
Yeah.
Can't do it.
I don't think so either.
That's the dream, right?
Yes.
Because the dream is to have Ashton Genty.
Yeah, my dream would have just been Ashton Genty fell to 12.
Yeah, that's the better dream.
Yeah.
We're sitting there, and all of a sudden, this great running back that brought us as a top 3 player.
Yeah, and that's
is in our lap.
Did he end up putting him at second on his board? I need to ask him about that. I thought he did.
Gotta check it. I don't. It's not a dream for me because I'm giving up picks.
Yeah.
The player is a dream. Like absolutely, he's a dream, but the fact that I have to do what I have to do to get the player doesn't a dream for me. Actually, what would be even better is somebody wants to trade down and they're offering me a pick in order to move up into that spot.
Okay, you like this one then. The 901, their dream take. Shedeur Sanders falls to pick 12 where the Cowboys are, and instead they'll trade back.
Yes.
So somebody can get Shedeur Sanders, and then...
That would be the Cowboys' dream for sure.
Yes. I mean, and Steven said as much with us yesterday, and it picked up a lot of traction. And we've talked about this in the past. Like, theoretically, this is what the new chart would say. If you traded down from 12 to, let's just say 18, like Seattle's there looking to get something done, you pick up a third-round pick for that. Same kind of if you traded down to 17 with Cincinnati, more or less, you would be in position. So if you drop 5 or 6 spots, as opposed to go up 5 or 6 spots, you can pick up a third-round pick. And as you've pointed out, as y'all both pointed out, this is not a team that you're like, oh, we got too many good players. We don't need more cheap draft picks to fill holes. Absolutely you do. And then your dream scenario would be 1, 2, 3, and 3 are more or less usable players on day one.
It's whether or not the Cowboys have the relationships to get the call. If they have the relationships that if Shedeur's there at 12, I absolutely think the Cowboys aren't taking him. As the Joe Milton addition makes me think that.
Yeah, no, I get you on that.
And so if that was to happen, then I can see the Cowboys going, all right, now do they start picking up phones, or is the phone ringing off the hook for them? Their hope is that the phone's ringing off the hook. That's Jerry. Once he's in that position, he's in a position of power and he knows it. So that would be a fantastic situation for the Cowboys.
Now let's go through what should the Cowboys do. Well, what everybody should do on this path to the draft that is brought to you by Pluckers is join us at all the Pluckers locations Thursday. That's a week from Thursday for the draft extravaganza. Alec will be in Fort Worth at City View, correct? You will be in Allen, Corey, and I will be at the Dallas location.
Where the old CHL champion Allen Americans play.
Hey, they did win CHL championships. I know it changed. I know you might want to go see Alec and Corey, and I support that. But if you're in Dallas proper and you're on the fence and you know anything about football, please come to my Pluckers. We have a historically poor draft record. You just go back a couple years, we got the number 2 pick of CJ Stroud wrong. And I swear to you, that is a fact. People were groaning, and the guy's like, no, I got some info. His info turned out to be obviously incorrect.
Alec, I don't know about you. I've had huge success at every one of the locations I've ever been.
We suck.
I always get a very smart bunch. And you know what's really crazy? I was in the Addison place last year, and there were 3 tables there, and they were like, yeah, we come here every year for the last 7 years. And I was like, this is awesome. So they were locked in and ready to go, and they were ready for specials because that's what happens.
Yes.
If you get picks right, Specials are to be had. That means drink specials, food specials. I'm there. What more could you need?
Yeah.
Or Kevin.
Sexy pick.
Kevin's there.
Hey, it is a sexy
But we
pick.
have a lot of success on anywhere I go. So I'm just saying.
So my suggestion, if you don't know a lot about football,
Go help Kevin.
go see Corey. No, I need good people.
Go help Kevin. Go help Kevin.
All right. So what should each team do? And so this is run through by Adam Rank. And he went with like a top 3 of Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty. Again, this is not a mock draft predictions on what will happen with Travis Hunter then going number 4 to the Patriots. It's what teams should do. All right. You go down to the Dallas Cowboys and Mason Graham's off the board. Matthew Golden is off the board.
Hey.
But Tet, I believe, is still on the board, as is Shador. What do you think the Cowboys should do at 12? Because I don't know what you will think of this answer.
So I am kind of at the moment running through a different scenario in my mind. Now,
Okay.
and I might bring this up at a later point, but the idea is still first round best player available.
Yep.
Because you're going to get a good player on your team.
And I will argue, based on most boards, they would not be taking the best player available.
For what they say should?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in most instances, Tet has been the best available at that point. That's where people are kind of slotting him, and he's still the best player available. So if that's the case, I'm taking Tet, and they should have. Otherwise, Kevin, I have this idea of maybe taking best available and trying to pick up wide receiver and running back in the first 3 rounds. Like trying to get that combination somewhere.
So best available here, or excuse me, what should happen from NFL.com, they said go with Amarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina.
He's good. He's really good.
You know who goes to pick after him, though? Will Campbell.
See, yeah.
And, I just can't get down with that. If Will Campbell is there, take Will Campbell.
I agree, but
I don't think he will be, of
course. Let's say he is. But what is the thing the Cowboys have been very adamant about regarding their first round picks? They need to be on the field.
Yeah.
Is he on the field over Guyton? Is he on the field over Steele? I don't know that he's making it on the field. And then, is he a guard? Is he over Hoffman or Tyler? He's not over Smith. That's not happening. So that's the question I have there. And I feel like the Cowboys are like, nope, we're not taking a lineman here because we want him on the field. We need this, or this.
The Panthers at pick number 8 said that they are definitely open to trading back as well. And then if you're Mark Andrews, what do you think about this comment from Eric DaCosta? Hey, do you think Mark Andrews is going to stay with the team? Here's what he said, quote, I never know what's going to happen.
True.
And I would never want to say this or that, but I can tell you this. Mark Andrews is a warrior. He's played his butt off for us. I get it. You can say you never know what's going to happen for sure, but we would love for him to be back. But that's not really what he said. I can't tell the future. You never want to say this or that. That would be like if your girlfriend was like, hey, do you think we'll ever break up? The answer is no. But you could. But if you said, well, future is crazy. You never know. She's going to be mad at you.
I had a girlfriend in high school that would always ask, do you think we'll be, still talking 10 years after high school? Hell yeah, we will. We're best friends. What are we even talking about right now? I've talked to her twice on Facebook since. So that's about it.
Did you now?
Yeah. But no. One time I was helping her and her family find a fishing guide, and the other one she asked me to come speak.
Wait, hold on. You're helping her find a fishing guide. You know what I heard from that, Alec? Corey was throwing some bait out there.
No, I was not.
That's what I heard.
No, I was not.
Show me your meat.
The other one was she asked me to come speak to her class, and I never even did that either.
What? Oh, why not?
The timing didn't work out. It was just bad timing.
In your face, kids.
Sorry.
All right.
Sick kids.
Let's go. And I know
they weren't sick kids. They were just regular kids.
I know we're going to talk about this more a little bit later, but I just want to throw it out there. I guess this is not how. I guess I just don't think anybody thinks this is ever going to happen. So Travis Hunter was asked, hey, what if you can't play both positions? And he said, it's game over. It's never playing football again because I've been doing it my whole life and I love you. Like, I don't think that whatsoever.
Game over?
Yeah. I think he was just saying something. And
there's no way he would give up football because he couldn't play. Nobody.
If he did, good for him.
I even think Dion would go to him and say, "Hey, dude, mate, we don't want to."
This ain't it.
No, go ahead and just play, man. You're gonna make a lot of money playing in the NFL.
Yeah.
And now you don't have to have that toll on your body. So, but I do love the idea that he's like, I want it that badly. You know, he really does want it that bad. He wants to show everybody that he can do it, and I love it. I mean, Shohei wanted to do it, and he's been very successful at it. Can he be successful? Who knows until we see him try. But there's no way that he's walking away from football. Nobody's doing that.
I would respect him for sticking to his guns if he was like, no, I told you.
That being said, he does love to fish.
I'm out.
He loves fishing.
Okay.
And I bet he could go coach somewhere and then fish the rest of the time.
Go fish with Broadus.
Yeah, exactly.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who is the single biggest NFL draft bust in Cowboys history? Now, if you want to get into regular NFL history, we might do that as well. Next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry. Have never listened and laughed with the KNC Masterpiece.
These are the programs that America listens to.
On 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
Hey, everybody, I want you to work with good people, and Dax Kirk's family-owned business at Best Buy Windows and Siding, great people. They make spring cleaning easy with 10 double-pane, single-hung windows for just $59.50. 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Spring.
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Noldens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Yellow?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to get to this right away from the 214. Biggest bust in Cowboys draft history, Andre Ware.
I was just about to say
I don't know if that's in reference to Stephen Jones yesterday.
It is.
Okay, when he was like, hey, we got some great players after the first round, like Andre Ware. He was talking about it.
Andre Ware was a player.
Yeah, I guess it was DeMarcus Lawrence is where we were trying to go, and he was thinking DeMarcus
Ware.
I know, but that was still a first round pick.
I don't know, man.
So I guess, but yes, he meant DeMarcus Ware in that instance.
Andre Gerard?
And he said
he was a second round pick, I
yeah,
believe.
maybe. But he said Andre Ware. Now, go ahead and tell us who you think the biggest Cowboys draft bust of all time is. In the meantime, I go to the Corey news desk for Stars News.
All right, our friend Brian Ray is reporting from Leah. She writes for the morning news. Do you know how to say it?
Oh, Asimacopoulos. I think it's Asimacopoulos.
Sagan is in the mix, but not confirmed to play tonight in Nashville. Some game time decisions are still looming. So that was Brian Ray.
Sagan was playing for sure tonight.
Now here's what Leah says. Jake Ottinger will start in goal tonight versus Nashville.
Okay.
Right? Then they're going to the emergency goalie, I believe. No, I'm just joking. The rest of the lineup is a game time decision.
What? I thought they were going all in.
The rest of the lineup is a game time decision. Pete DeBoer said Tyler Sagan is in the mix. And then the last line, flu is still an issue for some. So some of the guys are dealing with the flu.
Okay, so it's not a rest thing necessarily.
Doesn't sound like that. So there's still some game time decisions going on, and we'll see how Tyler Sagan gets fit into the mix.
Okay.
Wild for tonight, man. Wild.
Interesting. Now,
which game's more interesting tonight? That one or the Mavs?
I mean, it's the Mavericks game because the Stars game literally means nothing.
But doesn't the Mavs game?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Look, it's a weird thing because you have to win that game to make it to the Friday night road game against Mr. Grenade and Company. And then
actually,
you have to
Death Star.
You have to win that game to make it into a playoff series against Oklahoma City, of which you would be a preposterous underdog.
We're well on our way, baby. Well on our way.
All right.
It all starts tonight.
Yeah. The Mavericks can... Look, I'll argue it all ends tonight. The Mavericks season, the Stars regular season, but we'll find out. All right? Now, in the meantime, for the Dallas Cowboys, we've been talking about doing this segment for a little bit, and I've seen a couple of different answers, and people already have given us all kinds of different answers from the 940, gotta be Taco Charlton. From the 903, I think it's Tristan Hill. And what about Bobby Carpenter? And I like this one because they compared Cowboys draft busts to other Cowboys draft busts. So they didn't say, like, what about when we took this person instead of this person? They said, I'm going to take Bobby Carpenter slightly over Taco.
Okay. And see, I really don't think there is a right or correct answer because every one of the Cowboys fans out there has felt this differently. I do feel, though, we still need to roll around on the other side and say, what was their best ever pick? Because I bet that's an argument. Because AI has told me somebody that I disagree with.
Because my first thought value wise, I guess would be Larry Allen, but then the NFL draft used to be like 20 rounds long, and so they probably got some really dope player in like the
Roger
11th
Staubach
round.
was a 10th round.
Okay,
pick.
well then it's probably him.
29 overall.
Yeah, then it's probably.
But that's a conversation for another day, Kevin. As Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, and Larry Allen are all on that list as well. For this one, I have somebody is going to text in Greg Ellis. That's going to happen.
Sure.
Because of Randy Moss. Greg Ellis was a fine player, though. Like Greg Ellis was a very good player. He was not Randy Moss. I get it. But I can't put him as the number one on this list. It's in conversation, but not at all.
Now, I'm going to throw out a candidate.
Not even in my top 10.
Who I had not heard of before the last week or so. You familiar with the draft pick Bill Thomas?
No.
That's good. That helps my case. Because you've heard of all these other people.
I think Thurman Thomas played for the Bills.
That is true.
That's what you're trying to
No, I see where you're going with that. Bill Thomas was the Dallas Cowboys' number 26 overall pick in 1972. He played 7 games for the Cowboys as a rookie and then moved on to the Oilers and the Kansas City Chiefs. By the time his career was over, he had 36 rushing yards.
Oh.
So, he was picked number 26. He played 7 games for the Cowboys and ended his career with 36 yards rushing. That feels like a strong candidate. I know what's going to hurt him is nobody knows who the hell that is.
Yeah.
Where people are going to celebrate or be frustrated about like their more recent disappointment.
Shante Carver definitely stands out. When he finished with 11 and a half sacks in 4 seasons, he was picked number 23, and it was kind of like,
Was that Arizona State?
Yeah, something like that. It was more of those like kind of moments. I think Taco's going to get so much in this conversation.
I get that.
I totally understand that. Felix Jones always felt to me like really. It felt like it was kind of a poor. I got to go back and look at what
you
year
felt like that was a good old boy network selection, right?
I mean, I obviously I thought McFadden was going to be a better like running back and everything, and Felix Jones just didn't feel right. Well, Julius Jones, in my mind, I was furious on the day that draft happened. I was like, you could have had Steven Jackson, and you traded back to get Julius Jones, and I guess some other picks, and I was like, what's happening here? But I always felt like Felix Jones was kind of was a pick that I did not agree with.
I've only seen 2 people text this in. I was reading an article from Sportskeeda, and they said it's Mo Claiborne is the biggest draft bust in Cowboys history, just because they took him. That is one thing. They moved up in the first round, and they took him so high. That is one thing that sets him apart.
And he didn't end up being... He really was like, people were like, dude, this is a Dion type cornerback.
He was the first defensive player taken in that draft, if I remember correctly. Like, at least with Bobby Carpenter or David LaFleur or Taco Charlton, you're talking about mid to late first round picks. One thing Claiborne has going for him, I guess, in this situation, which is not necessarily what you want, is he was picked high and the Cowboys traded up to get him.
Dude, that Felix Jones draft year was just a poor draft overall.
Was it?
Like Jake Long went number 1.
Oh.
Chris Long went number 2.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
Matt Ryan went 3.
Okay.
And Darren McFadden 4. Then Glenn Dorsey, Vernon Golston, Cedric Ellis, Derek Harvey, Keith Root, like a bunch of names that you're like,
that is a rough year.
Huh. And so Flacco goes, what? Felix Jones, Rashard Mendenhall, Chris Johnson. 3 running backs in a row. And you'd probably take the other 2
Chris
still
Johnson
over
got
those
to
guys.
2,000 yards.
And then there's Dwayne Bowe.
Somewhere over the Dwayne Bowe.
Over Dwayne Bowe.
All right, so your official answer is...
No, you can't say that one. I'm going to say Felix Jones, even though it was a very poor draft overall.
Alec, who is the worst Cowboys draft pick bust of all time?
I'd probably go Claiborne just because of what you just hit on. The fact that you had to move up to get him. You made him the first defensive player off the board. And all the comparisons. I hate pre-draft comparisons because they set up moments like this. You know, it's just unfair to the prospect. It's unfair to the fan base even when the national talking heads say, hey, he's going to be the next Dion. And then you don't get much out of it. And then you got to live with the fact that you moved up to get a guy that's not going to play for you much longer. That's tough. Obviously, being a younger guy, Taco Charlton sticks with me a lot and has fueled my hate for Michigan players.
Pause Taco for a second because he works into my next part of this question then. Is your hierarchy of what makes it a bad pick, is it the comp that you just talked about? Is it where you went, or is it who you almost immediately passed over for that? Because I think
that happens a lot.
Because Taco was a bad pick. Like, I'm not here to defend that pick whatsoever. But I think what really rockets him up people's list is you see the alternative of TJ Watt there, and you're like, what the hell? I think that's what really pushes him for people.
I think it is going to be exactly that, who was available, because you're going to have some people that are going to look at like the CeeDee Lamb pick, and you're going to look at some of the names that went in front of him and some of the other receivers, especially in that class. There's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be kicking themselves, you know, like the Raiders are going to be like, dang, that Henry Ruggs pick. You know, that was interesting. Sure. You know, so there's every team experiences that. And I think from a fan point of view, it's very frustrating when you see a potential generational talent go 1-2 picks after a pick that you made. That's rough.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just kind of looking back to like 2000, right after the Mo Claiborne pick.
Okay.
The next year, I guess, 2014-ish. Since then, since the Cowboys have been picking in the top 20, they've almost nailed it every time. Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, Zeke, LVE. LVE's kind of the outlier, although he was a very good player. But Parsons, CeeDee, Zeke, and Zach Martin, those are you nailed it when you're in the top 20 picking. So I have a lot of faith that they're going to get this one right. And it felt like the LVE pick, was that 19, I believe, something like that? Yeah, it was. He was the 19th overall pick. That was one of those where you were like, you're in that range of you might have run out of players. I know Derwin James was kind of the name we were all excited about, but you'd kind of run out of players. But when you have players left that are available, the Cowboys usually do pretty good there.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued by potentially looking at the other side and maybe like the Cowboys' best pick in every round or something like that.
When they're outside of it, like they've had some ding-dongs, if you will.
Sherman Williams has come up, and no, it is not the paint entrepreneur. In honor of Mike Bassick, I know David LaFleur is always a pick.
Did you agree
really
with Quincy Carter?
It's just too high. It's the same thing. Like this year, for example, if you take Quinn Ewers, like let's just say in the 3rd round, I do not approve of that pick. If you take him in the 5th round, great. I think that's totally fine. I still don't know what he'll amount to, but I think from a value perspective, that's completely fine. And that was the issue because most people had Quincy Carter going in the 4th round. But the thing they'll say about quarterbacks is you can't risk it. Like maybe they had gotten intel that he wasn't even going to be there at that point in the 3rd round. And that's a tough thing because whatever the pre-draft expectation is, it's hard to break that. You know, like you go back to Tim Tebow. It's like, oh my God, they took Tim Tebow at the end of this round? What are they doing? Maybe they had intel that 3 other teams in the first half of the 2nd round were going to take Tebow. But instead, everyone's like, well, this was stupid because nobody was going to take him. I mean, hell, that's kind of the way I felt about Travis Frederick at the time. I thought it was an overdraft in terms of value. Clearly, as a player, it turned out phenomenally. And maybe the Cowboys had intel that there were 4 teams that are like, we're going to take him before you get back around.
For all those that are chiming in about Steve DeBerg, he definitely does not fit the worst ever draft.
Because he wasn't a bust.
Yeah, exactly. And he was picked by the Cowboys in the 10th round, just like Roger Staubach in the 10th round.
Steve DeBerg.
Yep.
So we might have to scale this down to in 94 is when they moved to the 7th round. Because it feels like the NFL draft used to be like the MLB draft used to be, where they'd let you just keep picking players until you were tired of picking players. But it looks like Bobby Carpenter and Taco Charlton are the leading vote getters here. And it feels like for kind of different reasons. It feels like people were just irritated at Bobby Carpenter because he just wasn't good. But it feels like people were irritated about Taco because he could have been TJ Watt. Not to say he was good, but they were like, oh, we took you instead of TJ Watt?
Yeah, because he couldn't put his hand on the ground, and now he's putting his hand on the ground.
Well, guess what? Classic Cowboys, they'll probably get TJ Watt in 3 years. Not now. That would still be too soon.
I do also remember, though, when everybody was furious that they didn't get Sharif Floyd. And everybody lost their minds, and Sharif Floyd
that was in the Frederick draft.
He played a career. And so, like, people get wrong about players all the time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are going to talk to Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, but also Carter is amped up. Are you amped up about this Rangers giveaway that my wife didn't even know what it meant?
Uh-oh.
Next on The Fan.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in a few minutes. But first, we have some other things to deal with, Texas Rangers-wise and Dallas Mavericks-wise. We're going to bring in Carter Freeman real quick to talk about one of these things. Carter, tell everyone what Texas Rangers giveaway you were excited about.
Well, this is, I believe, on April 30th. I hope it is because they're the games that I bought tickets for. But I got an ad from one of my friends this morning for a Rangers giveaway hat that has, it's blue. It's got the Rangers T logo on the side, but on the front, in cursive font, it says Glizzy for $1 dog night. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I'm there. Friends and I bought tickets, and they're the theme night tickets, right? They're not like the ones you get when you go in.
Yes.
So you got to buy the special tickets. So special tickets have been bought. I will be wearing that for the rest of the season.
Now, I mentioned that giveaway to my wife last night because I also saw it on social media, and she said, what is a glizzy? What do you think among, let's say, adults? I know the young people are aware. What do you think is the adult knowledge of what a glizzy is? Is this like 70%? What are we talking about here?
I know just because of the business.
Okay.
So I have a hard time, Kevin, like
Corey's in the business.
Well, no, when we were a weekend show, I believe that's when the term popped. And
really?
I believe so. And they were talking about putting mayo on their glizzy, and that's when I was like, what is happening right now?
Because I remember it was during the pandemic is when that kind of popped up, as memes go in and out so quickly these days, but there was a good 2 or 3 weeks where there were glizzy memes all over the place, and that's where I first heard, like 2020.
I do believe it was a draft prospect back when we were a weekend show.
Yeah, it was the pitcher, Glizzy Dean. That's Dizzy Dean. No,
Carter, you can co-host it.
No.
I'll talk to Bochy. I'll ask him about this hat.
Okay, so you're pumped about the Glizzy hat.
Absolutely.
How many other people listening out here? I feel like at least one of the 2 nosebleed seats, fellas, are going to be fans of the Glizzy hat,
Eric?
right?
You're saying Eric.
They could both.
You said
be.
at least one of 2.
Yeah, at least one of 2.
Anyone who's a hot dog fan needs to be in on this because it's on a $1 dog night too. That is perfect marketing right there.
Now, to go along with this, actually, I don't know why I said that. This has nothing to do with that.
Oh, no more glizzies?
I'm sorry. Is there anything
need to
else?
leave?
Well, you could stay right here. Something is happening in the NBA space over the last 48 hours. And it's Nico Harrison continuing to talk. And I know we've gone all throughout that yesterday, but guess what? He has more to say. Corey, can you walk us through this scintillating exchange between Tim MacMahon and Nico Harrison? Because word is that Tim MacMahon wants the Mavericks get eliminated. So maybe tonight, maybe Friday, maybe in 2 weeks, he's got a story that's more in-depth about all of this. Here is a preview.
Yeah, this is actually
that story.
This actually sounds like it was an excerpt from yesterday.
Okay.
Right? And it sounded like, with Newey Scruggs this morning, it sounded like MacMahon got a little hot because Nico had kind of suggested that some of his questions were a joke. And so MacMahon then was like, I got this, and did his thing. Tim MacMahon, in your own words, you created a 3 to 4 year time frame. In building a finals team, a team that went to the finals last season, you gave up your first round capital control of 27, 28, 29, and 30. So 3 to 4 years ends, you're out of the first round draft capital. How is that a logical decision? Explain the logic of that for the long-term best interest of this franchise. It's a good question. That's
a very in-depth, well-thought-out question. All right,
Nico,
I want to hear his answer then.
Nico replied, can you repeat that?
So he did, right? We just went through the same thing again, and then we got the real answer.
He did not say that.
He said, can you repeat that? I mean, that's a question I feel like you should be prepared for already. Like, you should already know.
And, you should already know because that should be the mission statement you start off your press conference with. I know a lot of people are still bent out of shape about the Luka trade. Here are the various reasons we did it, including our 3 to 4 year plan, which did sacrifice draft capital for, his business statement should have been essentially the crux of what Tim MacMahon's question was.
My plan with all these moves was to get us to the finals. We did that. And now my plan, because since we already got there, I already felt like we could continue to get to that place if we made these other points. Nobody believes him right now. He's the only one that believes that this was the move that had to be made.
I think it was that you said lack of preparation for a question like that. That's I think the best way to look at everything regarding the Luka trade, right? Like the lack of preparation and looking at other potential destinations if you're going to move them. The lack of preparation for the response, the lack of preparation for not even having the cameras or, recorded audio for this whole thing. It's just totally unprepared, and it's just we had a month period where we were away from this. All of March, we were fine. And then Luka comes back to town, and this all starts over again. It was so good. And I'm wearing my Mavs polo today. I'll watch the game, and I do think I want them to win because I like when the team wins, but it still feels like a lose-lose no matter what.
So help me out one more time, Corey. What was Nico Harrison's well-thought-out answer to that well-thought-out question?
Can you repeat that?
What I said was, what was Nico Harrison's well-thought-out response to that well-thought-out question?
That was his answer, Kevin, was can you repeat that? And I like this from the 817. I'll repeat the question if you can repeat 2024. I like that. That's pretty good.
Man, and you know what I think? Because we've been in situations like this before. I think that that's an intimidation tactic to try to get you to drop your question, or they don't think you'll be able to meticulously remember that question again the same way. So that has always been a theory that I've held about that.
Huh? Usually that's the when you're like, oh man, they don't have an answer.
All right, right now, brought to you by National Car Rental. Whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. As well as Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going, guys?
Well, we're doing well. Would you like us to jump directly to baseball questions or celebrate your birthday for just a second?
We'll go right to baseball. Yeah, I'm good with whatever.
Hold on. You told us last week that Tony Beasley sings to the guys, but you don't let him sing to you. So has anybody sung to you yet? And would you like us to?
You know what? I'll pass, but I'd really appreciate that. That's the same thing I tell Bees, but he'll find his way in here. He's relentless, so it's pretty much a hide and seek game with him today.
Now, well, then in terms of contemporary baseball questions, you could make a really strong argument that the back-to-back starts from Tyler Mahle are the best back-to-back starts he's had in probably 4 years. Aside from just getting healthier, what have you seen from him in these last 2 starts that has made him so effective?
Well, he's got 4 pitches that he has. He's got a good ride on the fastball. He pitches on that top rail very well, but he goes in and out. He's got the quadrants that he can work with, and I talked about it last night a little bit. There's no panic in him. You see him out there, how calm he is, and he just has the ability, to execute a big pitch when he has to. Now he's got the slider. Last year he didn't use that a lot, but that's been a big pitch for him, along with the split. And he'll mix in the slower breaking ball at times, and so he's got a 4-pitch mix where he can work both sides and up and down, and so that works, especially when you know that you're in a good place. And what I mean by that is you have that confidence, and he's got that working for him. Number one, he's healthy, and 2, he's pitched well before. He's got that on his resume.
Now, I know obviously you're going to check with all your players to make sure they're doing okay, but does any special precaution or I guess follow-up have to go with Tyler Mahle, just because obviously he has had a long road to get back to pitching?
Yeah, we always try to monitor their workload. I don't think there's been anybody that we should have concern over. He was at his limit last night. He got the extra day. These guys are getting that extra day right now, so that makes it a little bit easier. It's funny how the game has changed. For years, 110 to 115 pitches is pretty much average, and now you do what they're loaded, which it makes sense because I know we don't want to lose any more starters or baseball in general, but I tell you what, there's more surgeries than I've ever seen that's going on. I was just talking to Dr. Meister. He says I'm as busy as I've ever been, and so it is important that we keep a watchful eye on these guys and try to take care of them.
Do you think that gets attributed as simple as we all got to throw harder and we got to have that spin rate? Do you think pitch clock factors in it all? Do you have any theories about the spike in injuries for pitchers?
Yeah, actually, I was talking to him last night about it, and that's the biggest one. It's just the power now that these guys are thrown with, and they're all out on both the spin and the fastball, and so the pitching part of it isn't quite there like it used to be. But that's not in all cases, though. There's guys that aren't throwing 96, 97 that are, having arm issues too. So it can be reshaping a breaking pitch, for example, maybe the split. Here we have Leiter who's doing great, and he's come up with this blister, and that's not so uncommon. But that comes with coming up with a new pitch, and so that could have something to do with it.
By the way, how is Leiter feeling? How are we feeling on that right now?
He's feeling good. He's going to throw live here tomorrow, and so all goes well, then he'll be ready to make a start. We haven't determined what we're going to do there, but I know there's talk. I've been asked about him going on a rehab, but we have not made that determination yet. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Is there any particular reasoning on a pitcher-to-pitcher basis of like why does one person need a rehab start versus another one we feel is comfortable to go right back into the rotation?
Yeah, I think more than anything is what determines that is how long have they been out.
Yeah.
That plays a big part in it. Now, sometimes it's need. You look at who we have going tonight, Patrick Corbin. We had some injuries and we needed him, and he's been stretched out. Never pitched in a game. He threw a sim game, we call it, and so. It was important for us to have a starter out there, and he has experience. We made sure that he was comfortable doing it, and he was from the get-go. He was hoping he wouldn't have to do a start in the minor leagues because he missed spring training. So everybody, we're all different. I'm talking about players, how we treat them, and it's important that we do make the right call because we don't want to put them at risk, and that's our biggest concern is to take care of these guys.
One of the things on the TV broadcast last night that I noticed, Boach, was Dave Raymond. They were talking about Mahle, and I think David Murphy said he's still coming around to feeling comfortable on the mound. And then Dave Raymond mentioned that DeGrom's still kind of going through something like that. And then I started thinking there are some guys that they were getting out of spring training, they're still trying to get comfortable with what they're doing, not just on the mound, but some other position players as well. Do you find it difficult to be patient with guys that are kind of trying to find that, or do you feel like, no, every player is eventually going to find their groove?
Yeah, I try to stay positive on this and just know who they are and what they've done, and there's no reason why they're not going to do it again. And some guys are slow starters. Now you're taking somebody like Jacob DeGrom. He's missed a lot of time. Yeah, he came up last year and pitched a little bit, but still, he's trying to get in that groove and get his good command. Some guys they heat up as it gets a little warmer too. But hitters, it's hard to explain why some guys are slow starters. It's been talked about with Marcus. He's notorious for being a little bit of a slow starter, and so it's just at bats and getting that timing and everything. Just goes to show you how important the rhythm and timing is, whether you're hitting or pitching, to get to where you need to be to execute the pitches or hit the pitches that's being thrown at you. And sometimes that just takes a little longer for some guys.
We were talking about the Higashioka and Jonah Heim split and how closely even those have been, and I like how that approach is gone. But I was kind of curious, did you think that bringing Higgy in would bring some competitive fire to Jonah, or was that more about getting Jonah's legs back up under him after that long World Series run?
Yeah, I think more than anything, Jonah got more of a rest. I'm not sure he did some self-evaluating, maybe what he could have done different. Not that, he would have done something different. He could have just attribute that to having an off year, which some guys do. But competition does bring out the best in everybody, and that's fine. They're good friends, and they're good teammates, and they're pulling for each other to help us win a ball game. So, but yeah, I don't think that ever hurts, and it just something I think brings out the best in players, especially in spring training. You'll see it sometimes when you have some spots open and you're battling for that starting position. It's good. It teaches you, number one, I think, don't drop your guard, because someone's always trying to get your job, and two is, you always want to feel like you got to play at the top of your game, and can't get complacent there. So, but with those two, I think they complement each other so well, and they're both going to be better players by how we're going to split this thing up. Because we plan on playing important games here toward the end of the season, and we want those guys fresh.
Now, it's only 17 games into the season, and obviously you guys are in first place, so you got to feel good about that. But you'd mentioned people that are notoriously slow starters. I'm curious, how long does a start last? Like, how long are you into the season before you're like, this isn't the start of the season anymore? Like, this is a trend, and maybe we got to do something.
Yeah, I've been asked that a few times. With hitting, maybe I've mentioned 100 at bats is that's a number that gets thrown out there a lot. But again, it's different with every individual. It can be 40 games for a team. Now you see some teams you think are out of it, and here they come the second half and end up going to playoffs and winning a World Series. So it's hard to say, but. For me, I thought it was important that we got off to a good start, especially after last year. And, it's been a pretty good start. Sure, we'd like to even have a better one. But overall, there's been a lot of good things happening. I love what's happening with this pitching staff. And, they're going to play a huge part in our success. And again, these hitters are going to come around. And so I feel good about this club, where it's at. And but it's hard to put a number on it. But, once you get into the first, 30, 40 games, and you should have a pretty good idea, where you're at with the club and maybe what your needs are or your wants, and the same with the hitters. I mean, we have to adjust there with lineups and stuff, just like the bullpen. If you have to adjust at some point there, you usually give it some time. If you start doing things the first week or two, now you're sending a sense of panic. So
sure,
let's let these guys, get comfortable, and they'll come around.
I totally get that it's part of the job, but how difficult is it to make some of these moves, whether it's going back to the Giants or now with the Rangers, that like you won World Series with these players in these roles, and like you might have to shuffle them up at some point? Is that difficult for you, or you're like, that's just the job?
Well, that's my job. Yeah, no getting around it, is to put out the best club that we can put out there to win a game, whether it's the lineup, the offensive part of it, or how we use the bullpen. Yeah, I mean, I've always said you can't live on yesterday's headlines. I mean, sure, you pull for these guys, you know what they've done for you, but still, hey, it's all about production, and you got to do what's right for the ball club. That's the fair thing for them, along with all of us, including the fans. So that's what you have to do as a manager.
What was weirder last night, Boach? But the interference calls or the dirt cam situation? Which one was like, hey, or what's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen two interference calls like that. Yeah, but I can say I've never seen the other one either. What's that called? You call the dirt cam?
Yeah.
I take that back. I think one time in front of home plate, it might have been during the playoffs, one sprung up there. But that was a little strange. But I mean, Higgy fell over pretty good, and Darno, the catcher, he did a good job of trying to make contact to sell it even a little bit better, but not that he had to. Higgy was so far over home plate. And I didn't mind the other interference call. I got Corey off his legs and put in Josh Young.
There you go. Now, I was kind of curious before we move on here. What's your trust level in Kevin Pillar? He made a great diving catch last night, and I was kind of curious, are you trying to find more opportunities for him in the lineup, or are you happy getting what you're getting from him right now?
Yeah, I kind of like where, how he's being used right now. He's going to start against lefties. Now he may get occasional start against righties if we haven't seen one in a while. But I got some pretty good outfielders that between Leo. Now you got Wyatt coming back. He's doing well, so he's probably going to be back at some point this weekend. And then Dustin Harris. Smitty, I got to find a spot for him. So that's the difficult part of when guys are doing pretty good and you're trying to get them all in there. Harris's first game first start hits a home run. So I'm going to see how Smitty's doing today, for example. He may need another day. He's got a pretty good bruise on his hand. So if he can't go, you'll see Harris out in left field.
And you just mentioned Langford. I know he was supposed to swing the bat yesterday. Since you said he could be good to go for this weekend, safe to assume that went well yesterday?
Yeah. He's doing great. Yeah, so swinging the bat now, he'll get some live BP, and so then he'll probably DH a game or two in the minor leagues, to give him some game action, and maybe play a little bit, and just to test him out.
And you also mentioned Evan Carter. Are you kind of hoping that you can get him up to the big league soon?
Yeah. I'm hoping, he gets on track here. We know what Evan can do. I mean, he's a special player when he's healthy, where he can hit, run, play defense, all those things. And we plan on having him up here at some point, and we're open sooner than later.
All right.
Well, we appreciate the insight as always. Thanks for your time, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Boach.
All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go get Rangers.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, as is usually the case, there's a few different things to break down from there. In the short term, immediately, the idea that Josh Smith might need another day because of the bruise. And if that's the case, then it would be Harris tonight, but we'll see. And that Wyatt Langford did well. You might see him DH a game or two and then be back for this weekend.
All right, and one thing I wanted to kind of include in all of this, I know you heard him this morning on Sean and RJ, but Newey Scruggs was listening, and it is his 25th anniversary at NBC, at NBC5. So happy anniversary to Newey Scruggs, and I know he's still celebrating the Duke loss.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not going to say happy anniversary to him. That is an amazing work achievement. Had it not been for the events of the last week and a half or so, I would have said, great job. Happy anniversary.
I think he's wonderful. So
from the 469, now somebody asked for an update on John Gray, and we can give you an update here. If I remember correctly, John Gray was supposed to be out 6 weeks. I think we're at 4. I guess you missed it. They moved him to the 60-day injured list. So then all of a sudden you go from that to you're talking about probably a minimum of 9 weeks out.
Okay.
So you're still a good ways away from seeing John Gray. But some positive news there with Wyatt Langford back, with Josh Smith, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, not sounding like it's going to be a longer-term deal. And then you love the answer of, hey, I got to keep Smitty in the lineup. Harris is looking good. We got Wyatt coming back.
Dude, it seemed like he's like, I got all these options. This is great.
Yes, that is a confluence of events right there that I think is really neat. Couple of other notes that I wanted to throw out for you real quick from the 940. Yeah, Corey will love this. Go Get Rangers is here to stay.
Heck yeah, it is.
I love it.
And you know what? Somebody suggested a whole stadium should sing him happy birthday tonight. I would love for Section 133 to just break into a happy birthday to Boach.
Yeah.
Like, how cool would that be if if 133 gets it going and the rest of the place just gets rocking and Boach is sitting there going, I told those guys not to do this, but here we are.
Oh, that's funny.
Couple of I don't know what is more embarrassing to me.
What?
If it's that or if it's Mike hustling down to get Marcus Simeon after our FC Dallas interview gone wrong. And he goes, Marcus, you're not going to believe this. And then Marcus Simeon following up with, so we're probably not getting that guy again, It was that line that really crushed me. So when
he said it with a smile.
He did.
Marcus is so nice.
So we have FC Dallas guest coming up at 1:30 today. And look, no questions will be asked about holidays or at least not by me, or religions or anything like that. Now, couple of things not surprising here. Duke freshman Con Kneppel is going to leave Duke and enter the NBA draft. You might remember him as the player in the East Finals that the PA announcer at first said, nipple. And that is what he called him out on the court again and again. And then I think somebody told him, hey, that's not right. So then he changed it to nipple. And it's like, it's more like Kneppel, but I see where you're going there. Couple of other notes. The WNBA draft with Paige Beckers in tow. It was the second highest watched draft in WNBA history.
Dude, were you on TV last night?
You were here when that interview took place.
You were on NBC last night. Yeah, look at you, dude.
I take that, Newey.
Talking about Paige Beckers.
I know it's not a shout out Friday, and I won't get into specifics. I think I deserve a shout out for helping along one of the people in that interview along the way. I'm just saying, I definitely helped with that. All right. So it's tough for the WNBA because you have to kind of like take everything from the Caitlin Clark years out of it.
Yeah.
Because so it's like, hey, it's the second highest WNBA draft of all time. It dropped by about 50% from last year.
Oh my gosh.
But most of the time when you're like, oh, we had a 50% drop, you're like, ooh, what happened? But it was still the second highest rated WNBA draft of all time at 1.25 million viewers. And that's why we go back to some of the conversations that we have with some of our fans. I get it. There are some fans out there that don't care about the WNBA. But when tomorrow we're going to have the Dallas Wings GM on the show at noon. Check it out. But for the people who say that, there are people out there who care and care quite a bit. It might not be you, but there are things that we talk about on the show all the time that I'm sure either Corey, Alec, or myself are not super interested in as well. But that's what's going on. So you saw the graphic that WNBA and ESPN PR put out, up 119% versus 2023.
Right, yeah.
Because you don't want to put out the graphic that says like down 48, 50% or whatever from the 2024 draft because, just don't send that tweet out.
Yeah. Well, they're continuing to grow.
That's true. And
invest in their players.
Yes. Well, the other league is doing that. Look, we can ask
That's
the Wings GM tomorrow. Hey, Paige Beckers signed with another league in her off time because she will make more from them in one season than she will in all of her rookie contract with you guys. Is that a fundamental flaw with your business plan?
Yeah, and I think there's more. I think there's so much more to that conversation too.
Yes.
I mean, there really is because, hey, look, we're happy that they can do that and feel financially stable, but they want to be in our league. Why?
Yeah.
Why do they want to be in your league also? Like that's always a fun thing for me to learn.
See, from the 817, it's like golf. Yeah, me personally, I don't care about golf, but that's what people were talking about over the weekend. And it also, believe it or not, gives us the opportunity to ask about this new golf segment. What would you think about a future golf segment called What in the Putt?
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said what in the putt? I think that would be a good name for a golf segment.
Did you say putt?
Yes.
Okay.
With a P. Now, I do have a golf story here for you. Don't worry. Did you see that they're adding more mixed team events to the Olympics? Like they're doing more men and women combined events. So one of the things they're going to have is mixed team golf. It's going to be a 36-hole competition. With the first 18 holes will consist of the foursomes playing alternate shots, which you've probably seen that quite a bit before. And the mixed team competition will play on Sunday and Monday after the men's individual tournament and before the women's individual tournament. The Olympics have not hosted a team golf event since 1904, but it's making a comeback, baby. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got C Block coming up.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053.
Now.
Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Modest Mouse and the Flaming Lips on August 19th at the Toyota Music Factory. Did I have a dream about the Flaming Lips last night because of this giveaway?
Really?
Yes, I did.
Fight test.
Here is your opportunity to win tickets today, tomorrow, Friday. Next is the C Block.
Oh, why did this guy want Barry Bonds to die? Next in The Fan.
Oh.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, today you need to make your way to Shell Shack off of Henderson ahead of National Crawfish Day and hang out with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They'll be doing their show live from Shell Shack off of Henderson here in Dallas. And now it's C-Block time.
Hey, thank you very much, Kevin. By the way, our friend John Vollmer said to say hi to you for him. He's in Albania, had some nachos.
Albania?
Yeah, he said he was able to find tortilla chips and made some nachos, and I just made a comment. He said, hey, tell my friend Kevin I said hi.
Wow.
So there you go.
That's cool.
Yeah, I love nachos.
Now that he's in Albania.
Oh, that too. That is cool and everything, but nachos are awesome. The first thing we need to get to is tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Draft 101, right here at this station. Now, I know Shell Shack, you got some Shell Shack action today.
Yes.
That's great. Tomorrow night, though, Kevin, very important things going on as Draft 101 goes down. And as I said, my suggestion, when you come in here, get free Whataburger, get basically a free education in drafting.
Yes.
Bring your draft, your mock drafts. Bring your draft simulators, whatever you've thrown, and ask Broadus and Wolchuk and the fellas to sign. Say, hey, man, would you guys mind signing this? Frame it, put it up at home, or send it to all your friends and tell them, look, I got a better grade than you. Ask them to grade it. That'd be a good option for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm going to roll out there.
Kind of feels like sometimes does the fan kind of feel like a church where we always have activities scheduled for you?
Yeah. Yeah. There's
like
some
we need to do
fellowship going
a
on.
singles mixer.
What?
The ratio on that might be off.
Carter
but
says thumbs up.
Yeah.
Hey,
great.
He's a thumbs up guy there. Jeff Pearlman, MLB reporter. Longtime MLB reporter. And he was on his podcast and he was telling a story, and I saw it on Instagram. My friend Ned sent it over to me. His 50th birthday is coming up, by the way. And I was like, this is a fascinating story. Like, I really am excited about this. And this is a story about Barry Bonds and
Alec was telling you to get
his
on with
personality, just his personality in general. And Alec is definitely telling me, shut up and let this story tell itself. Here you go.
When he had played with the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Pirates had a team photographer named Pete Diana. Pete Diana was a really nice guy. He was the Pirates team photographer for years. And he had given Bonds tons of free images through the years. Barry would be like, hey, Pete, can you get me that? Sure. Tons of stuff for free. Well, now Barry's with the Giants. And there's an accident at the stadium in Pittsburgh, and 2 members of the crew die in a tragic stadium accident. And this guy, Pete Diana, the photographer, decides he's going to raise money for the families of the 2 workers. And whenever an opposing player comes in, Pete Diana tells him the story about the workers and says, hey, would you guys mind signing a couple of things that we can auction off? So the Diamondbacks come in, Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling. Yeah, of course, sign things, bats, balls, whatever. The Dodgers come in, Sean Green, Gary Sheffield, absolutely, no problem. Well, the Giants come in. And Pete Diana's like, hey, Barry. And, Barry kind of does what he does. He's like, hey, Barry, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if you heard, but there was this accident. Would you be willing to sign a few things? And Barry Bonds goes, you, them, I'm not signing. And he walks off. And the quote Pete Diana gave to me, it's the coldest quote I've ever received as a journalist. I asked him about Barry Bonds, and he goes, I hope Barry Bonds dies.
Oh, my gosh. And look, dude, photographer's just regular Joes out there, and he's trying to help out somebody. And a guy that he did a lot of free stuff for, man, of F you.
Okay.
And them, the dead people, by the way.
But also, let's say that guy never, ever did anything.
That seems like a bad response.
Hey, these people at the stadium died, and we're trying to raise money. F you and F them. Jeez. Like, that's a weird take, but especially since he had gotten him all that free stuff, you would think, hopefully he went back around and was like, hey, I'm sorry that I don't know how to be a human being.
Yeah.
Let me help out.
I don't know exactly.
That is brutal, man.
We've heard lots of Barry Bonds stories over time. And obviously working with Mike, there were a lot more that went to it because Mike had a different experience with him.
Right.
Mike loved Barry Bonds.
Right.
In addition to being part of that Hall of Fame moment. But there was no doubt that Barry Bonds was that kind of a personality. Look, I got a recliner in this locker room. I have an extra locker. Nobody else has one. Nobody should be even sitting by me. Like, that was the personality of that guy, and it was always a little off-putting to some people, especially Pete Diana.
I just really started to think, because I'll say some things in traffic where thanks to my wife, I've calmed it down.
I think I've said some things.
And now
this
I'm
week.
like, you know what? I hope you have a horrible rest of your day.
Oh, no.
It used to be way too intense for like the transgression that had taken place. So I've calmed it down. But to hear somebody on the record go, I hope he dies, that is terrifying. Yes, in a non-wrestling or boxing context or MMA, that's pretty shocking to hear.
And now, Kevin, to go along with your newly named segment, What in the Putt, we get to Scotty Scheffler.
You like that name, right? Like, I didn't want to get outdone by Sean and RJ because they came up with Talk Birdie to me.
I think that's a RJ special right
and
there.
I was jealous of that. So, what in the putt?
Mm-hmm. So, Scott, this is where I ask you the question, what gets your adrenaline rushing? How do you...
Cody Rhodes.
Okay, I like to hear that. How do you get your adrenaline fired up? And here's Scotty Scheffler talking about the rush of winning a tournament, and it can only be compared to one thing.
Well, it was an exhausting week, but it takes a lot out of you to win a golf tournament emotionally. And on Sunday, I was in the tournament. It takes a little bit out of you, but I think the adrenaline you get from actually winning the tournament is a lot different than getting close. You know, I'm sitting there in 18 fairway last week, and Rosie's was at 10 under. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going at this pin. You know, I'm going to try and hold this. And then he makes it, and you're like, okay, well, the tournament's over. I lost. And you're kind of sitting there, and I'm like, didn't win. Yeah, lost, whatever. And I just look at Teddy, and I'm like, all right, Teddy, well, I guess I'm going to aim at the middle of the green now. He's like, yeah, aim at the middle of the green. Let's get out of here kind of thing. And if I, like, for instance, if Rosie misses that putt and I hole it, huge adrenaline rush, and it takes something out of you, you know, kind of like the adrenaline rush you get from getting arrested. Like that takes something out of you.
Ooh, salty, man.
Scotty Scheffler's got jokes, and I like it. I think that's funny that he's willing to use, because I can imagine, dude, hey, you're in cuffs now, and you're sitting in the car waiting for the cops. Like, you stay right there. We've all experienced that and getting pulled over, and he's like, all right, you're going to jail. That adrenaline rush has got to be pretty real. How do you get your adrenaline rush?
So I like to hit myself.
Excuse me?
Specifically, like,
what is happening?
Kind of on the chest. That fires me up. You're like, okay, you don't believe
Are you about to do the Wall Street?
No, I'm like, yeah. Actually, kind of. I don't keep doing that like in rhythmic beat, but I'm like, come on, man, like you get fired up, and that like kind of fires me up.
I've seen that actually.
Yes.
I've seen that in activity before.
Yes.
I think it was when you made we were doing big balls.
Yes.
We were playing big balls. All right.
And who won?
That was at Duke's, right? And we were playing agast
Fan Jam. Dingus and Kavanaugh.
And we got the great audio from Waddle where he said skadoosh. And I still love that audio. But the first shot, I was like, I have no clue. I've never seen Kevin do anything athletic. I have no clue how this is going to go. First shot, Kevin drains it. And I was just like, oh, we're winning this thing, because I knew I was good. And we
did we win?
We ended up destroying them. And I think in like 2 out of 3 games, we didn't even get to the third one because we didn't need to. They were like, we're done. Take that. And that's how we established our dominance as a weekend show at that point.
Although we still talk to both of those fine gentlemen to this day. So, you know, they're still around.
Do we?
I do.
All right.
Wow.
Kevin, I told you. No, I do sometimes. I did see this from Newey a few minutes ago, Kevin. Our friend Newey Scruggs is, through me, antagonizing Kevin Hagelin.
I have his number, but I don't want to message him because then he'll have my number. And then he'll be like, oh, what'd you think about, remember when you had Shane Battier? And I'll be like, I know, Newey.
And again, he was sitting between Tim MacMahon and Nico during that exchange.
That's
another addition to all the craziness that was going on. But he is a big UNC fan.
Yes.
And he has been thriving off of Kevin's loss. And evidently, Boach is a big Duke fan too. So we just learned this.
I did not know that.
But he texted and said, Duke losing is still a great moment, and Zion continues to be a bust. Love to see it. So, Kevin, I found a story that says, all signs currently point to Zion Williamson being the next star to hit the NBA's trade market later this summer.
Oh, let's do it.
And Mike and I think you were out, and I don't know if
I was here.
You were here?
Yeah, I remember.
We did the topic of would he be good alongside Luka?
Yeah. And
now I'm asking you, like, is he a better option to try and I don't know how you're getting. I don't know how this works. I still don't know how they're going to be able to get KD. And, you know, you see all the things they're throwing together. I'm like, I don't want to trade any of those pieces for KD.
Yeah.
But if you were to try, would Zion be a better addition than Kevin Durant?
No, I don't think so. Look, if you're going off of the idea that you think he can still be your like franchise player for the long term, because you know what? Maybe the Mavericks are in a desperate scramble to still try to figure out a way to make that happen if they don't think it's going to be AD or whatever. I think Kevin Durant works way better because of how much more proficient he is on the outside. Like, I'm not saying that Zion will never go to the outside, but you've seen Kevin Durant at times live on the outside, and you have enough bigs. Although interestingly enough, Kevin Durant is quite a bit taller than Zion. It's weird.
He doesn't spend time on the block.
And so you already have kind of like a glut of people there. And so I still think Kevin Durant would fit better, but I don't like the idea of making that the next trade, Kevin Durant or Zion, to like rebuild this team.
The way they're pushing it is still, look, you got Kyrie. We built around a 33-year-old who's now injured.
Yeah.
And as much as I love Kyrie, as you said earlier, that doesn't help me this year. Like you can sell me that next year, but this year that doesn't help me at all. And so like that's where you're trying to figure out what is their next move, because it doesn't look like they're young or have the opportunity to be young down the road at all.
And this is looking like it will be a good draft. Like compared to last year's draft, Stephon Castle has been doing really well. Other than that, it has been kind of, but next year, including like a franchise player that people think in Cooper Flagg. We've talked about this again and again, whether it's Harper or Bailey from Rutgers, whether you think Trey Johnson, which I would be really intrigued by that pairing with Kyrie Irving. I would love for the Mavericks to keep their draft pick and hopefully find a way to move up in the lottery if they wash out of the play-in.
So if not Trey Johnson, Trae Young's your next. Like, you really want him because you like the name Trae?
Trae Young, he is so overrated. Man, okay, I'm sorry.
I still remember I had the unbeatable argument that 1 year, and Kevin hated it because Kevin was right, but Kevin hated it because Trae Young just kept winning, and I was like, I don't know, he's a winner, and that was an unbeatable argument.
Dude, like, okay.
It was so good.
This is the C block. I'm sorry. We're going to go congressional here. Can I take the rest of your time?
We are done
to address
with
this?
what in the putt, so yes, absolutely.
Okay. Trae Young is not that great. It's so weird, too, because he's like, they should change the All-Star snub team name to the Trae Young's. What are you even talking about? All right, look at his stats. That's great. He's a very good passer. I'll agree. If you want to come after me with how many points he scores, fantastic. He is one of the most inefficient, if not the most, maybe Melo is up there, most inefficient shooters in all of the NBA. Oh, but Trae Young is this great, amazing shooter, right? Okay, well, let's take a look at it. He's been in the league for what, 7-8 years? He shoots 7.5 threes per game at a clip of 35.2%. What the hell are we even talking about? All right, fine. Maybe you think you're like, yeah, but it's in the paint and he can get to the bucket and all that. You know how many times in his career in the NBA he shot more than 45%? Once. 46%. For his career, 43.3%. He is not a good shooter. He is a stat compiler because he takes so many shots. So when people are like, they're asking Trae Young to do everything, maybe, or maybe he takes too many shots that he shouldn't, and that slows down the progress of other players on his team. And last night, He got ejected because they were getting their ass kicked in their play-in game, and he tried to play keep away with the ref. And before I think the ref even gave him the second technical foul, he was walking off the court because he knew that what he had done was soft because he was mad that his team got smoked.
I know you tried to use it all, but Kevin, I do have an update.
Okay.
Tyler Seguin no longer listed on the LTIR on the NHL media site. Bichel and Petrovic are no longer on the roster. So it seems like Seguin is playing tonight.
Okay. What?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to make a switch back with Bichel right after that? Okay.
Who knows?
I mean,
who knows? He's taken a lot of hits on this year. Like, and doesn't he have the most hits for all the Stars players? So
yes.
Maybe it's a good chance to give him.
There
off
have
his
been
feet
some
tonight.
games where Bichel by himself has had as many hits as the rest of the Stars players combined. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, but also we will talk with FC Dallas center back Oseze Ohojide right here on 105.3 The Fan.
V products? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Curry off the screen, fakes, fires, stop it!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did want to throw that highlight out there as the Warriors beat the Grizzlies, which means if the Mavericks do defeat the Kings tonight, they will go on the road to play the Grizzlies Friday night for a shot at being in the real playoffs. Got a quick Stars update from Corey Majors.
Yeah, that is the note on that is that Bishel and Petrovic are the only eligible players to go back down to the AHL because of salary cap.
Yeah.
When there is no salary cap in the playoffs, they will come back. So Sagan, for him to play tonight, they had to leave. So it does look like he will be on the ice tonight.
Now, right now, because in about 6 or 7 minutes, we're going to talk with Osaze Orhojide with FC Dallas, their center back. But right now, let's do some My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
So I think to start this, we need to take you to AAA. And
Get your tires changed.
Albuquerque Isotopes against the El Paso Chihuahuas. I know.
I love inventive team names.
Yes. So the Chihuahuas really dropped the ball in the 6th inning here. They load the bases for Albuquerque, and it's a 3-2 count. Okay, big pitch. Oh, pitch is outside. So you're going to walk that person. So the pitcher for the Chihuahuas is frustrated and kind of like stomps off the mound a little bit to circle back around before the catcher can throw the ball or whatever. So the guy from third, he obviously scores because it's a walk. The guy from second sees what's happening and that the pitcher isn't paying attention. He goes full speed to third base, makes the turn, and goes all the way home to score.
Okay, congratulations.
So they've now scored 2 runs on this one walk.
Right.
Then the pitcher sees, what the hell? 2 people scored? Sees somebody making a break for third, throws the ball over to third. It gets away from them, and then a third person scores, and the original batter who took the walk got to second base. So on a bases loaded walk with no other additional pitches thrown,
okay,
3 people scored and somebody got to second. That feels like the most catastrophic walk in minor league history.
But not for the other team.
That's true.
I mean, that's
The
pretty
Isotopes,
amazing. Yeah,
it was great.
That was opportunistic of them.
I think that brought it from 3-2 to 6-2, and they ended up winning 7-2.
Congrats! That's awesome, dude. Base running alertness, man. Take advantage of other people's mistakes.
And by the way,
how the market works.
The pitcher, Omar Cruz, who wasn't really locked in, he gets the loss, but has an ERA of 0 because he technically didn't give up any runs.
All right. That's benefit. So everybody's winning here except for the losers.
Yeah. What do you think, even at the most rudimentary levels of baseball, what do you think your coach would do or say to his
Foul pole,
team,
the foul pole, home plate,
Yeah.
over and over and over. Just keep running, boys, until you idiots figure out how to pay attention.
Yeah.
That's what a coach would have told us back in the day.
And for the
They'll run a cougar mile.
From the 214, I thought it was the Springfield Isotopes. No, it was the Albuquerque Isotopes. I'm sorry to tell you. All right.
I'm pretty sure I saw a documentary of a baseball team that was the Springfield Isotopes.
Okay, that is the minor league team in Springfield, and I do believe there's an episode where Homer chains himself up in the outfield and goes on a hunger strike because they're going to move the team to Albuquerque. So that's probably,
Really?
that could be why they are the Albuquerque Isotopes.
Okay.
I actually don't know that to be the case one way or another. I'm sure one of our listeners does. Now, let's go from that to tennis deodorant. Is Harriet Dart an idiot for saying that a player smells too bad?
Okay. I don't think she's an idiot for saying that.
Okay.
However, it seemed like karma got her, and therefore she's an idiot. But yes, I do. Look, man, I've said this before many times. If you're going to the gym, please put on deodorant.
No, I hear you. But like, whether it's the gym or basketball, you're in a much closer proximity. When you're playing tennis, besides the changeover, like how often are you that close to that player in the run of play that you're like, oh, you smell?
Valid.
So Harriet Dart walked by and asked the umpire to tell her opponent, Lois Bosan, to wear deodorant after claiming she smells really bad. Her specific quote was, "Can you tell her to wear deodorant?" The umpire did not respond because the smell. Can you tell her to wear deodorant? She smells really bad. And it looked like her opponent was out of earshot when that happened. So she didn't get her feelings hurt in this whole dust up and everything. But Dart went on to lose the match to who she thought smelled. 6-0, 6-3. She has now circled back and apologized. Said, that is not how I want to carry myself.
True.
I want to take full responsibility. I have a lot of respect for Lois and how she competed today. I will learn from this and move forward. I don't doubt that. It just felt like a unique insult in the tennis world.
Yeah, no, it does seem that way. But if it's true,
sure.
You know?
Yeah.
If it's true.
Look, if she had a point where that lady smelled that bad across the court, then we have some sort of funk problem. But I think she was just bent out of shape on the changeover and thought she smelled, and she was mad that she was losing.
You ever had one of those days where everybody in the room's like, somebody in here is not wearing deodorant right now?
Yes.
I remember in band in high school it happened once, Kevin.
Was it ever you in that scenario?
It wasn't me, but everybody was like, we feel like we just got pepper sprayed up in this bee. All right. It was in the band hall. And then right at the end of the class, somebody stood up and she goes, hey, where's that deodorant? I feel like I need some. So we all knew. We all knew what was going on at that point.
Interesting.
But hey, man, high school kids, hormones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They're weird.
Look, and that's a tough conversation.
Sweat.
If you have teenagers or will soon or have had teenagers, you have to have that conversation about their changing body. And one of the parts that people don't talk about enough is you have to tell them how often they have to shower and put on deodorant.
And brush their teeth?
Yeah.
Brush your teeth.
Yeah, I would hope they would just know that one.
It's a constant battle. I feel.
Okay. All right. Now, I don't know if this qualifies as idiot behavior or not, but the CONCACAF president has suggested they expand the World Cup to 64. As you remember, they are expanding the World Cup to 48 teams next summer. And the CONCACAF president's like, you know what? The hell with it. Let's go ahead and get 64 teams. That does not feel like much turnaround time to go from, we're at 32 for this World Cup, let's go to 48. For the next one, we'll go to 64. That feels like, that's too much expansion too quickly, right?
Yeah. But can we add 128? Is that a possible thing? Because if that's the goal, to continue to keep growing like that, then let's keep doing it every however many years.
Okay. Since you brought that up, whenever they talk about expanding the NCAA tournament, I've kind of always wanted that to happen because they're doing it in such a half-ass way. They went like 64, 68, and now they're talking about 76. Now, go ahead and expand it out to 256. Go ahead and get...
I've said this all along.
Get just about every Division I team that there is. You'd have to win 2 extra games, but your first 2 games would probably be against teams that you should be able to walk through. But then you would have like Duke going against Long Island University of Newark in the first round.
My Mean Green are guaranteed every year.
Yeah, make those home games.
Yes.
Give the higher seeds those 2 home games.
Yes.
And you could say you went to an NCAA tournament. Would the spread on that game be like 48 points? I don't know. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I want to see. If you're going to do that, like go all the way out, right?
Maybe make multiple brackets that lead into other brackets. You know,
okay.
Like instead of having a one,
That's
like,
too much paperwork.
Instead of having Duke against, UNT, maybe you go, okay, we're going to have other ones broken down a little bit.
Is that another issue that they have? Is you can't expand the tournament too much because then the print on your bracket's going to get too small if you print a bracket. Now I know you might be saying, "What are you even saying to me? We do everything digital."
That's
There
true.
is still a good amount of people that want to print out their brackets. And so you can't expand it another round out because now all of a sudden you're going to be like, this type is too small.
I feel like you're the good amount of people, and you're just trying to make it sound like there are more people, but it's really just
okay.
Because you
Fair.
used to like newspapers. You're a very analog person.
Let's take a step back. I will admit I am one of those people who enjoys to do that. And I hope that there are other people along with me who also like to do that. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, big night in Metroplex Sports, even though I know a lot of people are kind of turned off maybe by both of these teams right now. The Stars in the midst of the first 6-game losing streak in the Pete DeBoer era. They finish up their regular season against the Nashville Predators, and Tyler Seguin is back. He did get activated off of the long-term injured reserve. So he's back off the hip injury. Obviously, we're still looking forward to Miro Heiskanen, who the Stars seem to have a good level of confidence will play at some point in the first-round series against Colorado, hopefully before it's too late.
That is a lot of countries, though. You said almost half the countries on Earth would have been competing.
I honestly did not know how many countries were on Earth, so I can't answer that. And I don't know if all of them play soccer.
Didn't we find out there's like 3,000 islands, and so
look,
are those each a country?
I will cede that I have no idea how many countries there are. From the 817,
195 countries.
Oh, okay.
So 128 is pretty close to half.
Yeah, well, that's actually a good bit more. We could do that. From the 817, Kevin probably still uses a fax machine. No, but I do still use the paper forms a lot when I'm doing my taxes to help figure out, like, it's kind of like my rough draft of doing my taxes to figure out where I'm going to go with all of that. And then, of course, the Mavericks tonight play against the Sacramento Kings in part 1 of the play-in. If they win, they'll advance to play the Grizzlies on Friday night. A lot of people are kind of already tired of this season, but I want to go to something that the CEO, Rick Welts, said.
All right.
This was during the already infamous Nico meeting.
Higgy still has a home phone number. Oh, man. The people that are about to start sending in analog stuff of Kevin, I'm here for it.
That was true for a long time. I even had the phone where I had my own line and you picked up and you knew you had a message. If it, instead of going, doo, it goes, doo, 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 doo. And that's how you knew you had a message. And you're like, that's
From
what's
the
up.
214, I fill out my paper bracket while listening to a cassette tape.
Okay. I thought that person was going to be on my side. By the way, Rick Welts kind of went Jones family right here when he goes, I can tell you today that 75 to 80% of our season ticket members have already renewed their tickets for next season. Now, I don't know if anyone cared enough to ask the follow-up question of when were those season tickets renewed? Because if they've all been renewed since February,
right,
then guess what? From a business standpoint, they're going to be fine from that perspective. I wonder how many of them were renewed early in the season because you got Luka coming off a finals run the year before, and now they feel like they got tricked.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the way that I would feel. I committed to Luka whenever I bought these tickets because I thought that this team was built around that. and that they were going to a championship with that. That's exactly how I would feel about it.
So, Mavericks get after the Kings tonight. They are 4.5-point underdogs. We'll see how that goes.
Kevin still uses mail because he likes to lick the stamps and the envelope.
I like mail. I wish people would send me letters.
I think we're going to use that on Friday, Kevin. Nice work.
Like mail that you get, okay, whatever. You guys are idiots. Don't forget, you can go see the G-Bag Nation at Shell Shack off of Henderson today. I know that is a hard transition, but guess what? Right now, we're going to talk with FC Dallas center back Osaze Orojide. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
We're doing good. Well, I guess I need to know, how did I do with the name pronunciation?
It could need a little bit of work, but you're not the first one, so I'll give you a pass.
I promise I worked on it today. I really wanted to get it right. I got a pronunciation breakdown, and I still could not excel. What is the exact proper way to say it?
First name is Osaze, and then the second name Orogide.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I said G. I messed that up.
Now, my co-hoster in interviews likes to talk about holidays. I recently saw that your birthday is July 4th. Mine's July 1st. I love fireworks shows. FC Dallas does a great fireworks show. Do you love fireworks?
I don't mind them. I like them when they're pretty big, to be honest. So, yeah, it'll be nice on my birthday, so do a little show.
The other thing, too, is I was listening, and there was a guy who played goalie for, I believe, it's Atlanta, and he was talking about the environment in the stadium. And Kevin went to a Seattle game, I do believe,
Portland,
Portland, and he said the environment there is pretty raucous. What's the most raucous crowd that you've seen in environment, and how could FC Dallas create that kind of place?
Are you asking me what's the best environment so far?
The craziest one you've played in,
or even in your international time.
I'll probably say at Celtic. Yeah, it was pretty hectic in terms of like the support, and the fan base are very supportive as well. So I'll say Celtic so far in terms of the noise and the passion of the fans.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, especially in like the derby days with Rangers, it's pretty hectic in terms of the rivalry. They pretty much hate each other, and it's pretty fast in those games. So I'll say Celtic.
Now, so far for FC Dallas, I've been really fascinated by the way the team has played on the road, which is pretty darn solid, versus the struggles at home. Is it just the opponents? Have you seen anything particularly different that has led to some of FC Dallas's struggles at home?
Well, there's no really excuse, and at the end of the day, we're playing football. But I can't really give an excuse of why we haven't really performed as well as we have away. So we just have to keep our head and do the best for our fans, because they deserve it. They've been supporting well, and we just need to do our best to showcase ourselves at home and get the 3 points that we need. So I can't really give an excuse. So at the end of the day, it's still football we're playing, whether home or away. And it just seems like so far away, we've just been performing better.
Now you look ahead to this weekend back on the road going up against Minnesota. Anything in particular to look at with that opponent, or anything y'all have been focused on in training that you can tell us about?
Well, yeah, we've looked at a point of how we're going to play in terms of our structure. And funny enough, even one of my old teammates has moved to Minnesota as well. So it'll be good to see him again. But in terms of training, we've done some shape work, looked at how we're going to hurt them. I won't reveal too much of what we're doing, but we're working on it. So we're ready to battle on the weekend and get the result we need.
Now, off of the pitch, we've heard that you have your own brand of socks. Is that accurate, and can you tell us about that?
Well, it's a sports brand. It's a Christian sports brand that I'm going to be bringing over to the US. It's called Ballers at His Feet. It's a Christian sports brand to promote cultivating your gift that God has given him. Ballers at His Feet basically stands for ballers, which are footballers at His feet, which is Christ. I just want to promote cultivating our gift that God has given us, and also developing our discipline in our sporting life and our spiritual life as well. So ballers that abuse. I got socks in terms of grit socks that footballers wear and gym wear that you can wear off the field, and there'll be some active wear that you can wear to obviously proclaim the gospel and the faith which is in Jesus Christ. So so it's something that I do off the pitch as well. So I'll be bringing soon to the US.
That's very cool. Do you talk a lot about faith-based stuff in your YouTube videos, or do you usually focus on something different?
Well, I think faith is an important part of my life. So whenever I do talk about myself, I talk about my faith because it's a big part of my life, really. So some YouTube videos I do talk about it in terms of when I talk about ballers at his feet. And like I said, it's a big part of my life, so it's hard to not talk about it when I'm talking about my life and what I do.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate the time. Big week on and off the field. Best of luck for you coming up this weekend in Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Take care.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, he helped me out. Hosaze or Hogide. No.
You got it.
I'm getting there.
You're doing great, man.
I'm getting there.
We're going to get there. I promise.
Now, I want everyone to appreciate this. He talked a lot about his faith.
Mm-hmm.
This weekend is Easter. I promised I would not ask any more.
I asked a holiday question,
and that worked out fine.
Yeah.
Or religious-based holiday questions, and I stuck to it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's take you down to the Shell Shack off of Henderson and chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Let's take you out to Shell Shack off of Henderson, courtesy of D&M Leasing, because it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are zooming. How are you?
Heck yeah, doing well. How do we feel about what could be consumed today at the Shell Shack in addition to all of the amazing sports content?
Well, I think Broadus has already consumed quite a bit of
4
the
pounds
crawfish.
of crawfish already, yeah.
4 pounds.
4
pounds. And
What an
I'll tell you
absolute
what,
beast.
here's what I love about the Shell Shack crawfish. Look at the size of those things.
Yeah, no, it's a good. They've done it. They've done nice. From where we've started to the season to where we are right now, we're in a pretty good shape. Sometimes, though, with the bigger crawfish, that means they're older crawfish, and they might be a little bit tougher. So you want to go for some medium. If you get a sack, say a 35-pound sack, and they're kind of medium size, those are pretty good. Those will hold up juice. But the bigger the crawfish, the older the crawfish, the tougher they might be. So don't always go for the huge crawfish if you can avoid.
So you don't necessarily want an older sack. You want.
Yeah, of course. Gotcha. Majors, yeah.
The
never
younger
an older sack.
Younger sack.
Unless it's your own sack.
Broadus, I promised I was going to ask you another crawfish question.
I knew Majors was going to try and get a Friday jump-off sides bid here. John Elway.
Trust me, I got you.
I knew he was going to do that.
Crawfish boils, Broadus, do you get a lot of time to eat along the way, or are you too busy like cooking and entertaining to eat?
I tend to, crawfish, it's funny how it's kind of a long process, but once you get it on the table, you kind of I'm there to kind of help people along that have never had crawfish before. So if you're not somebody that knows how to peel crawfish, I'll peel them for you until you kind of get used to it. So, because what will happen, crawfish eating is a very selfish thing, because when you get around a table, you don't care about anybody around you.
Nope.
You just care about eating as many crawfish as you can. So, yeah, I try and help people that might not have I remember one time, we were going to some of these parties, and we were sitting there, and then these people are just standing there looking at him, and I'm like, okay, this is how you do it. And then once you kind of teach, somebody how to do it, and they get the hang of it, it makes their life a lot better doing that.
Yeah, I was telling Kevin yesterday, you man that pot. You man that boil pot very well, and you take the responsibility. You're very serious about it, and I appreciate that.
One of my favorite things I've ever cooked. I've cooked for a lot of fun people, but Avery Johnson and his wife, one time I cooked for them. They came to an event we had, and Avery's wife, she might have had on like a $7,000 outfit.
Oh.
She was Gucci'd up. But she's from New Orleans, and I'll tell you what she did. She sat at the end of the table and rolled up the sleeves on that outfit.
There you go.
And went just head first into those crawfish. And it was funny at the end of the party. Like Avery went around and was like shaking everybody's hand and saying thank you. And he looked at me and he said, and I stuck my hand out and he goes, no, come here. And he gave me this big old hug.
Going
he
in
says,
for the
man,
real
you can
thing.
cook crawfish
That's
for
how
me
you know it
any
was
day."
good.
So yeah, it's fun. Crawfish bring people together that way.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program, and where can everybody find you again?
Pure Gold, as always.
Yes.
Hagee, thank you for asking. We are at the Shell Shack off of Henderson Avenue. Now, as you drive up, you will see there is a construction detour. Just bypass that and turn left right into the parking lot. That's exactly what we all did. And I said, hey, to the manager, can I share that on the radio? He said, yes, everyone's able to do that. Don't worry about it. So don't get nervous when it comes to that. Come on by and see us. We're ready to party. We got Tim Cato, All City Dallas. He was part of the Nico presser, was one of the few select members there. He'll join us at 3:20. And very excited, Dane Brugler of The Athletic going to join us at 4 o'clock as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft.
Woo! Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at the Shell Shack, especially since they told you how to get there and park and everything.
Exactly.
It's the least you could do. We'll be back tomorrow, KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Tyron.
Good night, Tyron.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 1, G-Bag Nation. Rangers win. It's a play-in hump day. Sagan's back. And we're live at Shell Shack here off North Henderson. We hope all of you come out and party with us as we're rocking with you leading into Rangers pregame at 6:30. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. We got Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl winning scout. My gosh, he was just showing me he was up till 3 a.m., Eric, putting together his stack. Ranking all 235 players, breaking them down into position groups. We got Draft 101 tomorrow right at the Performance Showroom down at the station, 4131 North Central Expressway. That's at 6:45 tomorrow. Just show on up. Whataburger's going to be feeding you. But today, gosh, Shell Shack's bringing it hard. Tomorrow is National Crawfish Day, which Shell Shack, by the way, owns the rights to.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
National Shell Shack Day. Crawfish, just $6 a pound tomorrow, only at Shell Shacks across DFW. So at this very location, plus the ones in Plano, Mesquite, Arlington, Fort Worth, and then they've also got Crown Royal specials. They brought us over here. There is a Shell Shack gorgeous blackberry lemonade that is very, very sweet, I might add. I don't know if you want a little.
I think it pairs well with those crawfish you
that.
got in front of you.
The crawfish look absolutely delicious, but this is awesome. It's alive and popping, and we hope everybody comes on over to us, like we said, here at the Shell Shack off Henderson. And if you noticed, Eric, I don't know if you saw the same thing as we mentioned during crosstalk, there is a detour for construction that's like right before the turn-in here. Just bypass that and turn left right into the parking lot.
Yeah,
you're good to go.
I did notice the bright orange barricades, but like you fellas, I said, damn the barricades. I'm getting to Shell Shack.
Yeah, I acted like I was like part of the construction crew, and I just followed a crane in.
Yeah,
is what I did.
You act like you've been there
and then
before.
as soon as I saw that I could get into the parking lot. But by the way, guys, we mentioned about the crawfish. I've started the day with 4 pounds of them.
You gonna go for another 4?
Man, I'll tell you what, the flavor, the seasoning, the spice level, all these things, the corn, the potato.
They hit all the right notes.
Yeah,
All the potatoes.
It really is, and they do a heck of a job over here with it, and they take a lot of care. Sometimes you could just rush crawfish. You know, you could just throw it out there, throw it in boiling water, and think that you're doing a really, really good job.
That's disrespectful.
That's very disrespectful.
It is.
For people who appreciate crawfish like me, folks here at the Shell Shack do it the best. They really do.
4 pounds, feels like a pretty good number. Is that would you call that an appetizer for you? I mean, what's your record poundage?
I see this in front that we have on the table, and I know you two do not really know how to like.
See, now I'm disrespected.
All right, I know.
You
how
don't
to
think
do
I
it,
know how to
Brian.
rip that head off and suck the meat right out of the tail and then split the rib cage and suck the brains out? You don't think I'm capable?
I don't think
you
you
even
are.
know who you're talking to right now?
Yeah, I do know who I'm talking to, because if in fact that you said everything that you said, that it would have been gone by now, because you are the king of put food in front of you.
Right.
And I don't have time to ask you, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the, hey, wait, there's food in front of me. I'm going to just kind of embarrass myself and eat it all until somebody tells me I can't eat it anymore. So the fact that even it's not been touched by you, I have a feeling you don't know how to peel crawfish the right way.
Okay, well, we have been here before. You and I have torn through pounds of crawfish together. I thought we bonded over that moment, and now you're just forgetting about it, acting like it never happened. You know what's one of my favorite things to do though is to at the end pop off those little legs.
Oh yeah,
use them like a toothpick.
Yeah, the claws. And when you talk about the bigger crawfish, they do have the claws that are a little bit. Yeah, you can just kind of snap those things and get a little tasty morsel out of that.
Oh, very tasty. Yeah. Now the 469 did ask, like, have I missed an update on Dawson's team? No.
Look, have we gotten any? Does anybody know?
I don't think.
You think Dawson is going to call us and give us any update?
Hey, guys, you won't believe we got our ass kicked again.
Yeah.
Man. Just wanted to let
Dawson
you guys know. Super proud of our
Follow
attitude
him on
and effort.
Facebook. I'm sure he's got some information up, a picture of him and Abby after a hard-fought match against
holding a trophy.
Some team from Spain that just mopped them up. You know.
This is a tournament from around the world.
Dawson is not going to call us and say, "Hey, we got really fortunate today."
Atletico Madrid just kicked our ass again.
We didn't lose by double digits today, guys.
See, Dawson's okay with this because he's not going to get he's not going to get out coached.
No,
he's not going to get. There's not going to be a question.
He's going to get outmanned.
He's just going to get. Yeah, he probably doesn't have the better side in this one, and that's okay. But like I said, these young ladies will have the experiences. One day, the girls that they played against on this field will be playing in a World Cup, and you could say, oh, I remember the day I played against. It's like the guys that say, I remember playing against Kyler Murray in high school.
Oh, yeah.
What was that problem?
I thank God every day I didn't have to do that.
It was awful.
Yeah,
Absolutely terrible.
End up on a highlight reel.
Mm-hmm. Well, shout out to the Rangers. Got a big-time dub,
How about
4-0.
that?
Tyler Mahle was absolutely dealing last night. It was glorious. We'll talk with Jared Sandler coming up at 4:40. Of course, we got going for the series victory tonight with Patrick Corbin on the bump. But Mahle was the story. I mean, he was in the low 90s with the fastball, but everything was working for him. He owns a league-best 0.92 ERA through 4 starts, striking out 9, allowing just 3 hits, 2 walks. 61 of his 93 pitches were for strikes. And my favorite part of the night, outside of just watching Tyler Mahle, was catcher scoring catcher.
Yeah.
The Kyle Higashioka double. And then here comes Jonah Heim trotting in for an insurance run there in the 7th. Marcus Semien got a sac fly RBI. You had the Jungle Cat with an RBI single. Kevin Pillar joining the party there to really close things out in the bottom of the 8th. But, hey, the Rangers now, they're at 10 wins on the season. They're looking for a sweep, as I called it yesterday, against the Halos. They just got to get that win tonight. And then, if my math's correct, they've got the opportunity to get the broomsticks out tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. Takes 3 to sweep.
Takes 3.
Takes 3
It's
to
a
sweep.
3-0, Eric.
Yeah, we're not looking
3-0.
Not looking for any rubber match action.
We were
tomorrow.
kind of. It sounded like to me we were talking about sweeping them after 2.
And
that usually happens when you play the
series win.
Diamondbacks. Don't we always play the Diamondbacks for like 2 games?
Yeah.
It seems like, other than the World Series games, it seems like when we play the Diamondbacks, it's always the 2-game series.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but that's what we're going on today.
And great news for our Dallas Stars. Segs is going to return tonight. Now, for those of you that are like, oh, my goodness gracious, what's going on? Why are you sending back down Leon Bishop? You're not. Everyone's available. Once the salary cap is no more, starting on Saturday when the Colorado series commences, everybody's able to play. But Pete DeBoer and company wanting Tyler Seguin to get out there for the first time in a long time after he underwent hip surgery on December 5th. He has not played since December 1st. So instead of having his first action against the Colorado Avs in the first round of the playoffs, it'll be tonight as the Stars close the season out against Nashville. So hopefully that's a good boost, and Segs is able to kind of knock off a little bit of rust, and then he's ready to rock for Game 1 against Colorado because they need all hands on deck. Still nothing on Miro, but the hope is, as we've talked about, from Jim Neal and Pete DeBoer, maybe at some point during that Colorado series, he's able to come out and play.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, and I like what they're doing, getting Seguin in there, just kind of knock as much rust off as you can, touch some ice a little bit, get that feel back, because getting just thrusted right into the postseason, he's obviously a veteran, not that he couldn't handle it, but I like the move of throwing him out there.
Then we've got, I know what you're waiting for, Eric. I don't know if you've been looking at the shoot-around like I have from all of our buddies that are out there in Sacramento for this play-in game tonight.
Big-time game tonight, fellas.
Let's go, Mavs!
I got keys to the game for you.
Oh, do you? You got a scouting report on Sacramento?
I've got keys to the game today. You know what? I took it upon myself to reach out to people in the know.
Okay.
That are in Sacramento that have a hand in what's going on in this victory tonight against the Kings.
There you go.
So I got some keys to the game.
Straight
Eric.
from the horse's mouth.
I just knew that you were just going to kind of just say, oh, okay, I'm going to take a day off here on this segment and not, work hard on it. But so I took care of you though.
Hey, we got a big time rim sesh coming up at 2:40 because
at 2:40
I'm fired up about
Let me
this.
give you the keys. I'll give you the keys to the game at 2:40. How about that?
That sounds great, man.
Hey, I'm excited for the keys to the game.
How could you not be excited?
Well, look,
this
the
is a winner
Mavericks
go home scenario.
Trying to make history, okay? No team that has been the 10th seed so far in the play-in tournament has ever been able to advance and secure that 8 overall seed. So all-time 10 seeds are 2-6 in the play-in, 0-2 in playing for the 8th playoff seed. This does not bode well for the Mavericks.
Until this year, we never saw a hockey team give up 3 goals in a minute either, okay?
That's true.
Things
I don't know
are
why
made.
you got to pick that as
we're
the
in
example that you want to give.
We're in the weird sports cycle.
Who the hell are
here at
you rooting
DFW.
for? I don't know. But, yeah, let's make history.
Know. God, I hate working with you two.
Let's
right
make
now.
history. 877-881-1053. How pumped are you for the Mavericks game? And what are you going to do? Because we got like the 3 sports deals tonight. We got Stars action. They're closing the season. We got Mavs playing, which I know Eric's going to have on TV #1. And then, of course, our Rangers. But you can also listen to the Rangers on 105.3.
I always listen to the Rangers.
Well, we've got the
I don't
best
like
crew in the
Bassett
world.
very much.
817, what Shell Shack location are we at? We are right here in Dallas, the North Henderson location. So come on out. Party with us here at Shell Shack. If the Mavs do advance, the Grizzlies losing to the Warriors, so they'll play the winner of the Mavs-Kings game tonight for that 8th playoff spot. We'll see what ends up happening there. I mean, do you like the Mavericks' chances in
What
that
are you asking
matchup?
Eric for?
Because Eric's locked in, dude.
Yeah. I don't.
He's pumped. He's fired up.
He didn't even know they were going to play the Grizzlies.
I know you were watching. You were watching the game last night, Grizz and the Warriors.
I was. Now
you saw Trae Young get ejected in the Hawks matchup. He was locked in. He's a basketball savant.
I'm dialed on what's going on outside of
your own team.
Yeah. Last night watching Steph and company, it was fun. Steph and Jimmy living at the free throw line. Steph in that fourth quarter, unbelievable. It ended up being a fantastic game.
Yeah.
It's a bummer that Ja got banged up, but it goes to show you Golden State, Steph has an unbelievable fourth quarter, a really awesome, efficient game. Jimmy Butler goes to the free throw line like 18 times? And you're still scratching and clawing to beat what is not that good of a Grizzlies team.
Desmond Bain was awesome.
That's going to be tough sledding for Golden State. This Houston series is not going to be a gimme at all.
No, Houston, a physical team, so you'll have the 2-7 matchup. That's solidified, and then the winner of Mavs-Kings will then head to Memphis, take on the Grizz, and whoever wins that will end up being the 8th seed in the Western Conference.
682, I would rather cut my grass with a dull butter knife than watch the Mavericks. Garbage-ass team. Garbage-ass GM.
We can't pull for the coaches and the players.
It's the coaches
so much.
Can we not separate it? Can we not separate the players and the coaches are not at fault here, but the front office can just go F themselves?
I'm pulling for the coaches and players. That's who I'm pulling for.
Yeah.
Because they've endured a lot. They got put in a terrible situation. You got put in a terrible situation.
So did we.
With injuries the whole year. If Luka's not hurt after Christmas Day, we're not thinking about trading him.
I'm not buying that. I think Nico was on a mission.
No,
to
if
get him
he's
out of
playing
here.
and he's scoring 40 a night, you think they're trading him?
I mean, the dude took you to the finals last year, and they
But
traded
that's
him.
what I'm saying, Zach. I think if he was playing, if there wasn't this back and forth with his medical staff and your medical staff, and he's not ready. Well, hey, yeah, he is ready, but you guys won't come in for treatment.
You're saying the last calf injury was the final straw?
I think so.
I don't know. There's a lot that's morphed here because initially I had heard that they had told him to stay away from the team. He could have come back and played. They didn't want him around because Nico was just dead set on trading him. I don't know what to believe, Brian. I really don't.
Yeah,
I'm just so upset.
It just makes me sick.
I'll
have
tell
to
you this
watch.
though. Whispers are saying that Mark Cuban sold his team because he couldn't pay Nico. Or it's not pay Nico, pay
Luka.
Pay Luka.
I believe that.
Yeah, I do too.
You can't separate him from the 2-on-4. If you watch the game, it helps the front office. I mean, it's a solid argument right there. I mean, I'm very torn. I'm
If you
very
watch the
conflicted.
game, it helps the front office. You mean you can't cheer for the players? You can't cheer. I mean, it's not their fault.
It's not.
I
agree with that.
We owe them our support for what they went through. How about those times when we were sitting there watching them and we're like going, God, they're showing it's a gutsy effort tonight. Well, God, look at Kyrie playing with no extra help. No, look at this.
And you know what? If Kyrie was out there, I might have more Zoom in me to go and
If
watch
they
him.
lose tonight, great. I mean, fine. It is what it is.
I'm actually, that's how I'm spinning it with I want what's best for the players, and what's best is for this season to end and them to just go on vacation and distance themselves
Might be the
from
case.
the disaster.
It might be the case. Did you guys see Tyron Smith and just how dapper he's looking as he's holding his retirement press conference now?
Did he only go up to like below the breastplate on his button up? What a flex, dude.
He looks absolutely incredible.
He's going open chest on what looks
like Richard Jefferson?
Yeah, but this is like a long white like button up, long sleeve like a dress shirt, and he's got that thing opened from the diaphragm up as he should.
Who is the
he
guy?
looks phenomenal.
When every time there's a coach that gives a speech in the locker room, who's standing behind him with no shirt on but the football
That's true.
pants?
That was
still?
usually Tyron Smith.
I think he kind of says, "Okay, where's the camera here?" Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah, this is about Tyron
But
today.
you should if you look as good as Tyron
there's
Smith.
no question. How long was his speech? But I didn't hear. Did he talk for like 10 minutes? 5
I don't
minutes?
know how long it was.
2
The
minutes?
last I saw, he was sitting down and watching a video that they've put out there for him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's talking.
He's talking right now.
Oh,
Okay,
he's talking.
good. Good deal.
All right, well, maybe we'll get a little bit of Tyron later on in the show, but make sure you come on out. Jason Garrett's there as well, your favorite, Brian, and he's wearing some white pants. What do you think of that choice?
Was he acting like he's a PGA golfer?
Well, it is funny seeing Tyron bending over trying to shake Jason Garrett's hand right there. But we love you, Tyron Smith, one of the best to ever do it. And congratulations on an amazing career. I just wish, like so many others, we could have gotten you a Lombardi. Another great career.
I wish he
wasted.
wouldn't have succumbed to some injuries. That's where the questions about his career.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about him always in glowing light, but we're going to talk about the what ifs. It's going to be like we talked about with Sean Lee, Leighton Vander. What if? What if he wouldn't have had the shoulder problems, the stinger problems?
And that's what's so amazing about
the
him.
back problem.
Is because despite all of that, he's clearly a surefire Hall of Famer.
No doubt.
You know, like that.
But
That's,
if he played all those years,
we'd be talking about him as maybe the best tackle in NFL history.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's the difference.
Absolutely. 877-881-1053 is always the number to join the conversation. We got a lot of fighting going on, how people are feeling about the Mavs. Some think that if you're not rooting for the Mavericks, you're a terrible person. Others are saying, I can't listen to this. I don't want to hear about basketball anymore. I'm done. I understand all the feelings and all the emotions. It really is just a terrible... I don't know that we owe them anything.
We signed up for this.
We didn't sign up for a damn thing. I didn't sign anything. There was no form in front of me. I didn't sign a damn thing, Brian.
We signed up for 82 games.
Nothing.
We signed up.
We did not.
We signed up.
Did not.
We did.
We got a sports hodgepodge coming up on the other side, Eric. Where are we going?
That's right. Among other things, the C in Oklahoma stands for cockfighting.
All right, we'll do that next in the nation. But let's talk prize picks, shall we? Oh, yeah, as I mentioned, we got a loaded lineup coming up here tonight in your DFW sports scene. And when it comes...
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Customer in 30 seconds. Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Pluckers.
It's time for the annual Pluckers Draft Party on April 24th. Join us at one of the 9 DFW Pluckers locations for specials on their wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Find a location near you at pluckers.com.
All right, we got a sports hodgepodge for you as we broadcast live from Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson here until 6:30. Would love to see you. Tomorrow is National Crawfish Day, ladies and gentlemen. Live crawfish for just $6 a pound tomorrow only at every Shell Shack in the DFW, Dallas, Plano, Mesquite, Arlington, Fort Worth, and it's an enchanted afternoon, as Gavin Dawson would say. We're looking forward to getting to the General back tomorrow, and we'll see how his team fared in the Dallas Cup, which is one of the biggest soccer tournaments in all of the world.
Huge.
Cannot wait to see how that went down for him, and we'll get you the G-Bag of the day here in about 6 minutes or so. Segment here in the nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Before we get to the cockfighting in Oklahoma, I did want to address the Tennessee quitter, Nico. I am a Lieva. Zero market, according to Power 4 general managers, now that he has punted on $3 million at Tennessee, looking for $4 million, hoping he was going to get some team that was jumping at him. We heard that the North Carolina Bill Belichick's were going to be out on him pretty quickly after the news broke. And then his dad was saying that they had multiple programs that were ready to offer the $4 million that they were looking for. Tulane was one that he mentioned. Yeah. And Tulane is apparently pulling out of the recruitment of Nico. So that's where things stand right now. And CJ Mordock reported that Tulane put together an impressive offer, but too much back and forth between Nico's camp and the coaching staff. Tulane wanted to get a deal done quickly. The dad of Nico is apparently LeVar Ball without the charm, but with both feet. So you kind of, there's a little give and take there with everything. But the charm factor is huge.
They're standing on it.
Yeah,
they are.
So this is heading in a direction where it's the ultimate backfire for this kid. You feel bad for him to some extent if his dad is pulling these strings right here, setting him up for what seems to be huge failure. But we don't know until this thing gets official. But right now, things are not looking good for him. And this will probably be a lesson to anyone that is thinking about pulling something like this in the future. But a total bombshell in college football, and it is not working out for the player or the father at this moment.
No, terrible advice.
Broadus, you still fighting on the Zoom over there?
Yeah.
I mean, watching Broadus for the last 26 minutes fight through the...
Glad I have some real support over there helping me out with it, too. Just kind of making me, asking me a bunch of questions. I keep showing him kind of where we're at, and it's just not working. And
him being Carter Freeman.
Maybe time to go take a break or something, you know?
Oh, no.
I
Might
don't
be
know.
lunch. You might be coming down here to get some crawfish.
Yeah, maybe, and hopefully so. Come on down and see us.
I'd love him if he was here.
Yeah.
But watching the older generation fight through Zoom problems is high level entertainment. It's high level entertainment.
Do you feel like that I'm not doing it the right way?
No,
or,
this is not a you problem.
When you get error messages, I just kind of wonder.
Okay.
You know? I just wonder.
I'll look at it, and we'll go through it over the break.
Speaking of things
figure
that
this out.
make you wonder, I'd like to read you a headline. Oklahoma legislator sees renewed efforts to change cockfighting laws.
Were we doing cockfighting in Oklahoma? I didn't know about this.
Oh, it's worldwide.
Wide.
It was so rampant in Oklahoma that they had to go ahead and strengthen up the punishments for cockfighting. But now you have some individuals introducing a bill that would reduce penalties for participating or allowing robotic participation in the fights.
Oh.
So
we're talking like robot cocks?
Don't we have like battle bots? Don't we have that? Isn't that in a show that we have in that kind of?
Yeah, BattleBots is a badass show. I did used to watch
This is
that as a
Battle
kid.
Cockbots is what this show's called.
Okay.
And opponents of cockfighting argue that reducing the penalty would send the wrong message to Oklahomans about the cruel and outdated form of entertainment. High-level entertainment, but be that as it may, it's not very kind to the roosters. Cockfighting is the practice of forcing two roosters to fight each other, often to the death, for entertainment, and regularly includes gambling on outcomes of the fights.
I'm glad that you did say roosters, because I was totally thinking of what other word can I say for this animal, and rooster would be the word.
Rooster's the word. The birds are bred and trained for the purpose of fighting.
Oh.
That's the thing to keep in mind here. They're not just going to grab two run-of-the-mill roosters and throwing them in the pen together. These guys they're thoroughbreds. So now the guy who's trying to get this thing reduced down, he says, I'm not trying to legalize cockfighting. I'm just trying to reduce it to a misdemeanor. We've reduced dangerous drugs that are killing people to a misdemeanor, and yet raising a chicken is a felony that carries 10 years. That's complete stupidity, he says.
Very stupid.
So he is trying to come up with a plan where you can have like robot cockfighting, but one of the roosters is a real rooster, thoroughbred cockfighter.
Oh, going up against the bot.
Going up against the bot because he's alleging that the bot rooster is not going to really cause the harm to the real rooster.
Okay.
So that's sort of, he's trying to revolutionize the sport of cockfighting. You do have to give him some credit for that. This is a guy who's forward thinking, right? So it's like, where's the happy medium here? Where can we still get our cockfighting entertainment while also kind of saving the bird?
So how do we cockfighting? Is it the spur that gets? Is that the thing that the
well, if you go to like Bangkok, now you're talking about they're putting razor blades at the on their feet and stuff where that gets aggressive.
So now you're kind of
you're slicing and dicing.
So how does the
you've never been
robot-
to a cockfight?
No.
Walchuk, you have.
Are you kidding me?
Lucius, you ever seen? Has anybody ever seen cockfighting take place?
clearly-
Ruben obviously shaking his head. Yes.
Lucius is the king of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Lucius, did you know? Has this been a thing for you growing up in Tulsa?
I've never seen an official cockfight. No. I've seen some roosters fight each other.
Okay.
I've never seen an official cockfight. I've seen some guys let them fight too, but I've never seen an official cockfight. With
Okay, so
money
sort
on
of
the line and things like that. No.
Right. More of an unregulated, just two run-of-the-mill aggressive cocks going after each other, as opposed to really setting those guys
All right,
up.
let's turn the tables here. Have you actually seen one of these fights?
Absolutely.
Have you really?
No, I'm just kidding.
He was raising rooster.
It's been years since I've seen it, so it's like my memory of it is all.
What's up, man? How are you?
Distorted.
Black
but
and Gold B in the
we'll
house
see.
here.
It might only be a misdemeanor.
Absolutely.
Moving forward in Oklahoma to fight your cocks.
I did see we got several texts coming in from the Tolos here, but I guess in Azle they just busted a huge cockfighting ring last week.
I thought there was something
So
going
we
on
got
in
local
our own
cockfighting.
backyard.
Cockfighting ring.
Well, yeah, this is a breeding ground.
It is.
A lot of talent in this area.
A lot of talent in those cocks.
All right.
We've always had better cocks than Oklahoma.
It's a rooster, Brian. Can you not be a pervert?
Well, that's what they're called, right?
Yeah, it is.
They are. Yeah, it's cockfighting for a reason.
Yeah. I have been to Bryce Williams Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina.
Is it worth of a trip to? Like, should I put that in the rotation?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's absolutely throw it back to the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, G-Bag of the day.
Boy, I couldn't. You know what? I got a joke right there, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I changed
That's
my
discipline,
mind.
Lucius. That's
yeah,
discipline.
It was right there too. It was nice. It was formulated great. It featured King Nasir, if you've ever heard of that guy. King Nasir. Maybe Sir Shabaka.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm going to leave it alone, bro. Leave it alone. Hey, did you know Dallas, Fort Worth used to be a major pit bull fighting hub in like the early 20s?
I believe that.
Yeah, like the upper echelon of people will go out there, smoke their cigars, and watch pit bulls fight. And roosters fight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to be a little seedy place here in Dallas. We used to be seedy, bro.
A lot of money
Back when we were a
changing
proper
hands during those
metroplex.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a transit little old city, man. Remember Doc Holliday used to be out here. He was a darn dentist, bro. We used to be seedy, fam. I say used to. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Oh, our winner and champ comes from the RJ and Choppy show. His name is Bobby Belt, and he wrote a diss track to Eric and Zach right here. It's called Remember the Titan. Just the Titan. Remember the Titan. And it features Zach's sister, which is really sad. I hope you guys get that figured out.
Yeah, we won't.
I want to dedicate this song to Sam Wolchuk.
Hey, Bobby, spit that rhyme I like.
Turn it on, leave it on. Pick a platform, radio, stream, YouTube, or the Twitch. Young Bobby hit the bleeds like a crash car. Go and inject me in the beat, and I'll leave you with track marks. Didn't have to be this way, but I'll go to round 8. Overdosing bars, I'm a single mom in South Lake. Kill it in the AM, yeah, you know we got a who's who. Rating so big, you would think they took a blue chew. That's a blue pill, but Wooly needs a red one. Better get some yeast if you want to raise your bread, son. Since we telling truth, let's open up about the past, bro. Chio still ain't over, getting froze out of the draft show. Man it, bro, go to Brian. You can talk through it. Use your words because your mouth ain't just for Hawk Yeah, I wish I had a house sitting on a happy perch, but I'm not like Eric getting favors from my daddy's church. Christ would help the poor, put him on his back. Eric closed the door, said I ain't paying tax. While we're talking cash, hey Wooly, where's my money, dude? No, you owe me $50 from Cali back in 22.
Yeah, pay that, man.
Look at you, Eric. You were just enjoying this, bro.
Yeah.
If we was a rap clique, I had to pull the navigator over and kick you out, fam.
Well, this is the weird thing, Lucius. I mean, and I've never been in a rap beef, and I've constantly stated how out of my depth I am. But how do you take it? Because if you get
you definitely
butthurt
don't
about
bob
it,
your head to a song that's dissing you.
all of a sudden you're emotional when you start critiquing the song and the lies and just the midness of it all. But so it's like there's really no winning here, right? I mean, tell me the how you win. Just lay it out for me.
You act like it's not happening.
How do you win?
You act like it's not happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just detach from reality.
Exactly.
Entirely.
Yeah. You just sit there.
All right. That's the move. That's the move for tomorrow.
Like a runner-up at the Oscars. You're just like, oh, okay, yeah.
Start checking your watch.
Until you're Spike Lee and you got beat by Driving Miss Daisy, and then you're still bitter all these years, right?
I don't blame him. I do not blame him.
He goes, I cannot believe I got beat by that movie.
I don't blame him. Whoa, you're going too fast now. Get the hell out of here. All right, now this clip is a little old because I wanted to give it some time because it was a sad situation.
Uh-oh.
It's going to Memphis, Fox 13. People are in nearby gyms seeking cover from tornadoes. Serious situation right here. And then somebody just had to be an ass.
We're very concerned about how she's doing. Sierra, oh good, you're okay? Boy, that live picture that you and your photographer captured is
pretty scary outside. I never experienced anything like that before. I'm sure you guys heard me screaming because there was a tornado warning and felt like the tornado was right in front of me. But as you can see, the entire city of Dyersburg is here in the shelter. We can say hi to this family. How are you guys feeling right now? Doing good. How are you feeling with the good? There's a tornado warning. Tell me how you really feel. I'm a little scared, I'm not gonna lie. And what about you, sir? You're right.
There we go. Folks who unfortunately are just simply knuckleheads and they just got to get the 5 seconds of fame. That's all gone away. The main thing is that Sierra's fine. CJ, thank you very much.
Wow. The knucklehead line is much easier.
Yeah. He had his little sheets, his paperwork right there. The anchor. And he just threw them up like, God, knuckleheads. Frustrated. God.
That whole bit is so outdated, but it's still so funny.
Still hits,
thanks
bro.
to the reactions of the stiff and starched back in the studio.
Yeah. All right, let's go back. Well, I'm going to do this real quick. This is not one.
Okay.
Winner.
This is not one. Woolchuck the other day told us that Brian Bosworth, the great Brian Bosworth from Irving, Texas, MacArthur High School, stand up. He had an element in his game that no one was familiar with. He was actually a tickler.
It's a tickle monster.
But number one, it is the Boz. Brian Bosworth coming in at number one with that slick back looking hair. The Boz was a polarizing figure. Courted attention and tickled people or ticked people off.
What?
Didn't tickle anybody. Didn't tickle anybody.
That'd be violent tickles.
He wasn't tickling. He was ticking people off. You had the mohawk.
He was tickling people all the way off. It was one of the most legendary tickles of all time.
Oh, no.
Jeez, bro.
He tickled people.
I'm so sorry.
That's incredible.
You got me, boss. You got me, bro. I'm good. You got me.
Enough.
Jeez. That's crazy. That is wild, Woolchuck.
I tap.
Yeah, you got me, bro. Not the shoes, bro. That's
I'm finished.
That's my spot.
Here's the Boz, the tickle man.
All right, let's see. What else? One more from the RJ and Choppy show. Show producer Payton Russell, my guy. He put me on to the lacrosse girls. Field lacrosse, bro.
Yes.
He is a gooner. Bro.
He's got the face of a gooner.
He held it down this morning for an hour, was it?
30 minutes. Felt
30
like
minutes.
2 hours.
Like 3 days.
Yeah, okay, 30 minutes. He held it down for 30 minutes. His knees got wobbly at the end, though, bro, right there at the finish line.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got. That's about it. You know, I've thought about some lifestyle things, but I've run out of things to say. I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff.
Yeah.
I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, NBC 5 at 7:20. Meat Church 8:20. Tim MacMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories that Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did. I maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to
Bro, what's going on, bro?
to delete them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there. Nico, man, you suck, dude. But yeah, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby coming up next. We're going to try and drag this out. We're going to try. Bobby, I don't care what you say. I'm dragging this out. The Mavs do play.
Oh,
bro,
man.
the last few minutes of that, he tries to throw it to break a million times. He just rattles off the run sheet, timestamp and crap 4 hours in advance. And
Jeez,
I can't believe he unveiled one of his deepest, darkest secrets. Unprovoked. Just talking to himself.
He's like, I could, and then just goes right into telling it.
He's the original robot cockfighter. That's Payton Russell.
He said that he exchanged pictures with a bot, bro. My man was thirsty.
And then he got nervous.
And then he was in damage control mode.
He said, I blocked her.
He was sweating that one out for weeks.
Got
bro.
nervous and I blocked her.
He's sending them Brett Favre's over to her, bro.
Oh, he sure was.
Wow, give me a second. Give me 5 minutes. I got a photo for you. It's going to blow your mind away.
Rules are rules, Woolchuck.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Mama gave me them flap checks, and Mama take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry with the Crimson Tide.
Is it your two-time champ now, Bobby? Bobby Belt with the disc?
I've been going for 3.
Is it the Knucklehead Tornado Drill? This is not one, but Woolchuck the Boz Tickler. Or is it Pepe just drowning and throwing in the towel, creating some of the worst radio of all time in very epic fashion? This is tough. This is extremely difficult.
Jam it, listen.
Man, I really wanted to get Bobby to honorary 4 just to piss him off, but that Pepe stuff is too legendary. Put me down for Payton. Lucius?
I'm going with Payton as well, and tomorrow I'm going to play a song by Payton. Have y'all heard it yet?
Oh, now that was
amazing.
Impressive. It was awesome.
It was so bad, so terrible, it was good.
Yeah, it's amazing how he does that.
It's great.
Well, Chuck,
I got to go Payton as well.
are we 3 for 3? I'm sorry. We're 3 for 3. Broadus?
Voting for the champ.
Okay, but yeah. That's a good play, Broadus. That's a good play. Well, we have a new G-Bag of the Day champion still from the morning show. It is Payton Russell.
Not singing about me anymore.
After his solo hosting gig. He'll be one and done. All right, we'll crank open a rim sesh live from Shell Shack in Dallas next year in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Mavs survive the play-in? Plus, we got Stars, Rangers, and Thomas Dimitrov at 8 o'clock. It's a Thursday edition.
Cell phone scored?
Polos that are popping in. Black and Gold Bees already come by to say hello to us. You'll see that there is a construction detour. Just bypass that detour, turn left right on into the parking lot, and we're right here in the front. You'll walk in, you'll see us. It's amazing. Tomorrow, National Crawfish Day. Shell Shack owning the rights to National Crawfish Day, so they're going to have $6 crawfish by the pound. It's going to be incredible, and we're going to be here until 6:30 partying. But right now, Eric, I believe we're doing some rim talk, huh?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead here live at Shell Shack in Dallas. We're going to cut the lights out. We're going to put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got to join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the Mavs have a winner-go-home play-in game as the 10 seed. Just really doesn't get much bigger than this, unless, of course, you harken back to just a few months ago when you were in the NBA Finals. I know, people like Brian Broaddus are fired up for this game tonight, pulling on the team, and I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong, because I think we should all be able to fan how we want to fan.
Yeah, you do whatever your Maverick heart tells you. I'm frustrated as hell with them, too.
I am curious what the ratings are going to look like for this game locally, because I think they could be pretty putrid. And I'm curious of how many Mavs fans are just going to be watching. You don't have to say if you're rooting against them necessarily, but are you actually going to take the time out of your evening when you could be doing anything you want? I'm excited to watch the Rangers tonight. Got to be honest with you.
And I'm excited to see Sagan back out there on the ice for the Stars.
So how are you going to power rank the TVs tonight? You got the triple?
I got the triple set up. I'll probably have Rangers in the middle.
And that's you consider that the one, right?
That's the one.
Yeah.
The left one, which is actually the biggest one I've got, I'll probably put the Stars on, and then the right will have I'll pop the Mavs game on, the small one.
Okay, so you will have it on. You'll be glancing.
And then I'll have the laptop up watching a couple of corners tonight.
There you go.
That's right. It is draft season.
Did Dave Bergler's mock draft, 7-round mock draft, throw you off a little bit today?
There were two guys on there late. I saw Nelson. I've seen the Wisconsin tackle, which I didn't think he'd go that late. I mean, for him to go that late in Dane's mock, that'd be a great pick.
I had him in the 5th round. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. So there were two players that I need to go back and see that Dane had mocking to the Cowboys, just because I want to, on day 3, I like us to try and just have as much knowledge as we can.
All right, I care about the Mavs game, and I care so much that I reached out to somebody in Sacramento, in the know.
Sacramento.
Somebody that's going to affect this game tonight.
Okay.
In a way.
Was it Sabonis? Did you holler at Sabonis?
Hey, I can't tell you who my sources are, but this is what the lowdown I got for tonight's keys are.
Very
keys
good.
of the game. You ready?
In the least exciting game in a while.
Are you ready or not?
My body's ready.
Okay, good.
My heart's not.
Those crawfish were good, though.
Gosh, dang it. They're so
amazing
good.
How good they were. All right. Transition offense and defense both ways is going to be huge tonight for your Dallas Mavs. Rebounding is also going to be big.
Fundamentals, man.
Yep. Offense, they need to take care of the ball. Defense, contest shots without fouling. They say this group takes a ton of jump shots. So when they're talking whiteboard, like when Jason Kidd's standing up there in the locker room on the whiteboard, this is what's up on the board.
Fellas, let's rebound.
Yeah.
And I tell you that even though we have 3 7-footers, and this is how we built our team, and this should be a no-brainer that should go unsaid, that we're going to out-rebound every team that we come against because we've built the trifecta of 7-footers with AD, Lively, and Gafford. Why? I mean, that's the only way you win. You have to get rebounds.
You better.
You built your team on playing defense and getting rebounds.
Defense.
Some of the least exciting basketball aesthetically is the direction they want to go.
Old school spur ball.
I can't believe what they're doing to Dirk as well. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. MacMahon said he has a story coming out after the Mavs are eliminated. So as early as tomorrow morning, we could get the story about why Dirk and Mark Cuban are no longer involved with the franchise. Dirk is apparently turned off by the state of the Mavs, and Nico wanted Cuban out of basketball operations after the sale, which Cuban sort of alluded to in that first sit down with WFAA when he was like, I thought we had an agreement with the Adelsons, and then somebody changed their mind. That somebody was always Nico Harrison. But disrespecting Dirk, through all of this.
Kind of the last straw.
I mean, I just don't understand why they have to go out of their way to do that. That is one of the biggest no-nos in sports, to do that to your single biggest legend of your organization, especially someone like Dirk. who is as likable and lovable and loyal as it gets. And the fact that they're disrespecting him.
But what loyalty, and I'm just taking it from the Nico approach, and this is probably a terrible way to do it, but I'm just trying to. What loyalty does he have to Dirk? And that's what was he ever a Dirk client? Was he ever a guy that Dirk?
As soon as you step into the organization, you have loyalty to Dirk.
Agreed. That's where you've got to know who is paying your bills. That's the Dallas Mavericks.
And that's the blind spot that they have, where they've completely disassociated themselves from.
Blind spot, or is it the Adelsons?
It's both.
Group for not knowing.
It's led by Nico. It is led by Nico because he's leading the charge on all of this, but it's also on the ownership.
Did things get better as an organization when Nico took over as the general manager and took the ball out of Cuban's court?
It got better.
Okay, so
until it didn't.
Well, okay, but I'm just saying though, is there when you look, if you're Nico, you're looking at Cuban like, listen, I'm the GM here. You no longer own the team, okay? You sold. You have your billions of dollars that you just made, okay? I don't want interference from you. I had to listen to things. I talked you out of probably some moves you wanted to make. I probably did some things here. Up until the Luka trade, I think the approval rating for Nico was probably pretty positive among Mavs fans.
Yes, he had done a great
Didn't
job.
you feel like that, gosh, and then, the family's talking about the moves that Nico made last year at the trade deadline to kind of, when they were treading water, and all of a sudden they go out and they get some players, they get some help. But to me, like I say, I could understand why Nico wanted Mark out of the picture if Mark no longer owned the team.
Yeah, but he also didn't understand the advantage of having Mark, who could make up for some of his inefficiencies with just PR, fan relations, and having an understanding of what is important for this organization, because he is not a historian. Mark Cuban is when it comes to this franchise, and he's completely missed the boat on that.
Right.
And so he just keeps making it worse and worse and worse. I cannot believe that yesterday was planned, and they said some of the things that they said. Like, just completely unbuttoned up. They think the crap that comes out of their mouth is gold, and all it does is completely just push the fan base away more and more and more.
From a PR standpoint, it's been a terrible way of handling.
It's been an embarrassment.
It has absolutely been
but
terrible.
Also basketball and everything else. He
like
thinks
I say,
he's made a championship team.
I think there's things. If you read the Tim MacMahon book like I have, I'd be glad to hand you my copy or go out and buy a copy.
I will.
Because seriously, there's things about Donnie Nelson and Mark in that book that you're just kind of like going, okay, I could see why somebody wouldn't want to be working with Mark Cuban.
Yeah, now the problem is they've now put all of that good has been undone. Everything that you highlighted there, which you're right, we were arguing and advocating the Mavericks have turned into a top 10 front office.
Yeah.
All of that has been undone. They're now sitting where they were in the 90s, where they are going to be one of the laughing stocks and unrealistic teams. They're not going to be playing on Christmas Day anymore.
Does Mark Cuban, is he looking good in this situation when there's whispers, and we can talk to MacMahon and others, that he was one of these guys that didn't think that they had the money to pay Luka? Did he skate what could have been a very, and it's a dark day right now because of Luka not being here, but did Mark get out before it got really, really, really bad and people figured out that maybe he didn't have the money to pay Luka?
I don't care as much about Mark. Mark sold the team. I care
that's
about.
What I'm saying.
I care
and that's
about
why
Dirk
if I'm
this.
Nico, go away.
That's fine. The Dirk stuff is what is really the issue to me.
Okay.
That's what's really been the final. I have no respect for them anymore, and they clearly don't have any respect for the pulse of what Maverick basketball is.
What changed? Because Nico has been here long enough. It's not like he just came in. Nico has been around Dirk. He's been around and knowing what the situation. I mean, it's not like he just showed up last month after the trade or before the trade and decided to maybe have ill relationships with Dirk. He's been here a couple years, right? Did we ever hear anything about that?
No, we did not.
See,
I don't know, but we can bookmark it because we'll get Tim Cato, All City Dallas, 320. He was there yesterday for the disaster class of a press conference, so we'll get the 411 from Tim Cato coming up at 320.
All right, let's do some NFL news today. Tyron Smith has retired. We've got some stuff from his press conference there at the Star. We've also got more draft rumorooskies, and is this the dumbest coach in football? That's next in the nation.
But first, I'm just so happy to welcome Greystone Roofing and Construction into the fan family, and no one will benefit from this partnership more than you, the Tolos. We know that your home is your biggest asset.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
you've got to forget something else to remember that.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
A lot of Cowboys on hand for Tyron Smith's retirement presser. We had DeMarcus Ware, Jason Garrett, Zach Martin, fellow retiree in 2025, Lyle Collins, Tyler Biotish, the whole current offensive line room of your Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons, and more current Cowboys were there. I saw Flus, the new defensive coordinator who's back, was also there when Tyron was playing, was in attendance. Jason Garrett, as I mentioned. So what is a sad day, but also honoring a great career. One of the all-time best Cowboy linemen and best linemen in NFL history, the great Tyron Smith. Salute to you, sir. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, live here from Shell Shack, right off North Henderson in Dallas. And we really encourage you to come on out, party with us. We just had Todd come by, another big-time Tolo. Nigel, the GM here, says he turns it on and leaves it on every single day. You're amongst family here at Shell Shack, so come on out right off North Henderson. And like I said, if you're driving up and you see, hey, there's a construction detour right before you park, don't worry about it. Just bypass that, turn left right into the parking lot. We're going to be here partying until 6:30.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, it's the whole thing. I was thinking about Tyron Smith, and we kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday. You do hold his rights now.
That was a brilliant point you made yesterday, just in case.
If we get to Week 15 and we might have an emergency Eric Weddle situation where we have to have somebody dressed for a game to maybe be our emergency guy, maybe Tyron Smith. But you do hold his rights. But he might also be, hey, that's it. But I kind of feel like that Tyron Smith is always going to stay in shape and be ready when if he's ever called on again.
Man, and pretty cool seeing DeMarcus Ware there as well. Yeah. Tyron said I still owe a lot of credit to him for teaching me how to shave my head. In regards to DeMarcus Ware, some funny moments. Jerry Jones on Tyron Smith. There's no doubt in my mind you'll be in the Hall of Fame. He added, it's a tragedy that we didn't get a Super Bowl, but that doesn't take away from what you accomplished. It's been an honor.
There's going to be several Cowboy Hall of Fame members that are going to, it's when they put up their numbers and their bios and their resumes and all that, there's going to be a lot of them that don't have that. There's going to be the Zach Martins and
we just had DeMarcus Ware go in.
How about Jason
Witten?
How about Jason Witten?
Yep.
You're going to have some all-timers that are not. They're going to be very much the guys. We always laugh about Charles Barkley and no championships and stuff like that. But you're going to have some Dallas Cowboy Hall of Fame members that were not that are not championship winners. Whereas some that have gone in from the early '90s. And it took Ware going to Denver to get his Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's just that is what annoys me. And Jerry saying that is okay. I hear you.
He said it about Romo,
but I mean, yeah. How many times? Like every time you're saying that with one of these players in these moments, how's that not a sobering moment for you to think like, damn? Why am I continuing to say this? What is wrong? What are we not doing? What is the issue here to why we're not able to get over that hump and accomplish that goal? I mean, Zach Martin was just on the Green Light podcast with Chris Long, and Chris Long was asking him, like, who's the team that you hated the most? He said the Eagles. And he said, what's also annoying is during my career, somehow the Eagles were able to win 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And there were years I felt we had just as good, if not better, of a team.
No question.
But they found a way to get it done.
No question.
It's so heartbreaking as a Cowboy fan, and I'm sure it's heartbreaking for those players that grinded away.
Oh no, they're going to go into Hall of Fame and not have on the bus there when you go to Canton and you walk by and you see that bust and you're going to look down and they're going to have all the things that they have done, all the things they have accomplished. Super Bowl will not be not be on Zach Martin's. It won't be on and it surely won't be on Tyron Smith's. And it won't be on Jason Witten's as well.
No. They will have that dominant win in Tampa versus a sub-500 Buccaneer team, ending Brady's career.
Did end Brady's
Let's not
career.
forget that, Hall of Fame voters.
Jaron Kearse, forever the last person to intercept Tom Brady. That'll be a great trivia question one day down the line for you trivia people out there.
Jaron Kearse,
the last person to intercept Tom Brady. 877-881-1053. The number to text. Here's for partying live from Shell Shack off North Henderson. Again, tomorrow, National Crawfish Day. $6 per pound tomorrow.
That's a deal.
Across all the Shell Shack locations. And we got Draft 101 That's going to be tomorrow, 6:45. Doors are going to open at the radio station, 4131 North Central Expressway. Whataburger going to be feeding you as well. Looking forward to that. We'll see everybody. Me, Brian will be out there, Bobby Belt, and then our cast from DallasCowboys.com.
And I encourage guys and gals. We got a lot of gals that follow the draft. And, if you have your questions, and maybe you're a gal that wants to come in, maybe you're not a fan of the Cowboys, but you have questions, please do show up. Love to have everybody there. And I'll tell you this, though, Wolchuk. If people don't ask questions, what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start asking questions of them.
Oh, and Brian likes to put you on the spot.
I will put you on the spot. If you're sitting there and I know you have questions, but you don't ask them, I will put you on your spot and see what your opinions are.
Oh, he will. All right, latest draft day buzz here. There is some reports coming out of San Francisco. They've been making some calls, and there is a chance maybe the Niners could be looking to move up into the top 6 of the draft.
There you go.
So that is according to some sources there in the Bay Area. Niners have 11 picks in the 2025 draft and projected 10 or more picks with comp picks next year. So they've got a lot of flexibility if they do want to try and jump up into the top 6. And we know, like, New England's a team that you've brought up.
Giants, New England. We'll see if Jacksonville is interested. Jacksonville seems pretty locked in right now. But I know on good authority from a gang of 7 that Giants are interested in moving, and also the Patriots, if you come with the right compensation package.
So that could be a team to watch out for. Now, who will they be going up to get? I don't know, but there might be somebody that they covet. We also got some more trade buzz. The Giants, apparently, according to Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants for ESPN, have reached out to the Eagles to inquire about tight end Dallas Goedert, who they put on the trade block. So it's rare you see an interdivision trade. It's not something that hasn't been done before, but typically you wouldn't see a trade within the division. Maybe this is one if the compensation's right. Giants end up acquiring tight end Dallas Goedert from the Eagles. That'd be something to monitor there.
Interdivision, man.
Interdivision, yes, sir.
I've been seeing a lot of Mason Taylor, one of y'all's favorite tight ends in this draft, going to the Eagles. That would suck.
It really, really would stink. Speaking of tight ends, Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, I was talking to you guys about this as we were leaving yesterday, but Mark Andrews, he's still on the team. DeCosta is saying, quote, he's a great player. We're in the business of keeping as many great players as we can, so there's always a lot of unpredictability with the draft. You just never know. Cutting him saves the Ravens $7 million in cap space, and they take on $9.9 million in dead money. But, I mean, you're talking about, I believe, the leader in all-time catches and touchdowns, or one of the two for the Ravens. And if his Raven career would end on basically costing them a chance to make the Super Bowl with that drop there, at least the conference championship game, gosh, that'd be a heartbreaking way to end your career as a Raven.
Yeah, that would be not how you drew it up right there. But he is still super talented. I could see teams being interested in him to some extent, but yeah, that would be, you'd hate to see that be the last play.
All right, Brian, we need to find out who this coach is. This is Diana Rossini, Scoop City, and she's pumping out her and Chase Daniel, South Lake Carroll Zone. They're doing a great job with this, and Diana is on the Scoop. I know one of Jane Slater's best friends. There's a debate who is Jane's best friend, and maybe Diana is. But here was her and Chase Daniel talking about one of the quarterbacks in the upcoming draft.
Tyler Shuck is a player in this draft. His stock is rising. He is a name that I am hearing in league circles way more now than I was just 3 weeks ago in terms of a QB on the board that could be taken in the first round.
Wow. That is some news. And honestly, I don't think he's going to go into that quarterback 3 territory where I have Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart sort of at. But I do think he's legitimate at number 4.
I had a head coach in the NFL, a current one, tell me that he thinks that Tyler Shuck is the best quarterback in this class. And I even said better than Cam Ward. He said better than Cam Ward.
Really?
A head coach told Diana Rossini that they believe Tyler Shuck is the best quarterback in this class. Now, just a quick background on Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. Texas Tech Red Raider fans know him well. Oregon Duck fans know him well.
Sure.
Until this past year at Louisville, he had never played more than 8 games in his 7-year college career due to injuries. Yeah. They went 8-4 at Louisville. There were some great moments. He does certainly have arm strength. He's got good ball placement at times, and he's the prototype size that you want.
6'5", 219.
Big kid.
Yeah.
And you never want to write a dude off. Maybe he does, and maybe things have just clicked and he was a late bloomer. but this, to me, is pretty shocking and might be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Well, you have to, when you watch him play at Louisville, and there are times where his receivers did not help him. There was some throws where that resulted in turnovers where his guys just didn't, secure the ball. He does play under center, which is kind of rare for these quarterbacks in this day and age. But he battles with inconsistency for the position. He could be right on the mark, and then other times where he's just not even close. And I think he's a much better passer, like a lot of these quarterbacks, when protected. Because he has a tendency, and I brought this up, when you watch his tape, he tends to flinch in the pocket or fall back when he's under pressure. And there's several snaps in the Notre Dame game where you could watch him, and he's under pressure, and he's worried about protecting his collarbone. He broke it in 21. He broke it in 22. He broke his fibula in 23. This guy has been often injured, lost time, not a lot of games. He'll be 26 years old in September, and he's got that significant injury history. So, hey, these quarterbacks, it's like those flavors of ice cream. My mint chocolate chip is your rocky road. So you just never really know. But I would surprise you could hear it. You could hear it in Chase Daniels' voice, couldn't you? When she said that, he was kind of like, "Huh, really?" Like
yes,
quarterbacks tend to go and evaluate other quarterbacks. He's probably not looked at everybody else in the draft, but I guarantee you he's looked at the top 15 quarterbacks in the draft, and he probably has an idea that this guy is not the best quarterback in the draft. Absolutely not.
Man, I mean, it is. You never know how these quarterbacks are going to end up developing, but that was a wild, wild take. Then the Giants, they've been linked to Travis Hunter as well. We'll see.
I think it's Hunter or Carter myself.
And we'll see what the Browns do at 2. That might end up making the decision for them, even though they did work out Shedeur Sanders again. Colorado two-way player Travis Hunter, if he gets drafted by the Giants, their general manager Joe Shine said they would not be afraid of playing him on both sides of the football. So yesterday we had the report that he
17 games
wouldn't play if a team didn't have him allowing him to do that. But we'll see what ends up happening with whoever ends up taking him. But the Giants are saying they're open to that possibility. Lions corner, Terrion Arnold. This is pretty awesome. Last year they drafted him and Kyrie Jackson. Or Kyrie Jackson went to the Minnesota Vikings, but they were in the same draft class. Right. And Kyrie Jackson tragically lost his life in a car crash in July. So now Terrion Arnold is going to change his number from 0 to 6 to honor Kyrie Jackson, whom was a good friend of his. I think that's an awesome move. And Kyrie Jackson was a player that we really, really liked a lot coming out of the draft. One that, man, I mean, it's just it was a heartbreaking tragedy. Garrett Podol of CBS Sports had 3 first-round trades the Cowboys could make to increase their draft picks. One of which would be just dropping down a couple of spots to 14 with the Colts. Maybe the Colts want to come up to go get a tight end. You could pick up a first next year, he says. You get 14, you get a 4th-round pick, and you get the Colts 12th there. And then a trade down from 8 down to 18 to Seattle as well. You could get pick 18 from them and then an extra 3rd-rounder to move down there, which sounds realistic. I don't think the Colts move would be realistic whatsoever.
I mean, I love it. I'm hoping there's a team that falls in love with one of these guys, even if it's just moving down a couple of spots.
3-spot move.
For a 4th-round pick.
3-spot move for next year's 1? Was that what he said?
I don't think that.
It was next year's 1. That's what he said, yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's out of his gourd.
I just can't see that.
Trade down to 14.
12 to 14. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That doesn't make
That's
sense.
media watchdog stuff right there.
And then the Steelers trade, which might be able to net you the most, Hall. And this one would be like, hey, you see quarterbacks start to fly off the board.
Yeah.
This would be you're able to secure their 3rd-round pick, which is 83 overall. You can get an extra 5 as well, which would be pick number 156, and that's from moving from 12 down to 21.
So 83 and 156?
83 and 156, going from 12 to 21.
See, now there's a realistic trade.
That one could work.
That's realistic right
That one
there.
could work right there.
Absolutely.
We'll just see if any of these teams want to move on up and be able to get somebody. Let's talk with Tim Cato, All City Dallas. He was there. He'll be able to give us all the insight on what the hell went down with that Maverick deal yesterday. How excited is he for this play-in tonight? and more regarding what is going on with Dirk and the Mavericks. We'll talk with Cato coming up next, but we got to talk Pluckers as well. Our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers, and the annual draft party is happening again this year at all Pluckers locations. We're going to have fan hosts across all of the 9 Pluckers locations. Guess you're going to sign up as a GM of a team drafting in the first round. You will guess which player that team will select. If you're correct, everyone in the restaurant is eligible for specials that round. Once the team next makes their pick, special's over. You're going to have a new special if the next GM guesses correctly. So you're going to want to stick around because the specials are going to get better and better as the night unfolds.
Yeah, the Pluckers draft party is the best of the year, and everyone knows that Pluckers is not only the best place for chicken wings in DFW, but also the best place to watch your favorite team. Over 60 televisions in each location will be soaking in the draft from 60 screens. It's going to be beautiful. Pluckers was named the best sports bar in DFW by the Dallas Observer, as well as one of the top 10 wing restaurants in America by USA Today. Thursday, April 24th, draft night. Put it on the calendar. 8 days away. We'll be at all 9 Pluckers locations throughout DFW. And remember, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird.
You have spent the last 10 years building a successful business, but recently it's been tough. You are behind on payroll taxes, and the IRS is coming after your business and you personally. Hi, I'm local attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located...
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Babies.
That first one?
Not MacMahon? No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
All right, let's talk Mavs with Tim Cato, All City Dallas. He was there at the ridiculous no recordings, no cameras presser from Nico Harrison and company yesterday. Segment here in the Nation is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. We're live at Shell Shack in Dallas. And now we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our good buddy, All City Dallas' own, Tim Cato. Tim, happy game day, dude. This is a huge day, right? It's a big, giant winner-go-home scenario. We're all very, very excited.
Yeah, the Mavericks have a chance to set franchise history, win their first ever play-in game. The season is going swimmingly.
Now, I really want to talk about yesterday, Tim. How ridiculous was all of that?
I don't understand what they were trying to do with that. I had heard about this. Other people have said this. I heard they're going to do it 2 weeks ago. They're going to do it a week before the Luka game. And I think it would have been weird to do a press conference in this setting, no audio, no video, select number of media members allowed. But I had heard that it was going to happen, and at least I can kind of wrap my mind around if you come into that meeting a week before the Luka game, you know that local media, this is going to be the biggest story of the week, Luka's homecoming. So you do it a week before. Maybe in their minds they're trying to, win some local media over, give the reasons for why it happened. Maybe, it slightly, frames the narrative of how everything happened, how everything is covered with Luka's return. That could, I guess, make a little bit of sense, especially if you come into that and say, hey, we apologize, we messed up. We should have had a press conference much sooner than this. This is kind of like our version of an apology to the local media. We haven't been fair to you. Instead, they did it the day before a play-in game. They're nominally, I guess, trying to win. They did it, on a week where Nico Harrison is supposed to do an exit interview. That's what they told us. That exit interview may be Thursday or Friday, on the good chance they just lose tonight. I don't understand why it was done in this manner at this time. I especially don't understand the timing. And it's just a weird scene all around. But at least I got to find a cool new boardroom in the American Airlines Center that I'd never been in before. So not all is lost.
What were some of the takeaways from what was said? I was really hoping that I was getting ball sacked when people ran with what you said about Rick Welts, comparing this trade to when he was in Golden State and he traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be slightly fair before I continue criticizing that analogy. There was a huge fan reaction to Joe Lacob, the Warriors owner at the time, and I get that's what Welts was trying to portray in that analogy, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. You can't compare a one-of-a-kind, never-been-done, unprecedented trade to any other trade. Because there is no comparison. There's a reason that this is the biggest sports story in North America. Like, I think genuinely, at least of recent memory, is because this is such an unprecedented deal. And so when you say, Monte Ellis, but Steph Curry was behind him and he made all the pain go away, that's great. But Luka is the Steph in this analogy. The real analogy is trading away Dennis Smith Jr. to pave the way for Luka Doncic. But yeah, the big takeaway was that Nico Harrison's talking points were just about the same. And, the very first words he said about the trade was defense wins championships. Well, he said that 6 more times in yesterday's press conference. He said that, he referenced the tumultuous summer ahead, or like that it could have been, saying that he wasn't sure if Luka was going to sign the Supermax. He got into it with ESPN's Tim MacMahon about that. And obviously that's false. If they had done this press conference, a week after, he would have had some more deniability. He still would have been wrong, as we've seen, but he would have had some more deniability. But what's crazy is, it seemed like it was all the notes he probably, maybe had prepped for, the introductory press conference where GMs usually speak, and he chose not to speak at that. and, has not been heard up until yesterday publicly. It felt like it was the same note copy-pasted, just completely not updated to the reality of everything that's happened from now till then, which I'm sure everybody knows it's been a lot, and it's pretty much all been bad.
Tim, I'm going to ask a question here, and I think you can give me an answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you feel like that Mark Cuban is skating on this whole thing? And I mean skating on it that maybe that he didn't have the money to pay Luka, and that's why he had to sell, and maybe that he is the one that, like, listen, I can't afford this guy, but maybe somebody else can. But is he skating on the possibility of Luka leaving here or being traded away from here?
No, I don't think it's that. I mean, I don't think that Mark Cuban, had the liquid money to run, far into the luxury tax. I think that was a huge reason why he chose to sell. But, I mean, it's the same thing. You can sign Luka to this big extension, and as long as you don't go into the luxury tax, it's not like, you're going to spend that money somewhere. And it's just a different out, like the huge, richest contract in NBA history, all that stuff. Yeah, it sounds scary. It sounds huge, but that is money that is going to go to other players on your team, to other parts of your team. The question is whether you're going to be a luxury tax team or not. That's really where the qualifiers come in. But no, I don't think that's, I think that's why, like, the money is why Mark sold, but not in the specific context of keeping Luka. And obviously, as Mark Cuban kind of wants you to know, he never would have done this, but also wants you to still be, all Mavs fans still, should stay Mavs fans. It's a very interesting two-faced argument or line of logic that he keeps walking over the past weeks.
Tim, is he on the lower level, or was he on the lower level of owners' wealth in the NBA?
I probably I don't have an exact answer for you, but yeah, I think my impression is that most of his worth, or a huge amount of his valuation, was tied up in the Mavericks, as an asset.
Sure.
Tim Cato with us, All City Dallas. One other thing that I think has Maverick fans, including myself, just really perplexed is what's going on with the relationship between the organization now and Dirk. Nico did have that comment, my responsibility to the fan base is to put a championship caliber team on the floor. It's not about Dirk, the franchise's most important figure, obviously, is what I was thinking, right? Like, the Mavs are Dirk, I think, to a lot of Maverick fans. Is that relationship deteriorating at a really rapid rate?
No, it's already deteriorated. It's been deteriorated for a while now, and that Luka got traded is. I think Luka was the one thing kind of keeping Dirk tied and present and at games for the Mavericks, and now that he got traded, that whatever was left that was keeping Dirk, kind of as a proud fan, as in face of this franchise, is completely dissolved. And so those comments, those specific comments from Nico, I asked a couple pointed questions about Dirk and the team's relationship to him, and I should say that Nico was nothing but effusive in praise towards Dirk. Said he could have any position he wanted, but what he has not said is that a lot of the people that Dirk valued at the franchise were pushed out by Nico Harrison. And Tim MacMahon, that specific quote that you're referencing, Tim MacMahon kind of pushed on that thread that I kind of opened and pushed at specific people in the medical staff who had left and been pushed out under by Nico. And so in the context of that quote, he's going to do right by the Dallas Mavericks, even if people like Dirk or the fans disagree. It was in the context of medical staffers being pushed out. But as someone in the room, I will tell you, I think that quote is a fair summation of everything that Nico was saying and all the decisions he's making, the Luka trade included, that he is going to do it his way, even if it comes at the expense of someone like Dirk Nowitzki, the guy with the statue outside the arena, disagreeing with him.
Tim Cato, All City Dallas, with us here in the nation. What else did you find interesting or ridiculous about the things that were said yesterday?
Oh, man. What have we covered so far? I mean, the defense wins championships. The 6 times you said that was certainly my big takeaway. And I had to look at Ben from D Magazine, who was sitting next to me. And the last time somebody had asked Nico, what's the one thing that fans misunderstand about why this trade happened? And Nico, totally stone, like straight face, was like, the biggest misunderstanding that fans have about the trade is that we believe defense wins championships. It's just like what is going to be accomplished here? It genuinely felt like there was other pushbacks. There was little side comments. I asked about Quentin Grimes, and it's like, well, it worked out for the best because he went off and is scoring. Is able to be scoring a bunch, but we didn't view him in that way. But the reason I was asking those questions is, first, he hadn't addressed them, and second, Dallas gave up a valuable second-round pick, and only belatedly got a worse one back, while also giving up the best player. It was just, there were just multiple instances of, this feeling like, again, that, this was the same things he could have said, and at least they would have come off with more of a, more deniability if he had just done this press conference when GMs usually do press conferences following the trade deadline. And everything he said did not feel updated, did not feel up to speed. The other big thread that I pushed on is just like, what responsibility do you feel you have to the fans? This is where some of the Dirk questioning came from. Just the idea that, this is a fan base that believed that Luka was following in the culture and footsteps of Dirk Nowitzki, who is the face of the franchise. And, essentially, to paraphrase, I think Nico told me that it's not his job to care what the fan base thinks. And while that typically, in most instances, is true, I find it very hard to believe that, a person would come into the Dallas Mavericks, who have such a very clear image of what this, what Dirk stood for, and thus what the franchise stood for, and decide this is the team, to go do it, in the image that is so different and so rooted in, one person's vision of how basketball should be.
Tim Cato with us here in the G-Bag Nation. One other thing that I thought was interesting and also just kind of jarring was the question about the future first-round picks, and Nico saying he's got 3 years left on his deal, and he plans on seeing those 3 years out. So to me, that indicates doesn't have the future of the Mavericks really in the best picture. He's really just looking at the 3 years that he's going to be there, and then whatever the status is of the club, maybe he's just done and he's moving on to the next venture. What was your take on how that conversation went?
No, not a surprise. This is something I think I reported. I hopped on a live show, with DLS. We did a live show in the moment the Luka trade happened. I'm pretty sure I said it then. I know I reported it the next day that what I had heard is that, Nico did not view this job as like a long-term position, that he wanted to do it his way, do it, and under the philosophy he felt made sense, and move on at some point in the near future. And so for him to say that, to more or less, confirm that, certainly to not give an answer that was, super indicative that he views it in any other way. It just kind of matched everything that I'd been hearing for the months leading up to the Luka trade, which at the time I thought was something that explained more why he's so willing to give up draft capital for the future. But it's even more damning in this context, I think. And I think the big question, and you guys may have been about to ask it, but the big question is he going to see out that 3-year contract? And the answer is I don't know for sure. Up until this point, all public, everything that's been said publicly by Patrick Dumont has been support for Nico and his vision. But I'll tell you this. Patrick Dumont was the one who pushed for that interview to happen yesterday. It's not something Nico wanted to do. And I think this is a fair statement, based off everything I know, I think since the Dumonts took control of the Mavericks, I think this is the first time that Nico has been made to do something that he didn't want to do. And if you're really, I can't tell you that this is not reporting, I don't know this, but just speculating on how bizarre that is, I really do wonder if this was Patrick Dumont making Nico go out there and see if he can make the situation better. And the fact that he very clearly did not make the situation better, I do really wonder how that plays and what he might be thinking right now.
That makes a ton of sense because none of it made sense. So the fact that he was maybe forced to do it and they were not really well prepared with some of the things that they had ready to go, just hammering the point about defense wins championships and, oh, by the way, Luka Doncic is Monte Ellis. You all have a great day. Tim, we appreciate the time, dude. You're a super beast, and we look forward to catching up with you again soon. Thanks for the report.
Absolutely. Happy to.
There he goes, Tim Cato, All City Dallas, right here in the G-Bag Nation, live at Shell Shack, pre-gaming for tomorrow's extravaganza. It is National Crawfish Day, $6 per pound crawfish, big and tasty. That's what they're bringing to the table at Shell Shack all across DFW tomorrow. Make sure you capitalize on that. Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, coming up next, Broadus.
Yeah, I'm going to make Wolchuk pull out his big board, and we're going to go through that. Let's do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Mavs survive the play-in?
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Always Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner's on us, thanks to Whataburger. Plus plenty of Cowboys giveaways, completely free, and we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shout out to Tolo Todd, who just came right up to us. He left, came back in the building, and said, guys, I meant to tell you, Bobby Bell can kiss my ass. Said, thank you very much, Todd. We appreciate you for that. As we party live.
It was a great
here.
walk-off by Todd.
It was a walk-off. And Todd's a great dude. He got to eat some delicious crawfish at the bar. Several other people here at Shell Shack off North Henderson here in Dallas. Come on out, party with us. We're here until 6:30, as this is the place to be, Shell Shack off North Henderson. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Wooly Bully. Appreciate that. And thank you very much to Reliant, who's been a part of this all year long. Really, really do appreciate you guys. Couple of things. Finally got the stack done. So that will be up on 105.3 The Fan beginning next week. So I did 235 players, evaluated 235 players, ranked them from 1 to 235, so you'll have that in what order I'll take them in. And then I also put up my actual board, which I've done ever since I've been a part of a draft in 1992. It's done by position, by round. I stack them within the round by the position. You can also see that. We'll have that up. And then also we'll see if I gave them an offense and a defensive version of my stack, but by position. So you'll be able to look at all the players, all the wide receivers, and then I'll have them from where their name and then where they are in my stack. So
That's
you can
awesome.
kind of follow along there. So hopefully that's information that will help you. I'm sure a lot of folks have kind of got their own ideas, their own way of doing it and stuff, but I believe in being about transparent on this and talk about this. And, if there are guys that I liked, I want you to know about it. If there's guys I didn't like, know about that as well. And looking forward to really the Draft 101 tomorrow night. That's such a fun event. And then also, too, next week, the Thursday, Friday, we're out at Pluckers doing that whole thing. Everybody's excited about that. We go into the Star and work on the draft for 3 days and cover that. That's always a great partnership that we have with the Dallas Cowboys and DallasCowboys.com. So a lot of fun to be involved with that. All right, Zach, I asked you about to take your board, okay? And you know me, I've
got the board out.
I'm all about.
It's an impressive board there, Wolchuk.
I'm all about.
That's a huge board.
I'm all about.
It's underselling it to call it a big board.
Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so all about them.
You know
really
what? They really have putting up content that you could kind of take and say, okay, this makes sense or this doesn't make sense. Real quick, can I ask you guys a question as I'm thinking about it?
Absolutely, man. You're seg.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
Think about this. If they take a receiver at 12, is it a chance that receiver is better than CeeDee Lamb?
I would say no.
I would say there's a chance over time. Absolutely, there's a chance. The likelihood is not high. CeeDee's awesome, but there's a chance.
One of your favorite ones, and you like MacMahon.
Yeah, Tet would be my top guy.
And you like Ibuka.
And number 2.
And you like Golden.
Yep, number 3.
And then Burton.
Yep.
Any chance? And you say there's a chance.
There's a chance.
Eric, you don't seem you feel very maybe it's an unfair question to you.
Yeah, I don't know these guys like y'all do, but
Right.
just the idea that someone's going to be able to, you think you're going to draft a guy who's going to be a surefire top 5 receiver in the league, because that's what CeeDee Lamb is. So it's just it's less to do about these guys and more to do about CeeDee Lamb's in the upper echelon. He's in the 1%ers. He's a top 5 receiver.
Did you kind of feel like when we were working on the CeeDee Lamb draft, we were excited. We thought he was one of the better receivers, and I think the Cowboys had him in the top 6 on their board.
Right.
This receiver that they're potentially about to pick will probably be sitting in the same spot. Will probably be a guy that, that
top 10 on their board for sure.
Yeah, top 10 on their board for sure. And I wonder if there's a chance, because we always talk about, a number 2 to CD, a number 2 to CD.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's a chance that one of these guys comes in and it ends up being a better receiver than CeeDee Lamb.
In year 1 or just over the next few years kind of thing?
Next 2-3 years.
Do you feel like that's the case? You feel like these guys got a shot?
You know what? There's guys in this thing when you watch guys, and I'll say this, Luther Burden, separate.
Yeah.
You watch Golden, separate. Watch Ibuka, separate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I wonder if if a guy like Dak Prescott, and we've talked about this before, if Dak could throw to guys that are separators, and we'll be watching, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, look at that play. Because all the guys that we're talking about at the top of the board, there's a reason why they brought all those wide receivers in.
Sure,
there is a reason, because even it's. I don't think it's about a number 2 here. I think
you take a receiver at 12 thinking that he could be a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, 1A.
Bingo. And maybe what you got, something you got like in Cincinnati, where you have a Joe Burrow and people go, oh, well, Dan brought us. They have Joe Burrow, you have Dak Prescott.
But just looking at the receivers.
Just looking at the
and
receivers.
an Ayuk like San Fran had a couple years ago.
If you had Chase already on your team, and you brought in the guy they have,
Higgins.
If you brought in T. Higgins, do you think T. Higgins comparable to what you have with Chase?
See, I think there's a gap there. I think Higgins is fantastic, but Jamar Chase might be the best receiver in the sport, certainly top 3 or whatever, and I think that's the same with CeeDee Lamb. Like, one of these guys could come in and we're like, dang, we kind of have a 1A, 1B situation, but there's no confusion on who 1A is.
But you could be looking at 2 top 10 guys, and that's why I can't say there's no chance. Like the 4.35, so there's no chance he's higher than CD. Justin Jefferson was, the 5th receiver taken in his draft class?
Yeah.
And he's the best receiver in football to a lot of people right now.
Absolutely.
I can't say there's no chance.
Yeah.
There absolutely is a chance. We don't know.
Yeah. CD is outstanding. His traits, outstanding. But these guys that you're bringing in, I wouldn't consider CeeDee Lamb a separator. Would you guys, watching him play?
I don't think he's helped in this offense. I will say that, but
do you think he has a chance to be helped in this offense? Then,
I think.
And we don't know what this new offense is going to be.
I'm hopeful.
It sounded like they want to run the football, but they go and get 2 backs that really
don't run the football.
Don't run the football.
Yeah, I think CeeDee Lamb is a separator, but he's most impressive just after the catch in general.
Yeah, that was his best strength coming out of OU too. Was his yak.
Yeah,
much like Burden.
That's what I'm saying. But I think these guys that we're talking about at 12,
they got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you could sit there and you could say, and like I said, everybody's thinking, oh, well, this is just a 1 and 2. These guys have a chance. At Golden, I think Golden has a chance. I think Burden has a chance. I think Ibuka has a chance. The way that they play,
well, maybe this wide receiver class isn't as bad as it was sort of made out to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I say, I just it made me wonder that we keep talking about a compliment to Lamb.
Yeah.
Could you get a guy that's it's as good or maybe even better?
Ideally, that's what you'd like at 12. Yeah,
I do too.
100%.
All right, Pro Football Focus did this. They had a mock draft.
We got to speed through this, Broadus.
Oh, we can carry it over if we need to.
Oh, yeah, let's carry it over. Let's carry it over because
Okay,
I think we got ball sacked, or there was just a logistical problem.
I looked down at the clock. I'm way over time.
Tell you what, Brian, let's carry this over. Let's do this mock draft. I've got my big board out. We might get a surprise guest, and I'll explain to you why I am taking the biggest L of the week. That's next in the nation.
All right.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
The G-Bag Nation.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan and on your Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Ryan Hickey with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Travis Hunter told CBS Sports recently that he quit football if he wasn't allowed to play both ways in the NFL. Here's the thing the 2A Colorado star doesn't realize. Every hit in the NFL is equivalent to a car crash. He wouldn't last 5...
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to have a special guest here, as I'm taking probably the biggest L of the week. I totally fudged something up here, but it's all right. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to get back to a mock draft that apparently Brian says I'm going to hate. We'll do that at 5:20 in the Expressway. We'll also take some of your texts as we are closer and closer to the NFL Draft. It's hour number 3, G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander back in master control. And, of course, we got Carter Freeman as we're partying live. Shell Shack here off North Henderson in Dallas. Come on by. Get yourself some delicious crawfish, maybe some shrimp, whatever it is, or just a cold beer. We're going to be hanging out till 6:30. And tomorrow, National Crawfish Day, they got $6 pounds of crawfish across all of their DFW locations. It's going to be an absolute party. But, fellas, I did the old thing with Dane Barugler where I got the Central and Eastern time.
Forgot he was in Ohio, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. So he was texting me during the 3 o'clock and was like, hey, no hit today. I'm like, well, we were going to call you in 45 minutes. And then I looked back and he did specify Eastern time, and I just screwed that up.
Those freaking time zones, man.
That's on me. I'm taking a big fat L. I stink, but I did scramble. And I've got a hero that's here to save the day. Somebody that knows this time slot very, very well. And the Tolos know very, very well. And he's joining us right now, the one and only, the great Jeffrey Kavanaugh.
He's in the building.
Captain Trade Down in the building.
El Jefe, how are you, sir?
And then a hero comes along. There goes my hero.
Watch him as he goes.
Yeah, pick your hero song. Hello, men.
What is up, man?
Hey, Jeff.
Jeffrey Kavanaugh, All City, Dallas. How's everything going? You about ready to go? Brian just made me pull out my big board. I don't know how many times he did that to you. It's always an awkward feeling, but how's your big board looking?
Oh, my big board is pristine. It's about as good as a big board can be, honestly. I was looking forward to this because I thought replacing Dane, it would be I would bring a little less depth, a little less professionalism, and I couldn't think of a positive, but I'm here, and that's important. And they just screwed up my haircut. I'm doing TV tonight, so now I've got weird bald spots between sideburn and facial hair. They're cutting my grass right now, so they're parked in front of my house, and the guy with the lawnmower's next to me, so I can't get out of the car. So everything's great.
So did you get somebody come to your house to do the haircut?
No, I went and got the haircut, and then upon my return, the mailman parks in front of my house because I'm on the corner, and then in front of him is the lawn mowing guys because I'm a wealthy housewife and I don't do my own work, and I can't use my back gate to park in the driveway because then the dog would run out because I got a doggy door. So I'm just sitting next to my house, waiting on something.
Well, Jeff, you are our wide receiver whisperer. You gave us Michael Gallup a few years ago, and I do trust your eye, as does Brian, when it comes to wide receivers. And right now all the momentum is building towards maybe a Matthew Golden pick there at 12. I have advocated for Teteroa McMillan. I do have him ahead personally. But where are you at with these wide receivers, and how would you feel about a Matthew Golden with a star on his helmet?
I would feel great about Matthew Golden with a star on his helmet. I would feel better about any one of those guys because if I got my way, if you could find a way to be Captain Trade Down, I'd almost let these wide receivers work themselves out, honestly. Like, I'm with you. Teteroa McMillan is my wide receiver one. It's just hard to have super strong opinions on trying to separate these guys. They're all very different, but I think they're all NFL wide receiver twos, and it's like, what are you betting on? Which thing do you want this guy to do? I'm tempted to have Emeka Ibuka as my wide receiver one, and that's just a floor play, but I promise he's going to be a quality receiver for a decade. So it's I don't know. I think it's tough. I would love to just magically have an extra day 2 pick, and you just tell me I can have the 3rd or 4th wide receiver off the board, and I would even prefer that to just which one do you want?
Jeff, when you're trying to battle the Eagles in the division and maybe even the Commanders coming up, is trading back really the best avenue? And if you don't get value, say I'm going to call you and you're interested in trading back, but instead of giving you the 84th player, I'm going to give you player 149. Does that work for you when you're trying to catch up with maybe an opponent in your division that seems to be very willing to go out and do whatever it takes to win?
I mean, I think there's a point where it doesn't make sense, but I also think the caliber of player between number 10 and number 27 is the smallest I've seen in a draft in terms of like how confident you are that this guy's definitely going to be better than that guy. I think if you were doing real life, true, no doubt first round grades in this class, I got Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty. The end? It's just such a strange draft. And I mean, yeah, I'm not going to give up my preference for almost nothing. But if it's the difference of, oh, you're supposed to get a second-round pick and instead you're going to get a third-round pick, I'll find you an NFL starter in the third round.
Yeah.
I would do that.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're talking about 100 and something is the pick that I'm getting, then we're just going to have to pick one of these dudes.
Yeah, as you talk about that, if you ask me, which you and I have on our Mondays and Thursdays, and I really do love Trust the Tape with you again. Thank you for doing that, getting that going again. If you told me between player 12, which would be, maybe it would be Ravel, the corner from East Carolina, and you
That's
tell
player 12?
At player 12. Yeah, for me, player 12.
Okay.
All right, player 12, and then you say player 28. That's Josh Connerly, the tackle from Oregon.
Oh, well, here's the fun of this draft then. I think that's Ravel.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and that's the beauty of the draft, I guess, is to some you're probably thinking that's too big of a drop, and I'm thinking I'm getting the better player.
I do this then. How about Barron then? Where do you have Barron?
Barron's in my top 15. Yeah.
Okay, I know you're in your car
Connerly,
right now, and you don't have your notes in front of you. I'm sorry about that.
No. Barron, I know that I have Barron as one of the top 12 to 15 players, and for me, Connerly is somewhere around 30.
Okay, so that's the difference to me now. Barron at 12, Connerly at 30. You know, I don't feel like
that's the fight is how far is too far, because
see, that's what I'm saying. I don't
24. Like I bet you I can still get Luther Burden or Emeka Ibuka.
You think you could get a Ibuka at 24?
I think. I mean, we're just guessing here, right? But I think Golden and McMillan are the first two wide receivers. Yeah. I bet there's not four wide receivers gone by the time I get to 23, 24. And it's just my guess. And that's just the perfect world. You don't get to have the perfect world. But in the perfect world, I get my wide receiver too, and I get him where I want to pick him, and I get a bonus out of the deal. And that's just probably not the way that it's going to happen, because somebody's got to come want to get something, and I don't know if that's going to happen.
See, that's what I was trying to just kind of say, that to me, that if you gave me a choice of Barron at 12, say, and they probably won't pick Barron. Well, let's say this, because how about like we'll do Luther Burden. I have him at 10.
Wide receiver Mizzou.
Wide receiver at Mizzou.
Yeah, remember to say the school, Brian.
I know, you're right about that.
He's such a rookie.
But see, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, if I wanted to take another position, it's such a far drop, and it's not worth it to me for player 149. That's what I think the quality of the player is not worth the drop. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think that's totally possible. I think it's totally possible. But it's the number of guys where you're like, all right, would you rather have, and then you start firing names that are possible at 12, and it's like, all right, and then I'm going to watch the rest of the draft, and we're going to get to 29, and the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, Walter Nolan, is going to get picked, and I'm going to be like, I mean, he might be better than the guy I picked at 12. It's just that sort of draft to me, where I don't have a giant confidence level that if Kelvin Banks is going to go in the mid-20s, which a lot of mock drafts
21, yeah.
If he's going to go in the mid-20s, am I super confident that the pick at 12 is going to have a better career than Kelvin Banks? Not really. And that's this year, and that's the fun of it. And so I can be Dane Brugler because he's the first one I heard say these words, and he's supposed to be on right now in this draft. It's just wonky. It's a wonky one.
Jeffrey, and I asked my guys this question here before you came on. Is there a chance that any one of these wide receivers that you pick potentially at 12 could be better than CeeDee Lamb?
No chance. None.
Okay.
None, and none. How about that? I don't think any of them's a wide receiver one. I would be surprised if anybody from this class ended up being a wide receiver one for anybody. And that's just, I think that is this class. I mean, I think every one of them would be behind Brian Thomas Jr. in last year's draft, which makes him wide receiver 5, and a guy that you think would be picked in the mid to late 20s.
Then if I'm reading you the right way, you don't want to pick a wide receiver at 12. You have more,
honestly, and here's the thing.
It sounds like you have more questions at receiver than maybe you do at other positions.
No, the problem is I have those questions at every position. It's like the worst time to ever be the 12th worst team in football because it does, like you name the position, and I'm not going to love the pick. And it's just like, all right, sweet, have an opinion, Jeff. Who's the guy you want at 12? I'm like, Mason Graham. Well, bad news. And so I think that's where they're at. And I think, honestly, while I've just bashed every single wide receiver in this draft, I think it makes all the sense in the world that that's going to be the pick at 12, because I think the odds at pick 44 of finding a guy who is wide receiver 2 immediately, and I know, listen, I love the draft, which means that I consistently will overrate the impact that people are going to have as a rookie.
Right.
But I'd like to think I'm starting to know a little bit better. The idea that somebody at 44 is going to show up to training camp as your second best wide receiver, I think you're being optimistic. And at 12, I think there are 4 guys that I feel pretty good that the day they show up, they're my second best wide receiver. So in a year that I have questions about everybody at 12, it's really not cheating, because they might all 4 be in my top 12 to 15 players. It makes sense to take the big need and go ahead and do it.
Jeff, are you more worried about Dallas Cowboys corners or Dallas Cowboys wide receivers?
Technically, the answer to that is corners, because I don't think you can take the field. I mean, you can technically take the field, but you're going to take the field in week 1 with Deron Bland, Kaiir Elam, and Kalen Carson, or Izzy McQuamu, and I don't think that's an NFL secondary.
So you should pick a corner at 12 then, right?
I don't like them any better than the receivers, Brian. I mean, am I going to take my nickel corner at number 12 overall in the NFL draft and take Jahdae Barron? Am I going to take Will Johnson, who I thought I didn't have any questions about his speed, but then the guy's totally healthy and still won't run us a 40? I don't like the receivers.
No, don't listen to what I'm saying, Jeff, about that, because you'll get yourself in trouble about the Will Johnson.
No,
if you like Will Johnson, take Will Johnson.
I like Will Johnson. I'm not terrified of him at 12. Am I more comfortable with him at 12 than any of those wide receivers?
No.
Probably not. And that's why I would be like, okay, in most years, this guy gets picked like 36th. If they pick Emeka Egbuka at 12, I'd be like, cool, I hit. I didn't miss. And I would feel good about it. It's the 2025 draft, and honestly, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We can get 3 starters, though. We can get you 3 starters. That's not a problem.
Oh, hell yeah, we can.
3 starters. We ain't going to get you an all-pro. No chance. But we going to get you 3 starters.
We'll take all we can get right now. Jeff Cavanaugh, All-City Dallas, with us here in the nation. Where are you taking your running back?
Man, when you start stacking up their needs, I'm going to be the psycho here, and everybody's going to get mad at me. And by the way, look, only Clarence says All City. Like, that's the parent company. We do the DLLS Cowboys podcast, okay?
It's just
the DLLS Cowboys podcast. That's clear. All City, DLLS. Like, he gets confused about what words to use. If the right guy is at the right spot, I'm picking him in the first 3 rounds. If he's not, I'm the guy who is going to make the Cowboy mistake of last year, which is not – this is their fault. They could have done it differently. Their mistake was pretending that Zeke was an NFL player. You did not have to do that. It could have been done differently. If you are going to get in the first round, you really like your wide receiver there, bang, take him. If in the second round you've got a defensive tackle that's towards the top of your board, bang, take him. In the third round, a corner, whatever, bang, take him. If you have the guy I really want in the right round, I'm taking the running back in the first 3 rounds. I wouldn't force it. If you can get me, my guy would be UCF, RJ Harvey, 3rd round. Done. I'll do it.
Yep.
Second round, I mean, when I first watched Omarion Hampton, I thought I was his biggest fan, wanting to take him at 44. Now it turns out he's like a top 15 pick or whatever. So, like, he would be my guy at 44. And if not, Travion Henderson at Ohio State. That's okay by me. RJ Harvey in the 3rd round. That's cool with me. Quinshon Judkins in the 3rd round. That's cool with me. If none of those are possible because other teams pick them beforehand, man, I'm going to take a dude in the 5th round, and I'm going to take another dude in the 6th round, and we're going to be okay. Because the only thing that's not okay is pretending that Zeke Elliott or Miles Sanders is your answer.
There you go.
That's the only thing that's not okay.
There you go.
And they're about to go back-to-back years doing it and pretending that's okay.
Jeffrey, you're a badass. Thank you so much for saving me, sir. Kick ass on TV. We love you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, I'm going to go shave my head. See you guys on that free-for-all action tonight. Kicking
Hell yeah,
ass.
Jeff
Love
Cole.
you.
Let's go.
Channel 4.
There he goes, Jeffrey Kavanaugh with us.
Make sure you take a shower, bro.
It was DLLS, Cowboys Podcast.
I guess it's DLLS Cowboys Podcast.
It's
That's
just
what
like
it is.
easier to say All City. That's
It's
why
so
I
much
knew
easier
it.
to say
Trust
All
the
City.
tape.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that is a mouthful. DLLS.
All right, let's get into the top 10. Willy Bully top 10 coming up on the other side. We are live at Shell Shack here off North Henderson. Get over here right now. I know you're getting ready to get off work, okay? The place to be is Shell Shack. Right here, right now, off North Henderson. As I mentioned, maybe you're driving up and you see, oh, there's a construction detour. You just turn left right on into the parking lot, and you can party with us. We'll be here until 6:30. It is National Crawfish Day tomorrow. I got the top 10 most popular types of shellfish next in the G-Bag Nation.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats have frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, let's get you that Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day live here at Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson. Tomorrow is National Crawfish Day, ladies and gentlemen. Live crawfish for just $6 per pound. Tomorrow only at all Shell Shack locations in the DFW. Make sure you swing by on National Crawfish Day. Get the best, most tasty, and the best deal. Bang for your buck there, $6 a pound. That's a no-brainer. Segment here in the nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We'll talk Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler on Bruce Bochy's 70th birthday coming up here in a few minutes. But right now, it's time for the Bully List.
We are here live from Shell Shack off North Henderson in Dallas. We encourage everybody to get on out here. And tomorrow is National Crawfish Day. And only Shell Shack owns the rights to National Crawfish Day. They'll have $6 by the pound.
They got them down.
Crawfish tomorrow across all of their locations. They've also got a delicious deal going down with Crown Royal as well that you can partake with. But I've got the top 10 most popular types of shellfish, 877-881-1053. Maybe you're allergic. Maybe you're not into shellfish.
Maybe not.
But if you are, let me know. What's your favorite right there? We did get some news about Nico. I am a-leaving. We know exactly where he's going, according to Cowturd.
Colin Cowherd is reporting that Nico, the quitter from Tennessee, is heading to UCLA.
UCLA for the Bruins there.
He said, I cannot confirm what the dollar figure is, and he's saying that the Nico camp, his dad and company, are saying that, no, we weren't trying to get more money. We just didn't like the offense that he was in at Tennessee. So they were just looking to get a change of scenery there. This was not about the dollars, but Cowherd is not sure exactly what the dollar figure looks like for Nico at UCLA, but it looks like that's where he's headed.
Yeah, I think Deshaun Foster just fired he had his guy quit, right? Eric Bieniemy quit. So we got a new coordinator out there,
left.
right?
Yeah. I don't even know who the OC is over there at UCLA. It's been some tough times there for the Bruins.
It has been a little bit of some tough times there. I think Deshaun Foster, when you look at UCLA, they're a little bit behind, not a little bit, a lot. When people talk about NIL money, that they just have had some problems at UCLA raising money for their programs that way. So good for the kid to find a place, but it's unfortunate that it came down to him having to leave, but Tennessee will figure things out, and UCLA, they'll, like I say, Deshaun Foster, he's got to find a way to win some football games because they didn't win nearly enough. And if you want to get money and get people excited about the program, you got to find a way to win. And UCLA wasn't good enough last year.
Tino Sunseri is the OC, came from IU, was coaching up the Curtis Rourke fella.
Oh, Indiana's guy. Okay, gotcha. Maybe that'll end up working out. And Deshaun Foster, maybe he ends up being an awesome coach. But if you want somebody to get you excited, that introductory presser.
That was
last
hilarious.
Year.
That was hilarious. That was a G back of the day for
UCLA.
A couple days in a row for sure.
California. Play against USC. Yeah.
That was it. That was his intro.
And that was it.
Big
that
Ten.
Was it. All right, let's do the list here. Top 10 most popular types of shellfish live from Shell Shack, 877-881-1053. What's your go-to? Is the crawfish number one for you, Brian? I know you're a lover of all things seafood.
Actually, it's not. Crawfish, I am a big fan of snow crab.
Ah, yes.
And I have found this, that I will go. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to go to restaurant supply stores and get, buy the box and put it in my freezer. And then I figured out, I have a way of steaming it and coming up with the Thai sauce that I put, the dipping sauce and stuff like that. So
you're doing like a Thai dipping sauce, so not even melted warm butter.
That's
all I've ever done.
Butter. You could go for the clarified butter, and it was fine. It never, with lobster, it tends to work a little bit better. I think you get a little chili, Thai chili sauce to it with the lobster meat or the crab leg meat. Gets a little sweet taste. So yeah, I love crawfish, but I could eat snow crab all day. Snow crab legs all day.
Yeah, the crab legs I think would be for the win there.
The crab
but
legs.
I don't have too much shellfish experience, I don't think, outside of crawfish, shrimp, crabs. That's pretty much all I got for you.
Not much of a lobster guy, huh?
Okay, I guess I have done a little bit of lobster.
Done a
but
little
that,
lobster.
The lobster roll is damn good. If you gave me a choice between the lobster roll or just a straight lobster, taking the lobster roll. Just because I'm a fat guy and I like bread.
No, but I
and stuff
agree.
Like
When I've had lobster, and I haven't had it like some uppity spots, but I feel like it needs more flavor.
There are times where you can easily overcook it, and then it becomes a little rubbery.
I mean, if you steam it too long, that's a danger right there, a big danger. I'll tell you, lobster sushi is excellent.
Oh yeah,
yeah. But yeah, I'll tell you what, man. There's when you're watching these cooking videos now, there's a lot of people they'll get on you about how to humanely, almost there, right, Eric? Humanely, like prep a lobster.
Like kill the lobster.
Yeah. Prep the lobster is what I was trying to say.
Prep them.
Yeah, prep them.
Prep them up.
And there's different ways of doing it, but man, they never show you they never show it on camera. You know.
Lucius, where are you at in terms of your favorite shellfish? And you might be the most traveled out of us. Have you ever had sea urchin?
No, I've never had sea urchin. I don't think I would eat it. Is that a sailfish?
Well, yeah, it's on the list.
Is conch on that list?
Conch's on the list too.
Conch chowder is excellent.
Conch with an N.
Conch, yeah. When I went to the Bahamas, that's what their food was. Like that's what they were telling us. You got to get the conch, eat the conch.
Yeah.
Hey, I love most shellfish. I do, but I like it fried. It's probably not a good situation.
It's all better fried.
I like the fried clams and the fried oysters. Oh, man. That's me, bro.
That sounds fire.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I like.
Barnacles is an honorable mention on here.
Yeah, see,
some of the stuff that
crazy.
I've never. Yeah, like some of the stuff I don't know. Like I've never heard of.
Wait.
Barnacles are those big old bumpy things that be on the whales, right?
Sometimes it's on a boat.
Why would you eat that?
What would you eat? Come on. You got to be going through real starvation to eat that. Be like, okay, well, we found that out after the great drought of the 76.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff here that's going to be honorable mentions, it's big in Asian culture, like the hot pots.
Hot pot's good.
That type of stuff where you just kind of steam it, like periwinkle. Never had it. Don't know what the hell it is.
Bacon wrapped scallops, fam.
Oh, scallops. Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
We're getting some text for blue crab. Blue crab for the win. The scallops are getting texted.
Blue crab's good.
Crab cakes. I'm with you on that. I love eating clams. Number 10.
What?
Clams.
Clams actually are really dang good.
Clams. What'd you think I said?
Clams.
Yeah, clams.
Yeah.
Nobody said clams,
but they have to be cleaned and prepped properly. But yes, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Number 10 is the octopus.
That's a no. That's a big no for me.
No go for you.
Throw that thing into some ceviche.
Yeah, that calamari situation, that's like fried rubber bands.
Well, so 9 is squid. Isn't the squid the calamari? I always thought it was the octopus.
Octopus, squid, yeah. That's not a shell. Yeah,
they're considered shellfish.
Okay. What?
Okay. Yeah.
What shell do they have?
I don't know.
Read a freaking book for once, Broadus. You know what the shell they have.
You know what? I'd like to say I'm probably the one guy that did look at current events today.
Yeah, it's probably true.
As opposed to
Lucius,
Venezuela
Lucius is
prison.
plugged in on the current events.
Lucius is up to current events as well.
I wake up every morning to a political podcast and political radio on my way home from work.
There you go.
I'm a highly political guy, whether you know it or not.
We've got urchin is awesome from the 214.
Yeah.
Tastes like oysters with fresh water. We've got number 7 or 8 is crawfish.
There you go.
7 is the scallops.
Bacon wrapped. I like that idea.
6 is mussels.
Yeah. I'll tell you
mussel.
what, mussels in red sauce is incredible. With like you put it with spaghetti, really good.
We've got 5 oysters.
I'll tell you what, I've learned how to do them a couple different ways. Bienville, I've done them with the spinach and Parmesan cheese and the hot sauce and the bacon bits and stuff like that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dolling them up.
I'll doll them up. You know what? If you don't like
Doll
them
'em,
raw, I will doll them up and then charbroil them for you.
4, we've got clams.
Wow, all the way at 4.
All the way at 4.
Yeah.
3 is the crab.
There you go.
2 is shrimp.
Yeah, shrimp's undeniable.
Number 1's lobster.
Number 1's the lobster.
Lobster's number 1.
I'd be real with you too. I'd probably I'd go crab over the lobster as well if I had to pick.
Yeah,
That is really strange from a guy who has South African roots.
Well, the prawns in South Africa are the way to go.
That's what I'm saying.
The prawns are delicious. Those are big shrimps.
I would figure you would be a lobster guy being South African roots.
Yeah, I guess I'm more of a shrimp guy. than the lobster. The lobster would be a top 3 for me, but I do like the crab and the shrimp probably over the lobster, and then the crawfish.
I used to like the lobster when Jerry Jones was paying for it, and when we're at dinner.
Yeah, when it's somebody else's tab.
That's my favorite kind of lobster.
When it says market, and you're like, oh, I'm not worried about what the market price is.
Not
interested. Run it up.
Yeah, just go ahead and put it in. I'll take the 3 pounds. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Zach Wolchuk. There's your Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day, live here at Shell Shack in Dallas, off Henderson, here until 6:30, and that's when we give way to Jared Sandler on the pregame. Jared joins us next, talking Rangers right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Mass.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Thank you, LA. We got LA Live coming up under an hour from now. But right now, it's time to preview tonight's Rangers game, fresh off a 4-zip dub over the Halos. Jared Sandler joining us, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, how are you? Has anything special been done for Bruce Bochy's birthday today?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jared. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yeah, we got you.
Sorry. What's up?
What's up, dude? Anything special going down for Bochy's birthday?
Oh, is that? Sorry, I literally just had turned it on. I didn't hear.
No, you're good, man.
Well, the Rangers hopefully are going to win and hopefully score more than 4. Right? I think he'd be pretty fired up about that. I think he'd be fired up about Patrick Corbin giving them 6 innings. But there are plenty of gifts to go around. Some that you'd expect, maybe some bourbon, maybe something golf related. I think some things have happened that maybe aren't, for air. Just some jokes and some fun, but yeah, no, he's. We asked him if he had any, favorite baseball birthday memories. If your birthday is April 16th, you're probably, playing on your birthday a lot or managing, and he said nothing stuck out. He did say It was actually kind of funny. He was like, I think I'm around 500, and Kennedy Landry from MLB.com, like Johnny on the spot, was like, you're 11-12. So
just under.
Yeah, just under 500.
Wow.
So he can win today to get back to an even 5.
That's exactly what we need. Get that dub, make it 12-12. What'd you think of Tyler Mahle last night? I mean, this is pretty unbelievable, his start to the season.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, what was so impressive to me is he's a righty who doesn't throw super hard, but his fastball plays up because of, the extension and, the spin that's certainly well above average. And, you saw him having success around 91, 92 miles an hour, just working the perimeter of the zone. And I thought last night was a perfect demonstration of when you hit the edges, you're gonna make life a little more difficult for hitters. He really wasn't throwing many pitches that didn't catch a part of the edge, either east-west or north-south, especially that top rail of the zone. So that was really impressive and certainly great to see.
Hey, Jared, okay, last time out against the Cubs, you talked about he was moving eye level of the Cubs hitters. Was it a little bit different plan of attack, or was it really a lot of the same control of being able to go up and go down with his pitches?
Yeah, no, I mean the fastball up, the splitter down was huge. He did work in a little bit of a slider at times, and that allowed him to play east-west. But he moved his fastball. Not just top part of the zone. It was moving a little bit over the corners at times. And so, he was varying it enough to where, he was giving hitters some problems. But, yeah, I mean, I think with Tyler in general, the core of what he does is that high-low with the fastball, the top rail, and then his really good splitter. But he did show the ability to operate successfully east-west and play on the corners, too.
Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing with us here on The Fan. Did anything stand out in particular about Corey Seager's night at the plate?
He just hit the ball really hard. There are all sorts of stats, and I'm sure, this will be an eye roll for some people. But, Corey in his career has played, over like 1,000 games, just under 1,050 games. And yesterday's was the 23rd highest average exit velocity on batted balls in play. Now, let's just forget the literal understanding of that. It's just to say he hit the ball really hard, and he hit it consistently hard in a way that he just doesn't do very often. Maybe 2 or 3 times a season. If you just break it down like that. So that's always great. Now the ball didn't leave the yard. That's okay. If he's hitting the ball hard, the results are going to come. And after getting off to a little bit of a slow start, he's definitely hitting the ball hard.
I was surprised seeing a bunt get laid successfully last night. Leody Taveras showing off the speed as well. Is there more to come with that when it comes to Taveras?
Well, I hope so. And, Leody, against Kikuchi, who's a lefty, Leody is hitting from his weaker side. He's better against righties than he is against lefties. I don't know if he didn't feel comfortable against Kikuchi. I don't know if he was thinking, hey, bottom of the 6th, we're scoreless, why not? I don't know what all went into the thought process, but it's got to be a part of Leody's game. Now, that doesn't mean he needs to lay down 15 bunts a year or have 15 bunt hits. I mean, that'd be great, right? The 15 more hits maybe than he otherwise would have. But I just think that his athleticism and his speed has to be put to use. And, that can always be done on the bases, right? That's the first thing we think about. But for a guy like Leody, if he's a 300 hitter, dude, swing away. I don't want you bunting, right? If he's a 300 hitter with some slug, I'll take my chances. But he's not. And maybe he gets there at some point, but he's not. And he's not right now. And so to lay down the bunt is a way that he can make use of his tools. And, he's become a much better base stealer over the last couple of years. I thought last year was a step in the right direction. And so far he's looked really comfortable, and he's done a really nice job on the bases and got that stolen base, after the bunt as well. So I just think, for certain guys like Mike Trout, he doesn't need to use his athleticism to be an impactful player, right? He can hit the ball over the fence, and he's really good in that way. But if you're a guy like Leody Taveras, that's a way you can find value or provide value. And it obviously came in a critical part of the game with the game scoreless, and he opened it up.
We have a roster move. Jacob Latz being recalled from AAA Round Rock. Our guy Martin Church getting optioned. The thinking behind that was that Jacob Latz maybe can just give you more innings?
I mean, Jacob Latz obviously has probably a little bit more length. He can give you 3 to 4 innings. I think they want Mark Church to go and work on some things. The consistency, we're talking about elevating the fastball with Tyler Mahle. That should be a strength of Mark Church's. It's been a strength of Mark Church's. It was on display in spring training. His over-the-top delivery, the elevated fastball, and then that slider that just cuts down. But the elevated fastball just wasn't something he was consistently landing. And so I think the Rangers just want him to go down, continue to work on stuff. I feel like they plan on seeing Mark Church back here at some time in the very near future. And Jacob Latz gives them a second long man to pair with Caleb Bosley, and it gives them another option from the left side who can give them multiple innings. So, you look at the Rangers' lefty options right now. Hobie Milner, situational middle reliever. Robert Garcia, setup guy. What if you need a long man and you want to go with the left-handed option on a given day? Well, now, they've got a left-handed option to pair with Caleb Bosley, and then someone who situationally can be used as well, depending on, what the situation is and how he's been used in recent days and what they foresee in future days.
Hey, Jared, last night, Boach went with the law firm of Garcia, Martin, and Webb to get to Jackson. Are we any closer, or is that just going to constantly be something that's in flux to try and figure out who the guys are in the order to get to Jackson?
Yeah, I think for the most part you're going to see Garcia and Martin, maybe Martin, Garcia. Webb was brought in because Martin kind of had a little bit of a back thing, hip thing, and they just didn't want to push it. Thankfully, he came back today. He's okay. No roster move was needed, obviously. At this time, we'll see whether he pitches tonight or whether they want to give it another day. But whatever the case, it wasn't bad enough to where they felt like, hey, let's just go ahead and put him on the IL. But I think the utilization of Jacob Webb was in large part because they just, as Boach said after the game, Martin had a little bit of a discomfort, I guess.
Sure.
I don't even know if I want to say anything more. I don't know that it was more extreme than that, but because of that, they didn't want him to overcompensate. They didn't want him to do anything differently with his windup. They didn't want him to change the way he went about things, either to impact effectiveness or to overcompensate and have a compensation injury of any kind. So that's why they went to Webb, and credit Jacob Webb. He did a nice job getting the ball on the ground. And but I do think that largely the two-headed monster leading up to Jackson will be some combination of Martin Garcia. But it's nice to know that you've got Jacob Webb who you can use in a spot. And they've used Hobie Milner in some critical spots. So you might see some other guys sprinkled in, but I think the core of it is Martin and Garcia.
All right, last one for you here, Jared. But we got Jock Peterson and Jake Berger back in the lineup. Peterson DHing, batting third, and Berger's back at first. Is this the night we get a Peterson bomb against Jose Soriano?
Well, I hope so. He's my pick, so I like it. Jose Soriano is a power sinker guy. He's really good. I think he is one of the I guess underrated pitchers in our game right now. But yeah, you need an experienced bat who can knows how to get underneath a sinker, and so I'm hoping that tonight's going to be a Jock night, and it would really be great. Bruce Bochy for his birthday, what does he want? Well, I imagine getting Jock Peterson going is going to be near the top of that list.
That would be a hell of a birthday gift. Jared, thank you so much, brother. Always enjoyed chatting with you. Let's get a dub tonight.
Hey, thanks, fellas.
There he goes, Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. We got pregame coming up at 6:30 as we hang out live from Shell Shack right off North Henderson. Come on out, say hello to us as we're partying with you for the next hour and a half. But up next, let's do a little football's finest, shall we?
A Masters-sized prank directed at Adam Schefter, plus Cam Ward already embracing his future teammates in Tennessee. That's next year in the Nation.
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
1 week, 1 day away from the NFL Draft. Draft 101 tomorrow night, 6:45. Just show up, 4131 North Central Expressway at the radio station. We're going to feed you courtesy of Whataburger, and we'll talk all things NFL Draft. We'll get into some football finest here. Of course, we got LA Live coming up at 5:40 as we get into the Expressway. Hanging out here at Shell Shack, North Henderson. Come out, party with us. We'll be here with you until 6:30 when Rangers baseball takes over, looking for win number 2 against the Halos. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Broadus.
Would that be a sweep?
It would be a series victory, Brian.
Okay.
Wouldn't be a sweep, but we'd set up for the sweep tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, we would.
Get the brooms out tomorrow.
I just wanted to make sure, because I thought before I heard that maybe the baseball guy told me that might be a sweep.
We had a miscalculation. The calculators were all jacked up today. It was a battery issue.
Not the first time it's happened, and I can guarantee you it won't be the last.
We got it cleaned up.
More embarrassed by that or the fact that you don't know that Dane Brugler's in the Eastern time zone?
No, the Dane Brugler one. That's going to bother me forever.
You know what's going to happen now? We're not going to be able to get him.
No, that was our one opportunity for Dane Brugler during draft season.
He's going to be, and my man is on. Like,
no, I mean that was
it
was his last opportunity. He said that was. Yeah. He told me he was like, "This is my own last time slot," and I screwed it up.
This was everything he ever wanted.
Dane and I, we got our start together doing this stuff. And if I ask him, he goes, "Man, you know me, Brian. He could literally do radio all day. Like he could do." It never stops.
No, he's been jumping on with everybody.
We should get ahead of it and book him this week for next year's draft.
Well, I'm not going to do the booking.
Let's be professional about this.
I'm going to let Brian handle it.
Okay. Okay. Let me handle something for a second.
Please do.
Grade the Cowboy team building. You put me in the captain's chair. All of a sudden, everybody's worried. The Metroplex is freaking out. Oh, we have Nico 2.0. What's about to happen?
You as the leader?
Yeah. You call me Eric McClay.
I think the thing that you would do, I think that you're kind of, in a way, I believe you're like the guys I used to work with that were scout guys that run departments. Love picks. Give me picks.
I'm a pick fiend.
That's what I'm saying.
I am.
Like it's not really about the big picture. It's give me picks. Ooh, I'll take pick 149. I'll take pick 186. Ooh, like that'll help me. Yeah.
I can have your fourth. Of course you can have my first. Take it. Day 3 is my day.
You might be. It's the day of the scout.
I'm getting that one.
But no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Here's my vision.
Your vision.
Here's my vision. Yeah. All right. If we want to go do some winning, okay? Because I have the percentage chance according to Sports Betting AG on what the Cowboys' chances are to make the playoffs. All right.
Not good.
And they're not very good.
4%.
I'll tell you. I'll unveil the number here in a moment, but they're not very good.
I was trying to be football guy of the day.
You have that chance. That's still up for grabs. But I'm trying to get this team to the playoffs, and this is how we do it, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Keenan Allen and Nick Chubb are still available. I just saw Nick Chubb squatting 500 pounds
Okay, you brought this
of
up.
iron.
You want hurt running back guy?
Give me stopgap at running back and Nick Chubb. Give me stopgap at wide receiver 2 and Keenan Allen. We can go play tomorrow.
I'm in on Keenan Allen. I've advocated for Keenan as well.
Eric did this on Love of the Star this morning.
No, thank you on Nick Chubb.
I did this on Love of the Star this morning.
Yeah, here we go.
So we got Nick Chubb and Keenan Allen. We can play offense tomorrow. All right. Then at 12, obviously I'm looking to trade down, Broadus. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm taking the clock up to the 1 second mark before I turn in the card. Now that card's not going to have a receiver or a running back on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
because we got stopgap guys trying to beat the Eagles.
Yeah, no,
That's right.
We're going to get Mike Green out of Marshall.
He's
not going to get Mike Green.
Unfortunately, we didn't get Mike Green in this particular vision
because we traded down to 31.
Hey, don't S on my vision.
What are we taking, Anthony Richardson?
Here's what I did. All right,
trade for Anthony Richardson.
I'm taking the run stopping machine. We're going to upgrade from Mozzie Smith. We're going to get Derek Harmon out of Oregon.
Hey,
okay,
I'm in on Harmon.
We call that hashtag building block. Okay,
well, Harmon,
you said Harmon, and then I told you what
you like Kenneth Grant better.
I like
from Michigan?
Grant better.
That's
I like
fine.
Grant better.
That's why I have my scouts. Guys like Broadus, right hand man, come up to me and say, "Hey, I like your vision, but here's the other guy."
Grant is better than Harmon.
He's not. Harmon's better than Grant. I've got Harmon as a better player than Grant.
So we'll have to duke this out in the war room, but we narrowed it down.
Harmon better than Graham?
Yes. Not than Graham. Grant. Kenneth Grant.
Okay.
Mason Graham, I've got one.
Yeah.
I'd take Mason Graham over Derek Harmon. I am not crazy.
I'll be interested to see how that all plays out, but I think Grant like is my 17th best player. On my board.
like Kenneth Grant, but good luck in this climate taking a Michigan defensive lineman, Brian.
Oh,
in this climate.
No.
I've got Kenneth Grant 3 right behind Derek Harmon.
When did we start worrying? What did you just say?
The Michigan stuff.
No, yeah. Why?
Yeah,
Why'd you do that?
It's just because of Mozzie and Taco.
No,
that's the reaction of the fan base. I know. See, unlike Nico,
who cares
I
what
know
the fan
my
base
fans.
thinks? We're picking our own players.
But I'm also taking a guy I think's better, and he didn't go to Michigan. He went to Oregon.
I don't know, man.
So I don't have to even worry about
I like
that.
Harmon, but I don't like him as much as you do.
Well, we're taking one of those guys.
We'll see who ends up being.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
I like my guy.
We're going to have less problem stopping the run now, thanks to either Harmon or Grant.
Great pick, Eric. Somebody's got some sense.
And then at 44, we're going to get.
You guys worked together for a long time. I see why.
We're going to get the corner Ravel.
Okay, at 44?
Might be the best corner in the draft.
Hey, Brian and I are going to be simpatico on that one.
We will be on that.
We got cornerstones defensively. We're going to be able to stop the run a little bit now.
Okay.
And we have actually some playable corners, not like it's going to be Elam or Carson.
Okay.
You know? And then in the third round, now you have options. What do I want to do? Do I want to go? Maybe I can go get that running back. Well, Chuck, in the third round.
R.J. Harvey?
R.J. Harvey, you name that guy.
Maybe Tootin out of Virginia Tech.
But I don't feel pressed because I do have Nick Chubb, but I'm down to go third round running
You don't even
back.
need to spend money on Chubby.
And that's also fine. But I go Keenan Allen, Nick Chubb. Give me the run stopping beast in the middle of the defense. Give me the corner, and then in the third round we can maybe go get a young wide receiver, maybe go get a young running back. And now I think we're in the catbird seat to just miss the playoffs.
And you don't need a wide receiver too because you signed Keenan Allen.
Yeah, you don't need. But in the third round,
we could want.
In the third round, we can want.
We
can want a running back. We can want a wide receiver. That's what I'd be doing, especially when you consider the percentage chance of making the playoffs this upcoming season. I have all of the NFC teams. Dead balls last is the Dallas Cowboys in the conference to make the playoffs.
Dead last?
Dead last.
The Panthers have better odds?
Yes, I think that speaks to just the crappy division that they're in. But I mean, you're looking at the Eagles with an 82% chance to win.
Probably looking at your draft and thinking that.
Get to the playoffs. Lions 71%. You got to go all the way down to the Cowboys.
God, look what they did.
33%. 33% chance for the Cowboys to make the postseason in
33?
the NFC. Yeah, 33. So
what were they last year at this time, you think? Were they like in the 70s?
They had to have been really high.
I would say they were well
Chance to
over
win
50.
the division?
Yeah, because you didn't really have the Commanders situation that you had to be overly concerned with at the time.
Football guy, he knew.
But I don't think.
I'm surprised you didn't jump on that with me with your Jaden Daniels LSU tag.
I was a year early, by the way.
You were because you were on Washington the year.
They just
before.
needed a quarterback.
They did. And they found one. Now it's terrifying.
Speaking of the Commandos, looks like they are going to be able to go ahead and get that long-awaited new stadium that they've been looking for.
Where are they building it?
Damn it.
Closing in, finalizing $3 billion deal to build a stadium in D.C., ready by 2030, the regular season. So 5 years away. Stadium will be built at their old RFK site.
There you go.
Okay.
That's how you do it right there.
Yeah.
So 5 years away from that, but that's certainly good news for Commanders fans.
I'll see you guys at the lake. I'll listen to you guys in the pre- and post-game show.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the biggest lie ever told.
You'll be locked in.
You in the lake. You can't help but work. You'll be at the lake churning out big boards.
He'll be podcasting from his canoe in the middle of the
You'll get
pond.
yourself a podcast
in the back of the bass boat. Yeah.
Just spouting takes.
Just watching draft film.
Can't believe that Eric really wants that guy.
How's Derek Harmon looking, you dumbass?
I remember when I was 61 years old and told Wolchuk that Derek Harmon can play worth a damn, but
Who's to say? Well, we know who's going to be the number one overall pick in the draft. That's going to be the Miami Hurricanes quarterback Cam Ward. He's going to go to Tennessee, and he was playing. I believe he was playing Fortnite for a while on the stream. So he was mic'd up, and people were asking him questions and whatnot, and they were asking him to like rank players in the NFL at certain positions.
This is kind of a Des Bryant thing. Des will do that too. You could get Des in a game, like a Madden, and he'll just start talking about players and stuff.
I mean, honestly, it's
pretty cool.
It's one of the coolest things.
It's cool if you're a professional athlete and can relate to the fans and do things with the fans like that, and the fans respect them and, not be hostile or anything like that, that's a really cool experience if you could play video games with those guys or gals.
Yeah, and then just hear them sort of unfiltered, answering questions and
don't be a pain in the ass to them, just kind of have some fun. And
it is one of the coolest things about the new age way of content, entertainment, and everything like that. So Cam Ward's asked all these questions like who's the top 4 running backs in the league. The first 2 names he spouts out is Tony Pollard, and then I think he forgot Tyjae Spears' first name, and he just went Spears. But what do those guys have in common, Wolchuk?
They both play for the Tennessee Titans.
That's right. And then he was asked about the best receivers in the league, and he mentioned Calvin Ridley and Traylon Burks.
There you go.
What do those guys have in common?
They play for the Tennessee Titans.
Yes, they do. Somebody was asking him about, well, what about A.J. Brown? What about A.J. Brown? Listen to Cam Ward respond to that question.
A.J. Brown's a dog, but he's not Calvin Ridley.
I mean, that is just spectacular right there. That is how you do it as you're about to go be the leader in the huddle. Leader in the locker room. You want to build the confidence up of your guys, even though none of those guys he mentioned would sniff the top rankings at their respective positions. I like what he's doing here. It's not only funny, but I think it's smart. So there you go, Cam Ward. He's going to be your number 1 overall pick to the Tennessee Titans. Now, one of the big questions. This is exactly what I want to have happen here. You have the report that first it was Jordan Schultz, buddy of the show. He says
he loves us, Schultz.
He says Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss, unlikely to fall out of the first round.
Yeah.
So that's one thing there. I don't think that's a huge surprise.
No.
But that means you're thinking, okay, for sure, 3 quarterbacks are going in the first round. Maybe ends up being more, Milroe, Shuck, whatever. But the add to this is Albert Breer saying that the Saints have done a ton of homework on Jackson Dart. And so, I mean, if
let them slide.
I just like the idea of them passing on Shador at 9 because they prefer Dart.
Yeah.
They take a different position, and then they end up doing some trade stuff to get back into the first round, take Jackson Dart, and I think that's where you get a world where trades start happening and the fun can really begin. Shador slips past the Saints. Now, what's going to happen here? Who gets aggressive to go get Shador? And then, okay, the Saints and plenty of other teams like Jackson Dart, do they trade back into the first round? As a team at the back end of the first round trade up to go get him? I just think that's your best case if you're trying to paint a trade night picture on draft night.
Yeah, no, it probably is. For the Cowboys, though, I'd rather you need the Saints to just take him at 9. Then you get the panicky Steelers that are like, well, we love Shador. Is somebody going to go and take Shador ahead of us at 21? Do we need to move on up? Ring, 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 ring. Colin, move on up.
I would love that.
I would say then, to me, if I was working that war room for Pittsburgh, I wouldn't call Dallas. I'd call Miami. Because they're
at 13.
Yeah, you just want to stay. You potentially want to stay ahead of the Colts, right? At 14. I mean, that's where
you think they're a threat to take a quarterback.
It could be.
Could be. I would worry. Now the thing with Chris Ballard there at Indianapolis, he's like the guy at the Giants. He's got one foot in the parking lot and the U-Haul's running. You know what I'm saying? So he might not be in the position to take a quarterback there. But that's the team. If I would be worried about them doing that. So to me, I would throw chum in the water to Dallas at 12, but I would try and get to Miami at 13, just in case.
Well, how about this elite prank that was pulled on Adam Schefter at the Masters? Did you guys happen to see this?
No, I did not.
This is pretty funny. So Schefter was at the Masters, of course, soaking it all in. Good for him. That's a bucket list sports item, no question.
Wait a minute. This is a ball sacking. This is a ball sacking for sure.
It is?
Yep.
Ball sack?
Yep.
This whole story I'm about to tell? Or
I think so.
Schefter got ball sacked.
You're not allowed to bring your phone into
Okay,
the Master.
that's the point of this. So he doesn't have his phone, right?
That's the point.
So all of a sudden,
okay.
some
All
random
right.
drunken 20-year-old kid runs up to Schefter and he's like, dude, did you see the breaking news in the NFL? Did you see what just happened?
That's awesome.
And Schefter, for like 5 seconds, he said like his stomach just dropped and he was like, oh my God, freaking out until he realized that the kid was just ball sacking him live at Augusta.
All right, here we go. Maybe that's true.
That's a
I
great...
can never see Schefter not being connected to his phone.
Yeah, I know. He must have been very confident that
Him,
nothing
Shams,
was breaking.
All those guys, there's no way they leave their phones.
What a dangerous game for an insider to show up to the Masters.
And they don't let you bring your phone on the course.
Even if you're Adam Schefter, there's no phones allowed, man.
Yeah.
Rules are rules.
Yeah.
So that was a dangerous game he played. I love that prank, though. That's a good old-fashioned,
That is a good one.
solid prank.
That's a
no
kid-
harm, no foul.
That's a kid that drank a bunch of $2 beer at the Masters.
Thinking clearly.
Thinking clearly, yeah.
I saw this as a throwback story. Apparently, Mike Leach, R.I.P. to the GOAT, Mike Leach had to be at one point in his coaching career talked down from lining up a quote-unquote little person in the backfield and then throwing them over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations.
We're throwing little people?
You hand them the ball, and then one guy just launches them over the line of scrimmage.
This sounds like something they do.
It's better than the tush push.
Don't they do this in a bar like in Scotland?
Oh, yeah,
They
that's the
have
Velcro wall.
Well,
Wolf of Wall Street.
They have these toss. Oh, jeez, what do we?
It's
actually genius.
It's completely genius. It's what makes Mike Leach one of the greatest coaches.
Well, you got the Littles package. So you were calling Deuce Vaughn and Terp the Littles. So we just pick one. We'll rotate
Honestly,
them out.
You might be able to do that with Deuce. He might be just small enough to where you could get one of those guys.
We just lunge him.
Lipke, just launch him.
Just lunge him forward.
Launch Vaughn
I like
over.
that.
Take that
launch
tush push.
Screw you. Innovation.
There's a
What would be this
new
name? What would be the name of this?
877-881-1053. What are we calling this particular Mike Leach play? By the way, I was thinking to myself, we talked about the almost 500-pound defensive lineman from Florida.
Yeah.
If the tush push doesn't get banned, he's a guy I'm drafting in the NFC East just for tush push plays. I'm telling him don't lose a pound. Your only job here is on 4th and inches. We're going to throw you in there. You just eat it up. I think there's a place for this guy.
Yeah, there is.
He's got to be crossing his sausage fingers right now that the tush push does not get banned. There's a place for you, Mr. Watson, at 464 pounds.
You go run for a few inches, my friend.
Man needs to lose 100 pounds though. For
Not in the role that I have carved out for him. This is my vision.
Not in a game of inches there.
Just for
not in a
himself.
game of inches. Okay, we're live from Shell Shack off North Henderson here in Dallas. Come on out, hang out with us here as we're with you until 6:30. Let's get into the Expressway. A big board report.